Chapter 565. Just as Luan Yu voiced out her conjecture, Lu Ping suddenly had a feeling. The real waste of resources wasn't to use the royal jelly to increase the success rate of core forging realm, or even half-step core forging realm medicinal pellets. Instead, it was to train the amethyst bees into Dao soldiers, and use them to fight against core forging realm cultivators. At this moment, Lu Ping recalled that during the 2 battles on Huangli Island, the amethyst Dao soldiers had been used to resist the attacks of core forging demonic cultivators. Each time, hundreds of amethyst bees had been injured. If those amethyst bees had survived and multiplied until now, the number of amethyst bees in Lu Ping's hands would have long broken through the 10,000 mark. Hearing Luan Yu's conjecture, Zilan asked in confusion, why were the previous amethyst bees unable to break through to the core forging stage? Luan Yu pointed at the sea of flowers in front of them and asked Lu Ping, do you know which sect in the cultivation world has such a vast and boundless spiritual herb garden with over 1,000-years-old spiritual herbs occupying more than half of it? Lu Ping also immediately came to a realization. With a wry smile he said, let's not talk about the lack of such a large spiritual herb garden. Even if there was such a large grotto heaven specially used to open a spiritual herb garden, it would not allow the spiritual herbs inside to grow until they were 1,000 years old or even 3,000 years old. Moreover, there is also a huge spiritual vein to nourish them, causing the spiritual energy contained in each spiritual herb to reach saturation when it matures. Luan Yu clapped his hands and said, that's right. If the Amethyst Bee King wants to advance to the core forging stage, then it must find a large area of spiritual herbs that meets the above conditions. Apart from Senior Long Huai's place, I'm afraid even the large sects in the cultivation world do not have such resources. At this time, Zilan also understood and said, Brother Luan Yu means that the reason why Zilan can successfully advance to the core forging stage is because I must find a place with spiritual herbs of the same quality as the Sea of Flowers here? Luan Yu pondered for a moment, then said, although it is only my guess, according to my Wood Luan clan's understanding of spiritual herbs, I am 70% certain. Zilan's beautiful eyes roamed about. No one knew what she was thinking, but there was a trace of worry between her brows. Lu Ping immediately understood what Zilan was worried about, but Lu Ping didn't say anything. Zilan herself left Lu Ping's side and walked towards the Sea of Flowers. Just as she was about to enter the Sea of Flowers, Zilan once again shrunk to a foot-tall beauty, Linglong, and flew towards the busy bees in the Sea of Flowers. Moments after Zilan flew into the Sea of Flowers, the buzzing of the amethyst bees in the sky above the Sea of Flowers suddenly grew louder. It seemed like the entire swarm had become even more fanatical under the encouragement of the Amethyst Bee Queen. At this moment, the Longhuai ancestor's voice sounded in Lu Ping's ears. Young friend, can you give half of the amethyst royal jelly in your hands to the old man? Lu Ping was startled, and then handed the jade bottle in his hand to the Longhuai ancestor, saying, Junior was able to raise the amethyst bee swarm in the Sea of Flowers with Senior's permission. Senior should get half of this royal jelly. Lu Ping laughed dryly and said, Senior is indeed elegant. Luan Yu turned his head in the direction of the Sea of Flowers, as if he was carefully identifying the countless rare spirit herbs in the Sea of Flowers. He didn't even notice the words of the Longhuai ancestor. The amethyst royal jelly that was regarded as a treasure by Fa Xiang Laozu was only used as a seasoning to improve the taste in front of the Longhuai ancestor. How could Lu Ping and Luan Yu, the 2 alchemy grandmasters, endure this? However, the words of the Longhuai ancestor gave Lu Ping some inspiration. If he could really improve the quality of the 100 flower dew, then after Lu Ping used it to replace the vitality dew used to refine the small section spirit pills, the effect of the small section spirit pills would probably increase by a level. Luan Yu followed behind Lu Ping and the Longhuai ancestor, walking around the main body of the dragon pagoda tree. Along the way, Luan Yu's attention was completely focused on the spirit herbs growing in the Sea of Flowers. Sharp collar fruit, green frost grass, flying jade leaf. These are all spirit herbs that have long been extinct in the world of cultivation. They are all rare spirit herbs used to refine Dharma phase spirit pills, but they are growing so casually here, and they are all mature. If I bring them to the world of cultivation, I wonder how many good things I can get from an alchemy grandmaster. De Bao, on the other hand, had a sneaky look on his face as he followed behind Luan Yu. From time to time, He would raise his sharp nose to sniff at the surroundings and even the ground. Then, as if he had found something, his small eyes shone with a sneaky light. Lu Ping looked around, trying his best to maintain a calm expression. But along the way, not counting the rare flowers and herbs around him, Lu Ping had found at least 5 traces of wood element natural treasures, 3 water element natural treasures, and 2 earth element natural treasures. In addition, there were 3 types of natural treasures and 2 types of spirit fruits. If Lu Ping was not wrong, the effects were probably not inferior to the azure wood pure jade fruit that Lu Ping had just obtained. This made Lu Ping even more surprised. How much wealth did the Longhuai ancestor have accumulated over the past tens of thousands of years? And how much could Lu Ping and the others see now? Just as Lu Ping was secretly thinking, a forest appeared faintly in the distance. Lu Ping's eyes shone with a bright green light. After smelting the 5th type of natural treasure, his 3 pure eyes ability had reached a higher level, appearing more and more fierce. The Longhuai ancestor seemed to have sensed something at this moment. He turned to look at Lu Ping, who had already put away his ability, and smiled. In front of us are some spirit trees and herbs that are over 5,000 years old and have a high chance of awakening into spirit medicines that the old man has carefully taken care of all these years. There are some naturally formed treasures that the old man has collected in the meridian nourishing spirit formation. In a while, if the old man wants to teach the little peach tree something, that is the most suitable place. Lu Ping absent-mindedly nodded. A familiar aura that couldn't be more familiar came from the forest. Lu Ping's eyes were getting closer and closer to the small forest, but the more he couldn't move them away. This is the Thousand Wonder Dew. That's right, this is definitely the aura of the Thousand Wonder Dew. The small forest definitely has the Thousand Wonder Dew. However, without waiting for Lu Ping to recover from his shock, Luan Yu suddenly came forward from behind and whispered in Lu Ping's ear. The spirit plants and trees in the small forest are really very good. I can even sense from the vitality that they emit that there are 2 spirit plants whose accumulation is second only to your rank 9 white jade lotus. There are about 3 8,000-year-old spirit plants, 5 or 6 7,000-year-old spirit plants, more than 10 6,000-year-old spirit plants, and nearly 35,000-year-old spirit plants. In addition, there are about 40 to 50 spirit plants that have lost their vitality and withered. Lu Ping nodded. He didn't know what to say. Luan Yu looked at Lu Ping's indifferent appearance from the side and couldn't help but remind him again. Even if those spirit plants that are over 5,000 years old have withered and died, their trunks are still top 3rd-tier spirit materials that can be used to directly refine spirit-nurturing magic treasures. Their quality may not be much worse than the gentian pearl in your hand. And the branches are also top-quality 2nd-tier variant spirit materials. This you should know. Right now, Lu Ping was very numb as he walked behind the Longhuai ancestor, but his mind was constantly recalling what Luan Yu had just said to him. If it was only used to refine a flying sword, how many spirit materials could a withered 5,000-year-old spirit tree dismember to refine a flying sword embryo? When Lu Ping obtained the spirit demon peach tree, he only picked up a dozen branches that had fallen from the spirit demon peach tree on the ground. After giving them to Chan Lian, he refined a peachwood flying sword, 3 peachwood daggers, and 64 peachwood flying needles. A total of 3 magic treasures and a set of flying needle magic treasures that were even more powerful than ordinary magic treasures. With the support of these 2nd-tier spirit materials from Lu Ping, Chan Lian's refining skills improved by leaps and bounds, and now he was already a master of Jinling. The sound of light footsteps came from behind. The footsteps were hurried, and Lu Ping knew it was Debao. Although Debao's waist was 2 feet thicker than the others, he almost made no sound when he walked, and Lu Ping didn't know how he did it. Debao walked in front of Lu Ping with his arms crossed. He first looked to both sides, then looked at the back of the Longhuai ancestor walking in front of him. Then he sneakily moved his head closer to Lu Ping's ear and said, "Boss, the spirit vein under the foot of this ridiculously huge tree definitely has a spirit gathering pearl, and it is very likely to nurture a medium spirit vein." Lu Ping glanced at Debao and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? In the world of cultivation, there has never been a spirit gathering pearl that can nurture a medium spirit vein. In order to nurture a medium spirit vein, apart from gathering 10 small spirit veins together, it can only be nurtured by nature. With your knowledge, you still want to be the greatest treasure appraiser in the world of cultivation? Who would dare to let you see a treasure in their hands?" Debeo chuckled and said, "Boss, listen to me first. A medium spirit vein is naturally impossible, but this giant tree demon said that it has been at least 30,000 years since it was born, and this giant spirit vein has accompanied it for at least 30,000 years. In 30,000 years, how many spirit gathering pearls do you think this spirit vein will nurture?" Lu Ping was silent for a moment, but he didn't pay any more attention to Debeo. Debeo had long been tormented by the treasures that could be seen everywhere, and seeing that Lu Ping didn't have the slightest reaction, directly shaking him off and continuing to walk forward, he immediately became anxious. In a few steps, he caught up to Lu Ping and said, "Boss, in this small forest, there is a spirit object whose quality is not inferior to the Thousand Wonder Nectar." Lu Ping was startled and blurted out, "What is it? How do you know?" Chapter 566. When Debeo heard Lu Ping's question, he immediately proudly said, "Boss, did you forget that I am the famous treasure-seeking mouse? What kind of treasure can be hidden from me? The treasure in the grove is definitely a spiritual item that is not inferior to the myriad wonder jade nectar. Moreover, it is an earth attribute spiritual item." Lu Ping snappily said, "Treasure-seeking mouse? You are a spirit-seeking mouse, okay? Since when did you call yourself a treasure-seeking mouse? If there really is a treasure in the grove that is not inferior to the myriad wonder jade nectar, I'm afraid it is because it is an earth attribute treasure that is compatible with your cultivation attribute. That's why you discovered it, right?" When Lu Ping saw through Debeo's thoughts, he immediately giggled and awkwardly retreated behind Lu Ping. However, Lu Ping began to pay attention to the treasure that Debeo spoke of. Since Debeo vowed that there was a spiritual item in the grove that was not inferior to the myriad wonder jade nectar, he naturally wouldn't speak without thinking. He must have a certain degree of confidence. Longhuai Ancestor, who was walking in front of Lu Ping, seemed to be unaware of the small movements of Lu Ping and the others behind him. However, at this moment, Longhuai Ancestor suddenly stopped and turned his head to look in the direction of Lu Ping. It was as if something that even surprised Longhuai Ancestor had happened somewhere out of Lu Ping's line of sight. "I didn't expect that among the cultivators who entered the Meridian Incubation Spirit Nurturing Grand Array, there would be such an opportunity. You're only at the 8th stage of core forging, yet you were able to discover the hidden treasure. Originally, this old man wanted to give you some pointers, but this time someone beat you to it." Longhuai Ancestor casually said a few words and then walked into the grove. When Lu Ping heard Longhuai Ancestor mention the 8th stage of core forging, his first reaction was that Yuan was flying. However, Longhuai Ancestor didn't specifically say what treasure it was, so Lu Ping didn't ask too much. Instead, he followed Laozu into the grove formed by hundreds of spiritual plants. Longhuai Ancestor walked around the grove 7 or 8 times, but Lu Ping didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent. He only used his divine sense to lock onto Laozu's figure, and a stream of water appeared under his feet, rushing forward in the direction he had locked onto Laozu's figure. Although this place was called a small forest, it was actually relative to the height of the dragon pagoda tree, which seemed to reach the heavens. In fact, these 100 or so spirit plants were all several hundred feet tall, and there were even some 3,000 or 4,000-year-old trees scattered in the middle. All of Lu Ping's divine sense was used to capture Longhuai Ancestor's figure, and his eyes flickered with a green light. He had already discovered that this place was actually a formation formed by dozens of giant trees. Behind him, Luan Yu and Debeo had already been thrown to God knows where. Lu Ping bypassed a giant tree and suddenly, a shallow lake appeared in front of Lu Ping. The shallow lake was surrounded by a piece of flat land with green grass and the fragrance of flowers. Longhuai Ancestor was standing in front of the small lake, facing Lu Ping, who had just walked out of the grove. Longhuai Ancestor pointed to a piece of flat land in front of him and said, "First, move the little peach tree to this place. The cultivation technique that the old man wants to secretly pass on to the little peach tree needs this environment to consolidate her cultivation foundation." Lu Ping hesitated and said, "Senior, I wonder if you can enter this junior spatial magic tool to pass on your cultivation technique to the little peach tree? The little peach tree hasn't transformed yet. If its body moves back and forth, it's not good for its growth." Longhuai Ancestor laughed and said, "Little friend, you don't have to worry too much. Just move the little peach tree here." Lu Ping still wanted to say something, but he saw Longhuai Ancestor stretch out his hand and point towards that piece of flat land. The soil on the surface of the flat land suddenly rose, and a layer of shiny black soil rose from the ground, as if oil could be squeezed out of the soil. Lu Ping's eyes narrowed, and he murmured, "This is living soil?" Longhuai ancestor smiled and said, "Lu Xiaoyu is really knowledgeable, but strictly speaking, this layer of soil isn't living soil, but a layer of mixed soil that has gathered the essence of living soil, and there's also a layer of living soil powder. Other than that, there's also a psychic stone." The old man once heard from the little peach tree that the reason why she awakened her spiritual knowledge was because of a piece of psychic wood that appeared on her body, so the old man might as well give her another psychic stone. Even though it doesn't match her attribute, it's still quite useful for the little peach tree to awaken her spiritual knowledge and enlighten her. Longhuai ancestor's action wasn't over yet. His hands formed a seal in front of his chest, and a breeze suddenly blew over. A faint fragrance came with the wind, and it was the 1,000 fragrances due that Luan Yutong and Lu Ping had mentioned before. Drops of water directly pierced into the soil like fine needles. Longhuai ancestor said, "This is the 1,000 fragrances due." Lu Xiaoyu's friend Qing Luan had already mentioned it before. With this item, together with the essence of living soil and living soil powder, the little peach tree can be moved here without any problems. Lu Ping didn't say anything, and the golden house expanded once again. The golden door directly reflected a space tunnel that was dozens of feet high in the air. Amidst the crashing sound, Lu Ping seemed to hear the pain of the little peach tree being uprooted from the ground. The place where the spirit monster peach tree previously grew in the golden house became a huge pit, and there were wisps of aura coming out from it from time to time. This was an underground branch that Lu Ping specially opened up based on the characteristics of the little lonely mountain to transport aura to the spirit monster peach tree. Lu Xiaoyu actually has living soil in your hands? Longhuai ancestor saw the huge mud block carried by the roots of the little peach tree, so it was easy for him to find the living soil powder in the soil. Lu Ping smiled and said, "This is just a little bit of living soil that Junior got by luck. How can it be compared to Senior?" The little peach tree landed on the flat ground, and its huge roots quickly penetrated into the soil that was mixed with the essence of many spiritual items. The previously withered spirit monster peach tree suddenly glowed with a bright green color. The movements of Longhuai ancestor's hands did not stop in the slightest. He formed a seal, and a cloud suddenly rose from the shallow lake behind Longhuai ancestor, shrouding the top of the little peach tree. After a moment it began to drizzle. Lu Ping had already sensed the aura of the wonder dew in the moment the cloud rose from the shallow lake, and this cloud also seemed to be mixed with a lot of the essence of the wonder dew. At this time, Lu Ping noticed that the shallow lake in front of him was actually full of 1,000 fragrance dew, and the wonder dew was probably in the myriad poison liquid, and had also dived to the bottom of the small lake. The drizzle containing the 1,000 fragrance dew and the wonder dew made the branches and leaves of the little peach tree appear more verdant. Lu Ping even noticed a few inconspicuous flower buds among the branches and leaves of the little peach tree. The Longhuai ancestor nodded at Lu Ping, and suddenly shouted. A wave of vitality immediately overflowed from the body of the avatar, and immediately connected with the vitality of the little peach tree. Longhuai ancestor immediately pointed at the sky-reaching dragon locust tree, and the soil under the sky-reaching dragon locust tree immediately began to roll. Lu Ping's eyes narrowed, and he saw a 3-foot-long blood-red stone slowly rise from the soil. It seemed that this was the stone that Longhuai ancestor had previously mentioned that would grant him his inheritance. However, when Lu Ping saw this stone, his expression suddenly froze. The material of this stone was far too deep for Lu Ping, because Lu Ping had a bloodstone made of the same material in his hands. It was the treasure that Lu Ping had specially asked Lyra Laozu to pick from a large pile of spiritual materials when they were splitting up the treasures with the Heavenly Moon sect, the Free and Unfettered sect, and the Yuan clan. A blood-red pillar of light emerged from the stone, and after being received by the Longhuai ancestor, it directly poured into the trunk of the little peach tree through the connection between the two. Lu Ping stood to the side and watched from afar. When the blood-red pillar of light poured into the trunk of the spirit monster peach tree, Lu Ping lost his connection with the aura of the spirit monster peach tree in an instant. Lu Ping's heart tightened, and he saw the branches and leaves of the little peach tree rustle again, as if it was enduring great pain, and its entire body trembled. The blood-red pillar of light lasted for about half an hour, And the Longhui ancestor finally taught the spirit monster cultivation inheritance to the spirit monster peach tree. At this moment, the spirit monster peach tree seemed to be still, standing there motionlessly. However, the fluctuations of spiritual energy around the spirit monster peach tree became more and more obvious, and the rhythm and scale of the spiritual energy that the spirit monster peach tree breathed in and out became more and more standardized. Ancestor Longhui looked at the spirit demon peach tree with satisfaction and said, "It's really not bad. You've actually grasped the foundation of spirit demon cultivation in such a short period of time. In another 3 to 5 years, you'll be able to completely convert the spiritual energy stored in your body that you don't know how to convert into magic energy. I presume your cultivation will soon break through to the peak of the blood condensation realm. After that, you'll pass the core forging realm and become a spirit demon." Lu Ping pointed at the blood-red stone that was slowly falling to the ground, and asked, "Senior, is this blood-red stone the inheritance that you received when you first awakened your spiritual sense? What material is this stone made of, and what is its use? I have never heard of such a thing in the world of cultivation." The Longhui ancestor stretched out his hand and beckoned the stone that was about to fall to the ground. The stone immediately fell into the Longhui ancestor's hand, and turned into a stone piece the size of a palm. The Longhui ancestor shook the stone piece in his hand, and said, "This stone piece itself is not only an inheritance treasure, but the material of the stone itself is not inferior to a third-grade spiritual material. It has already been refined by the old man into his own magic treasure. This blood-red stone may have an extraordinary origin, and there are many other uses in it, but the old man is not worth mentioning." Lu Ping nodded, and just as he was about to speak, he saw the Longhui ancestor's expression change again, and said, "Your spiritual pet, rat demon, really has the ability to gather treasures. In such a short time he actually found so many treasures here, and the process of finding them was abnormally simple, as if he had already prepared for it." Lu Ping hurriedly apologized and said, "My rat demon is used to being arrogant, and has become more and more impudent. He actually dared to collect the spiritual herbs and hidden treasures that Senior cultivated, without permission." The Longhui ancestor smiled and said, "It's fine, I have already made an agreement with him. As long as he can explain the properties and use of the treasure that he found, the old man will give it to him. The old man naturally will not go back on his word." Chapter 567. It had already been 6 hours since the spirit peach tree accepted the inheritance of the Longhui ancestor. The entire spirit peach tree was rooted on the flat ground, not moving at all. Only the green leaves seemed to be brighter and brighter. Beside the shallow lake, the Longhui ancestor looked at Lu Ping and asked, "Lu Xiaoyu, although the little peach tree has accepted the inheritance of the old man, but if she wants to quickly achieve something, the best thing is to be able to stay with the old man. Under the careful guidance of the old man, she will not have to take many detours. In this way, when the next heavenly wall of poison opens, I believe the little peach tree will also have some achievements. At that time, the old man will let her go out, and she will have the ability to protect herself in the cultivation world." In fact, when Lu Ping had sent the little peach tree to accept the inheritance of the Longhui ancestor, he had already thought of this problem. At that moment, Lu Ping thought for a while and asked the Longhui ancestor an unrelated question. "Senior's cultivation is so high, why don't you walk around in the cultivation world and take a look?" The Longhui ancestor did not expect Lu Ping to ask such a question. He was stunned and smiled bitterly. Before the old man awakened his spiritual consciousness, the heavenly wall of poison had already bound the old man's body, causing the old man to be unable to transform at all. Naturally, he could only be trapped in this place, and could only separate a part of his spiritual consciousness and use an avatar to meet people. When Lu Ping saw the true form of the Longhui ancestor, he naturally thought that the Longhui ancestor had not transformed, but he did not expect this to be the reason. However, what surprised Lu Ping even more was that the Longhui ancestor had only appeared as an avatar, and the power he displayed was already above the Dharma stage. If his true form had successfully transformed, how high would his cultivation be? Lu Ping composed himself and said, "Even though the little peach tree came out from the land of 100 flowers that year, I can't decide what to do with the little peach tree. This matter still depends on her. If the little peach tree is willing to stay here and have Senior take care of her, Junior will naturally be happy. If the little peach tree is not willing to stay here, then Junior will take care of the little peach tree's safety. The Longhui ancestor nodded and said, "All right." Lu Ping hesitated for a moment. The Longhui ancestor saw this and could not help but ask with a smile, "Lu Xiaoyu, is there anything else you want to ask the old man?" Lu Ping smiled embarrassedly and said, "Indeed, there is something I want to ask Senior. Just now Senior extracted from this lake, was it the Wonder Dew?" "The Wonder Dew?" the Longhui ancestor asked in confusion, but it was Lu Ping who did not know what he was asking. Then the Longhui ancestor came to a sudden realization and said, "You are talking about this liquid, right?" As the Longhui ancestor said this, he pointed at the shallow lake with his hand. A stream of water that was slightly darker than the lake water, and seemed somewhat out of place with the surrounding lake water, suddenly rose from the bottom of the lake. A huge wave of vitality was immediately emitted from the dark blue water. If it was not the Wonder Dew, then what could it be? "Yes, it is." The Longhui ancestor looked at Lu Ping's slightly excited expression and said with a smile, "So this thing is called the Wonder Dew. The old man has been trapped here for many years. Although he knows that this thing is magical, he has never heard of its name. However, 5,000 years ago, when the firmament wall of myriad poisons opened, a cultivator accidentally entered the periphery of the meridian breeding spirit nurturing grand formation, and obtained a few drops of the Wonder Dew that the old man did not collect. Since then, every time the firmament wall of myriad poisons opened, the cultivator's family would come to this place. About 2,000 years later, another cultivator accidentally discovered this place. After that, the two cultivators agreed to keep this secret, and entered the periphery of the meridian breeding spirit nurturing grand formation together to search for some spiritual materials, spiritual items, and strange items. However, the two cultivators were mostly looking for the Wonder Dew. Lu Ping thought for a moment and said, "Is one of the two cultivators surnamed Lu and the other surnamed Yuan?" The Longhui ancestor nodded and said, "That's right. This time there seems to be another cultivator. Moreover, it seems that their strength is not weaker than the combined strength of the two cultivators. It seems that they are quite a powerful sect. However, this time, the most precious treasure in the periphery has already been taken by a disciple of the Yuan clan." The image of Yuan's soaring figure suddenly flashed in Lu Ping's mind, and he couldn't help but ask, could it be that the Laozu allowed these treasures to be taken by someone else? The Longhui ancestor smiled and said, "Firstly, my avatar can't be more than 10 miles away from my main body. If I want to collect the treasures one by one, I have to use my main body's huge root system to transport them. Secondly, the old man obtained most of the treasures in the meridian breeding spirit nurturing grand formation that were very useful to the old man. The rest of the treasures in the meridian breeding spirit nurturing grand formation aren't that valuable to the old man. Moreover, the meridian breeding spirit nurturing grand formation prevents transcendent stage cultivators from entering. How can some late core forging stage cultivators find the real treasures? However, there are also unexpected situations. This time, wasn't there a treasure discovered by the cultivator of the Yuan clan?" Lu Ping pondered for a moment and didn't know what to say. The Longhui ancestor observed Lu Ping's expression and smiled. "Young friend, do you want the Wonder Dew?" Lu Ping let out a long sigh and said, "The Wonder Dew is very precious. It would be a lie if I said I didn't want it. However, I can't take such a great benefit from Senior for free. Moreover, I really don't have any treasures that can rival the Wonder Dew." Ancestor Longhui smiled lightly, and then he stretched out his hand and gestured towards the lake. A ball of dark blue myriad Wonder Dew was instantly separated, and it just happened to be a portion of 36 drops. The Wonder Dew was still in midair when the Longhui ancestor once again waved his hand towards the lake. A stream of water rose from the lake. At this time, Lu Ping noticed that apart from the Wonder Dew in the center of the lake, the entire lake was filled with the 1,000 fragrance dew. The 1,000 fragrant dew also rose into the air, wrapping around the fist-sized Wonder Dew nectar in the center. After that, Patriarch Long Hui took out a bamboo tube out of nowhere. He pointed the mouth of the tube at the 1,000 fragrant dew and Wonder Dew nectar hovering in midair. He formed a hand seal and shouted, "Retract!" The large mass of water immediately flowed into the small bamboo tube. The Longhui ancestor closed the lid of the bamboo tube and shook it. When he heard the sound of water splashing inside, he handed the bamboo tube to Lu Ping and said, "If the Wonder Dew is stored alone, its spirituality will be lost." Therefore, the old man placed it in the Thousand Fragrance Dew. The Thousand Fragrance Dew has the effect of stimulating the growth of spirit grasses and plants. It also contains vitality. Although it is far from being comparable to the Wonder Dew, it can still maintain the Wonder Dew's spirituality. Lu Ping hurriedly declined, but he heard the Longhui ancestor say with a smile, "The old man doesn't lack this Wonder Dew. Moreover, there seems to be a lot of spirit grasses planted in Little Friend's spatial magic tool. This Thousand Fragrance Dew is perfect for watering those spirit grasses. Moreover, the old man also has a favor to ask of Little Friend. Take this item as the reward for Little Friend's help." Lu Ping hesitated for a moment, but he could not resist the temptation of the Wonder Dew in his heart. In the end, he did not take the bamboo tube. Instead, he said, "If the matter Senior wishes for is beyond Junior's ability, please forgive Junior. Junior will naturally exchange the Wonder Dew for Senior." The Longhui ancestor waved his hand. Seeming to think of something, he let out a long sigh and did not speak anymore. The two of them were silent for a long time. The spiritual energy fluctuations from the little peach tree finally changed again. The two of them looked in the direction of the little peach tree. They did not know when, but the branches and leaves of the little peach tree had become a lot more luxuriant. Under the cover of the branches and leaves, Lu Ping also found a dozen flower buds that had already begun to germinate. A joyful aura emitted from the little peach tree. The Longhui ancestor stroked his beard and laughed. Lu Ping felt the aura around the little peach tree and also felt quite gratified. At this moment, the little peach tree felt very different from before. Not only was the spiritual power that had accumulated since the spiritual sense was opened slowly being refined, the use of the Fa Li in its body was no longer like when Lu Ping first saw it, where it could only use the branches that fell from its body to whip the enemy. The little peach tree's use of its spiritual sense and divine sense was also much more flexible. When communicating with Lu Ping, it no longer rigidly stuck to simple expressions. The little peach tree showed the two of them what it had obtained after receiving the inheritance. At this time, the Longhui ancestor spoke to the little peach tree about the question he had just raised to Lu Ping. He asked if the little peach tree was willing to stay in the vein-strengthening spirit formation and receive the guidance of the Longhui ancestor until the next time the firmament wall of poison opened before leaving. In the perception of Lu Ping's divine sense, after the little peach tree heard the words of the Longhui ancestor, the spiritual sense and divine sense that had become a lot smoother suddenly became chaotic. It seemed to be at a loss for what to do. Then it cast its chaotic divine sense onto Lu Ping, clearly treating Lu Ping as its backbone. When the Longhui ancestor saw that the little peach tree was so attached to Lu Ping, he knew that his idea wouldn't work. He couldn't help but bitterly smile. Lu Ping faintly smiled and sent out a gentle divine sense, calming the little peach tree's anxious divine sense. Then, he repeated the words of letting the little peach tree freely choose whether to stay or leave. The branches and leaves of the little peach tree gently swayed. It seemed to be thinking about the words of the Longhui ancestor and Lu Ping. It seemed that it had already made a decision, and was only considering how to explain to one of the two people that had always loved it. After a moment, the little peach tree finally made up its mind. An apologetic aura was transmitted to the Longhui ancestor. The Longhui ancestor, who already knew that this would be the result, nodded. It opened its mouth and seemed to say something to the little peach tree. Then it turned to look at Lu Ping, saying, "Lu Xiaoyu, the little peach tree has already decided to continue following you. It's difficult for the spirit Yao race to awaken, and the cultivation world is dangerous. Please treat the little peach tree well." Lu Ping said solemnly, "Please don't worry, Laozu." The Longhui ancestor nodded, saying, "Since that's the case, please first bring the little peach tree back into the spatial magic item. Before she transforms, it's best not to let others know of her existence." Under the request of the Longhui ancestor, Lu Ping used the art of changing seas and mulberry fields. The little peach tree and the soil that had gathered the essence of the living earth, the essence of the Thousand Wonder Dew, the living earth powder, the psychic stone, the 1,000 fragrant dew and many other heavenly treasures were all put into the storage space. The little peach tree's branches and leaves swayed, making woo-woo sounds. It seemed to be saying goodbye to the Longhui ancestor. Chapter 568. For some reason, Lu Ping saw a trace of envy in the Longhui ancestor's eyes as the little peach tree returned to the spatial magic tool. Even though the person before him was only a puppet, an avatar, Lu Ping could still sense a strong fluctuation of emotions from it. The Longhui ancestor let out a long sigh. He straightened his palm and slammed it down on the ground. A crack about a meter wide immediately split open, and an aura that was also filled with vitality but all-encompassing spread out from the depths of the crack. As the aura grew thicker and thicker, it was as if something was about to charge out from the depths of the crack. However, before the thing in the crack could emerge from the ground, a plump body suddenly scuttled out of the ground in a panic. When it landed on the ground, its small eyes darted around, and it quickly noticed Lu Ping and the Longhui ancestor. It was about to run away, but it immediately stopped. When Lu Ping saw Debao scuttling out of the ground, he naturally knew what the Longhui ancestor was about to do. He immediately blushed, and was about to explain something to the Longhui ancestor when he saw that the Longhui ancestor did not even look at Debao. Instead, he looked at the crack that had opened up in the ground with a rather solemn expression. A moment later, a tree root that was clearly rather listless reached out from the depths of the crack. At the front of the root was a dark but yellowish piece of soil, its surface shining with a nameless luster. The root brought the piece of soil directly to the Longhui ancestor. The Longhui ancestor weighed the piece of soil in his hand, and suddenly threw it into the spatial passageway of the House of Gold. At this moment, the little peach tree had already entered the House of Gold. The spatial passageway of the House of Gold had already been closed by Lu Ping, and only ripples remained in the air. However, when the Claude and Patriarch Longhui's hand flew into the fluctuating air, a half-foot wide hole was forced open in the spatial passageway that had been closed. The Claude passed through the hole and disappeared, and the forcefully opened hole was immediately restored to its original state. Lu Ping's spiritual will was focused on the little peach tree that was falling towards the ground. At this moment, the soil in the Longhui ancestor's hand forcefully broke through the spatial passage of the Golden House and appeared within the space of the Golden House. Just as Lu Ping was stunned, this piece of soil, which was emitting a nameless luster, fell straight to the roots of the small peach tree, and disappeared as soon as it touched the ground. Even so, Lu Ping was able to clearly see the dirt block the moment it appeared in the Golden House. When Lu Ping saw that the little peach tree was safe and sound in the Golden House, he turned around and said to the Longhui ancestor, "Senior, I thank you on behalf of the little peach tree for your generous gift." The Longhui ancestor didn't seem to hear Lu Ping's words, and murmured, "The old man was wrong to leave you here. The old man has been trapped here for 10,000 years, and he has always wanted to escape the shackles of this fence, to see the vast world of cultivation. Now how can he trap you here like the old man?" Debao was discovered sneaking underground, and he thought that he would be punished. Unexpectedly, the two people in front of him didn't even say a word to him. Debao was secretly delighted, and before he knew it, his legs had already sunk more than half into the ground. Just as Debao was about to dive into the ground and escape, he saw Lu Ping's foot lightly stop, and Debao suddenly felt that the entire ground had suddenly turned into a hard piece of steel. Caught off guard, Debao's head slammed into the ground, and he immediately let out a cry of pain. When he raised his head, his right hand was covering his forehead, and there was a huge bump. Debao jumped down, wanting to pull out his legs from the ground. Unexpectedly, his legs were also stuck in the ground, and he couldn't pull them out. Debao could only half bury himself in the ground, and he looked at Lu Ping pitifully. Lu Ping was annoyed that Debao was too greedy and daring. If this was in the cave of any cultivator in the cultivation world, after the owner found out about Debao's behavior, even if he killed him, Lu Ping couldn't say anything. Lu Ping just wanted to punish Debao, so that he would remember that there were some people that he couldn't afford to offend. "Take out everything you found." Lu Ping looked at Debao and said coldly. Although Debao was greedy, he was smarter and more sensible. Looking at Lu Ping's face and listening to his tone, he immediately knew that he couldn't get away with it today, so he simply took out all his harvest from the underground. Among Lu Ping's several spiritual pets, Debao had the most storage celestial devices. Firstly, Debao deliberately asked for them from Lu Ping. Secondly, Debao had too many miscellaneous things, so he naturally needed a lot of storage celestial devices. Most of these things were things that Lu Ping didn't need or had eliminated, and a few of them were things that Debao traded for himself. Huangli Island's mysterious underground merchant Bao Yi was quite famous among the low-level cultivators on the island. There were also some things that Debao had obtained from Lu Ping's expeditions over the years. Debao first took out a storage bag from the right side of his waist and fiddled with it. Then, he retracted his hand and opened his palm. A total of 8 miniature spirit gathering pearls appeared on his palm. Lu Ping was expressionless, but Longhui ancestor looked at Debao with interest. Debao was used to reading people's expressions. Seeing Longhui ancestor's expression, he immediately knew that he wouldn't be punished too much, and he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. However, looking at Lu Ping's expression, Debao immediately sighed. It was impossible for him to hide any treasures. Debao took out a storage bracelet from his bosom, and Debao took out 2 withered roots from it. These 2 roots were obviously withered, but the surface of the flexible roots still exuded a special luster. Obviously, the quality of these 2 treasures were much better than second-class mutated spiritual materials. Debao looked at the motionless Lu Ping, and he couldn't help but scratch the back of his head with his fat hand. When he retracted his hand, he conveniently pulled out a thin rope from his neck. The thin rope was tied to a small storage bag. Debao shook the small storage bag from top to bottom, and 5 miniature spirit gathering pearls that were twice the size of the previous spirit gathering pearls appeared in Debao's hands. This time, the corner of Lu Ping's eyes finally twitched, but he still looked at Debao without saying a word. Debao had no choice but to say, "Boss, spare me. I do have 2 things that I obtained from underground, but they were both placed in the insoles made from storage bags under my feet. Now that I'm trapped in the soil, I can't take them out." Lu Ping was half angered by Debao's answer. In the world of cultivation, only a fool like Debao could think of such a lousy idea that made people not know whether to laugh or cry. The Longhui ancestor finally couldn't hold it in any longer, and suddenly burst into laughter. The sky suddenly seemed to dance with the wind and thunder. When Lu Ping looked up, he saw that high up in the sky, the main body of the dragon locust tree seemed to be laughing at Debao's shameless methods. However, the result of laughing was a violent turbulence in the surrounding spirit chi. In an instant, the intensity of the spirit chi actually exceeded that of when Lu Ping and the others first entered the Meridian Incubation Spirit Cultivation Formation. Then, a violent wind swept past, and the shallow lake formed by the dew of 1,000 fragrances was suddenly blown to the bottom. Even the wonder dew hidden at the bottom of the lake jumped up from the wind. A loud and terrifying woo-woo sound came from the small forest around the lake, and the trees that needed 2 people to wrap their arms around were blown back and forth, as if they could not stand still. The violent turbulence did not stop. Instead, it continued to move towards the Meridian Incubation Spirit Cultivation Formation. However, this was only the situation at the roots of the dragon locust tree. As the dragon locust tree swayed in the sky, who knew what kind of turbulence it would cause in the fallen archipelago? Lu Ping now knew that the firmament of myriad poisons was built on the dragon locust tree. Lu Ping looked at the consequences of the Longhui ancestor's inability to control its emotions in shock. He could not help but glare fiercely at Debao. However, when the wind blew, Debao bent down and gripped the ground tightly, as if he was afraid that the wind would break him. The Longhui ancestor stopped laughing and pointed at Debao as he said with a smile, "Young brother, this spirit pet of yours is really shameless." He was actually able to think of such a method. "Forget it, let me ask you, do you know what those 2 treasures that were hidden beneath my feet are?" Debao's spirit shook, and he hurriedly replied, "Reporting to Senior, one is an earth attribute wondrous sulfuric ore, and the other is an earth attribute low-grade earth rank Fey, flying U stone. Both were found at the end of Senior's roots. Junior originally also discovered a Fey that seemed to be even more formidable, but just when Junior was about to flee there, Senior noticed and captured it." Lu Ping grunted coldly and said, "Do you really think that your earth escape technique is unknown? If it wasn't for Senior Longhui capturing you from beneath the ground, you would have perished a long time ago." When he saw Debao was slightly puzzled, Lu Ping asked once more. Do you know what sort of treasure is the even more formidable flying you stone that you discovered earlier? Debao's spirits were refreshed, and he said, Boss, that wouldn't be the breathing earth, right? Lu Ping sneered. You aren't stupid. The breathing earth is called the boundless earth. With your cultivation, once you come into contact with the breathing earth's main body, then the enormous spirituality contained within the breathing earth's mid-grade heaven rank flying you stone would counterattack. Even if you're an earth attribute demon beast that's skilled in earth escape technique, you would still be crushed into a meat patty. Debao broke out in cold sweat from what Lu Ping said. Only now did he realize that after he advanced to the core forging realm, he'd actually become slightly arrogant by relying on the great improvement of his earth escape technique. Now it would seem like his actions were simply extremely laughable in the eyes of those cultivators that were truly capable. Meanwhile, the Longhuai ancestor said, I've already said it earlier. So long as this little mouse demon is able to find a treasure that he recognizes, then the old man will give these things to him. Now that he's found these things, the old man won't go back on his word, so you can take these things. Debao was delighted when he heard this, but he didn't dare act rashly this time, and he looked at Lu Ping. Chapter 569. Lu Ping was about to decline when he heard Longhuai ancestor continue, but the old man also has a request. Forget about the sulfur gang rock and the flying you stone, just treat it as a gift from the old man to you, the rat demon. But of the 5 small spirit gathering pearls, 3 must be buried under the little peach tree. The remaining 2 small spirit gathering pearls and the 8 miniature spirit gathering pearls must be used by the rat demon and Lu Xiaoyu. Longhuai ancestor's words made it hard for Lu Ping to decline, so he could only thank him. Senior's continuous generous gifts, this junior is truly ashamed. Longhuai ancestor said, Lu Xiaoyu, do you know why the old man would do everything possible to invite you into this pulse-nourishing spirit formation, and reveal the old man's body in front of everyone? Lu Ping asked strangely, Isn't it because of the little peach tree, senior? Longhuai ancestor said with a smile, If it was only because of the little peach tree, the old man naturally has thousands of ways to obtain the spatial artifact from Lu Xiaoyu and bring the little peach tree here. The only problem is that after the little peach tree transforms, it can only leave this place when the myriad poison firmament wall opens again. In this fallen archipelago, as long as the old man is willing, there is very little that the old man can't do. If even these people can't be suppressed, the old man would have long been torn apart by the old monsters of the various sections. Otherwise, why would the fallen archipelago exist until now? Lu Ping was secretly shocked, but he said, I wonder if there is anything this junior can help senior? You come. Longhuai ancestor brought Lu Ping straight to the dragon pagoda tree. Under the trunk of the dragon pagoda tree, which was so thick that even hundreds of people would find it hard to wrap their arms around, Longhuai ancestor sighed and patted the wall-like trunk, then turned to Lu Ping and said, Lu Xiaoyu, place your palm on the old man's body. Lu Ping walked forward with a suspicious look and placed his hand on the trunk whose bark had long cracked. A loud bang exploded in Lu Ping's mind. With a face full of shock, Lu Ping's blood suddenly boiled and surged from the core space to the rest of his body. Lu Ping's entire body seemed to be dyed in a layer of crimson red. In the core space on the surface of a large gold core, 6 strange double arms roared at the sky, and an extremely profound aura surged out from Lu Ping's blood. At this moment Lu Ping seemed to feel his palm tremble. Yes, this tree that could truly be considered as towering was actually trembling. Lu Ping was horrified, and he hurriedly removed his hand from the dragon pagoda tree's body. He looked at Longhuai ancestor with a face full of lingering fear, but he saw that Longhuai ancestor was also looking at him with a shocked expression at this moment. After Lu Ping's palm left the dragon pagoda tree, the dragon pagoda tree suddenly stopped trembling. However, even in this short period of contact, the dragon pagoda tree's trembling still caused a huge tremor in the fallen archipelago. However, Lu Ping had not realized it at this time. Longhuai ancestor glanced into the distance. He naturally knew what kind of tremor had happened in the fallen archipelago, and what kind of casualties it would bring to the cultivators who were still on the archipelago. However, Longhuai ancestor did not care about this at all. I didn't expect it. Although the old man noticed that the WRM bloodline in Lu Xiaoyu's body was abnormally pure, And it could be said that it was the first time the old man had seen it in the past 5,000 years. He still underestimated Lu Xiaoyu. Such a pure bloodline is almost on par with the Wuxia bloodline that the old man had painstakingly condensed in the past tens of thousands of years. Lu Ping looked at Longhuai ancestor, but he could not figure out what the Longhuai ancestor was thinking in his heart. So he could only summon up his courage and ask, "Senior, what do you mean?" Longhuai ancestor looked at Lu Ping's slightly vigilant look. After a little thought, he understood Lu Ping's meaning, so he chuckled and said, "It's also the old man's fault for not making it clear, which made you misunderstand. The old man just wanted to let Lu Xiaoyu know that the old man is not an ordinary spirit beastkin. The spirit beastkin in the cultivation world do not have the bloodline of the seventh patriarch, but the old man not only inherited the Wuxia bloodline, but the old man has always believed that no one in the cultivation world can compete with the old man in terms of the purity of the Wuxia bloodline." "That's right," Lu Ping said in a deep voice. "This is also what I want to ask. Senior is a dragon pagoda tree that cultivated into a spirit beastkin. Why do you have the Wuxia bloodline, and why is the bloodline purity so high?" Longhuai ancestor did not directly answer Lu Ping's question, but said seriously, "Today, the old man saw that you have cultivated the Wuxia bloodline of the water attribute, and the pure qi in your body, which shows that your bloodline is far purer than the cultivators of the same level. I also saw that you can resist the temptation of the spirit beastkin to the cultivators, and treat the spirit beastkin and the spirit pets fairly, which made the old man very pleased, so I wanted to invite you here to test if I can entrust something to you. This time, it seems that the matter of the old man can really be entrusted to you." Lu Ping remembered that the Longhuai ancestor said that he had something to ask of him, so he asked, "What is it that senior is talking about?" The Longhuai ancestor took a deep look at Lu Ping, and said, "If in the future your cultivation can reach the level of breaking the sky wall of poison, I hope that you can generously help the old man to get out of this fence, so that I can transform into a human form and wander freely in this world. It is better than dying of old age in this sky wall of poison." When Lu Ping heard the Longhuai ancestor's request, he was a little surprised, and he couldn't help but say, "Senior, it is said that this sky wall of poison was personally built by Jiao Daoren. If it is true, how can this junior break the formation set up by one of the seventh patriarch?" Jiao Daoren's strength was known as the second strongest of the seventh patriarch, second only to Peng Laozu, who controlled the seven treasure thunder calabash. How could the formation he set up be broken by Lu Ping? Otherwise, in the tens of thousands of years of countless outstanding cultivators, how could the sky wall of poison stop the cultivators in the world of cultivation for tens of thousands of years? Seeing the difficult expression on Lu Ping's face, the Longhuai ancestor said with a bitter expression, "If even little friend can't do it in the future, then even if other cultivators reach that point in the future, they will at most have the same cultivation as the old man. How can they have the strength to break the sky wall of poison? Moreover, once the old man breaks the shackles of the sky wall of poison, I'm afraid he will immediately face the double tribulations of shape-shifting and spiritualization. If there is no great cultivator who is far stronger than the old man to help, I'm afraid the day he breaks the sky wall of poison and obtains freedom will be the day the old man falls." Lu Ping didn't know how to reply to the Longhuai ancestor, so he could only choose his words carefully and said, "Junior really doesn't dare to guarantee anything to Senior, but if Junior really has the ability to break the sky wall of poison, then Junior will definitely not stand by and do nothing." The Longhuai ancestor also nodded and said, "When one's cultivation has reached the old man's level, the only things he pursues are shapeshifting and breaking the sky wall of poison to regain his freedom. The other things are just worldly possessions, so the old man naturally won't care about them. So, Lu Xiaoyu doesn't have to worry too much about the old man's kindness." Lu Ping agreed to the Longhuai ancestor's request, and followed the Longhuai ancestor out of the small forest. Meanwhile, the trapped Debao was kept into the golden house by Lu Ping. No matter how much Debao promised that he wouldn't cause trouble, Lu Ping wouldn't let him out. Outside the small forest, Guan Yu was walking and stopping in the sea of flowers. From time to time she would bend down to pick up something from the ground. Seeing that Lu Ping and the others had come out, Guan Yu walked out from the sea of flowers. First, he bowed to the Longhuai ancestor and said, "Junior had nothing to do just now, so I was strolling around in the sea of flowers. My Wood Luan clan loves cultivating spiritual herbs the most, so I was bold enough to pick up many seeds of spiritual herbs from the sea of flowers cultivated by Senior. Please don't blame me, Senior. Lu Ping secretly praised Luan Yu's intelligence. At the very least, Luan Yu was much more resourceful than that hothead Debao. If it wasn't for the fact that Debao was in a similar situation as the Longhuai ancestor, he would have died for sure. However, not only would Luan Yu not be blamed by the Longhuai ancestor, he would also be able to easily obtain the seeds of many spiritual herbs that were already extinct in the world of cultivation. As expected, the Longhuai ancestor waved his hand in a nonchalant manner and said, "Since Luan Yu likes them, you can pick up all the mature seeds." Lu Ping stayed in the Sea of Flowers for another day. During that time, Lu Ping and the Longhuai ancestor talked about their experiences in cultivating spiritual herbs. They talked about how to cultivate some famous spiritual herbs that were already extinct in the world of cultivation. Only the Longhuai ancestor could impart such knowledge to him, who did not even know if his lifespan was 30,000 or 35,000 years. In particular, after Luan Yu joined them, the inherited memories of the Wood Luan clan regarding the cultivation of spiritual herbs greatly amazed the Longhuai ancestor. Meanwhile, the Longhuai ancestor's own methods of cultivating spiritual herbs amazed Luan Yu as well. After a long conversation, the three of them each learned something. Early the next morning, the Longhuai ancestor looked into the distance outside the Sea of Flowers with a serious expression. His sharp eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the pulse-nourishing spirit formation and see the scene in the fallen archipelago. Seeing Lu Ping and Luan Yu walk over, the Longhuai ancestor sighed and said, "Originally, the old man thought that the sky of myriad poisons would close in 3 days. However, yesterday, something unexpected happened to the old man's body, which activated the sky of myriad poisons ahead of time. The density of the poisonous mist within the sky of myriad poisons has been rising sharply since yesterday. Today, the sky of myriad poisons will probably return to its original state. Therefore, you must leave the fallen archipelago today. Who knows how many hundreds of years it will be before we meet again." Lu Ping activated the House of Gold and sent his divine sense towards the busy amethyst wasps in the Sea of Flowers. A moment later, the haggard amethyst wasp Queen Zilan flew out from the Sea of Flowers. However, she did not fly directly into the House of Gold. Instead, she landed on Lu Ping's shoulder. She then lowered her legs and sat on his shoulder. One of her hands was still holding onto Lu Ping's ear, as if she was afraid of falling off Lu Ping's body. Chapter 570. Just as the amethyst wasp Queen Xilan was panting and sitting on Lu Ping's shoulder, a silvery purple cloud rose in the sky. More than 8,000 amethyst wasps rose from the Sea of Flowers. The vibration of their wings almost caused a hurricane, causing the spiritual qi in the Sea of Flowers to lose control again. The swarm of silver-purple bees turned into a wriggling cloud and disappeared into the golden door of the House of Gold. Inside the House of Gold, the amethyst beehive that was originally built on the golden nut tree had fallen to the ground due to the size of the beehive. The beehive surrounded the entire tree trunk, leaving only the crown of the golden nut tree exposed. After bidding farewell to the Longhuai ancestor, Lu Ping and Luan Yu walked together. They passed through the Blackwater Swamp and other dangerous places, and finally returned to the area where they had just entered the pulse-nourishing spirit formation. The two did not dare to stop, and kept going in the direction that Lu Ping had come from. Along the way, they did not find anyone who had entered the secret area before. Lu Ping said, "It seems that the Longhuai ancestor was right. It is really time for the fallen archipelago to close. All the cultivators in the secret area have already been evacuated." Luan Yu could not help but ask, "What happened in the small forest? Even Debao has become tight-lipped. Why did the Longhuai ancestor give us a withered 8,000-year-old gray willow before he left? It's 8,000 years old. It's a treasure that's even better than a top third-grade spiritual material. Among spiritual materials, I've only seen your white jade lotus that's better than this." Lu Ping did not know how many times Luan Yu had asked on the way. He was too lazy to respond to Luan Yu's endless sighs. However, Lu Ping still unconsciously touched the storage ring on his finger. A complete 8,000-year-old gray willow was not the most important thing. What was more important was that the gray willow was engraved with the outer body incarnation technique that Lu Ping had copied from the Longhuai ancestor. It was very likely that it was a magical method personally passed down by Jiao Daren. In the sky, a golden light flashed. Lu Ping was startled. He reached out and grabbed the light in his hand. It was a sound-transmitting magic sword. Lu Ping activated the sound-transmitting magic sword with the special method of Jinling. Lyra Laozu's anxious voice came from the sound-transmitting magic sword. The fallen archipelago is about to close. Leave quickly. Oh no, I've been discovered. I'll lead them away. You leave the fallen archipelago from another secret place as soon as possible. Luan Yu saw that Lu Ping, who was originally hurrying out, stopped after receiving the sound-transmitting magic sword. His face became extremely serious. Luan Yu asked in a low voice, "What's wrong? Is Lyra Laozu in trouble?" Lu Ping nodded and said, "It may be because the shock of the Longhuai ancestor yesterday affected the body, causing the entire fallen archipelago to close in advance. Martial Uncle Lyra has been discovered. Although Martial Uncle Lyra has led them away, it's better for us to leave from another place just in case." Luan Yu exited the pulse-nourishing spirit formation from another direction in the secret place. She hurriedly hid behind Lu Ping, who came out with her. Seeing this, Lu Ping directly opened the portal space of the House of Gold and brought Luan Yu into the House of Gold. The Myriad Poisons Meteorite Gang was activated, and a layer of black smoke appeared on the surface of the Golden Gang Qi. Lu Ping felt that the density of the poisonous fog had almost doubled. Looking at the poisonous fog that had changed from grayish-black to black, he did not dare to stop. After determining the direction, Lu Ping quickly flew in the direction of the periphery of the fallen archipelago. The vibration of the poisonous fog in the fallen archipelago even caused a poisonous fog storm. The poisonous fog, which was originally quite corrosive to a cultivator's real essence, suddenly began to flow rapidly after its density increased. Moreover, this flow did not have the slightest regularity, but the impact it brought was fatal. Lyra Laozu had been chased for a day and a night. Along the way, the surrounding poisonous fog storm not only increased in density, but the direction in which the poisonous fog was flowing was also constantly changing. Lyra Laozu had no choice but to cover the entire Gang Qi with the seven-colored flame, which had advanced to a golden color, to reduce the corrosion of the poisonous fog to a minimum. At the same time, a ball of fire swallowed her in an instant, and then she disappeared in the poisonous fog. When she reappeared, she was already hundreds of feet away. A moment later, a ball of green light suddenly flashed where Lyra Laozu had been. A dense fog spread out, and in the air filled with poisonous fog, a green light shield of 10 feet wide was formed. A middle-aged cultivator of the mid-Dharma stage stepped out of the green light. At the same time, his divine will returned to the surrounding area, but his eyebrows furrowed even more. The green light did not dissipate along with the appearance of the middle-aged cultivator. An early Dharma adept, whose entire body was covered in a glazed light, followed closely behind. After that, there was a flash of golden lightning from within the green light. A cultivator who was obviously from the Yuan family flashed out of the green light and asked, "Brother Lu, which direction did the thief escape to this time?" The first of the three people who appeared was from the Lu family of the Central Plains. He was also the only mid-Dharma stage cultivator. He grunted and said, "This person is very cunning. The flame he used is undoubtedly the seven-colored flame, and it is very likely that it has advanced to the mid-heaven level. In that case, we can come to two conclusions. First, this person must have at least reached the Dharma stage after condensing an 8th-grade golden elixir. Therefore, this person is not to be trifled with among cultivators of the same level." Yuan Feng nodded and said, "The three of us have been chasing this person for a day and a night, but besides causing him to suffer a huge loss at the beginning, we have not been able to catch up with him. This shows that this person's strength is not below mine or that of Yuanqi Laozu of the Crystal Palace." The mid-Dharma stage cultivator of the Lu family, Laozu, looked displeased. He was the only mid-Dharma stage cultivator among the three people who were chasing after him. If he could not catch up with an enemy who was seriously injured and whose level of practice was lower than his, then he would be the one to lose face. At this time, Yuanqi Laozu of the Crystal Palace asked with a smile, "Brother Lu, what is the second conclusion?" The cultivator snorted and puffed out a rough breath. He then said, "Second, the cultivator who used the seven-colored flame is most likely an alchemist. Based on this person's level of practice, this person's achievement in alchemy is at least at the master level, or perhaps even at the grandmaster level." Yuanqi Laozu still had a smile on his face, but he said, I think this person is an alchemist grandmaster. No wonder this person is so slippery. Under the circumstances that the poisonous fog in the Fallen Islands has become so thick and unstable, she can still so easily escape from the three of us. Only someone at the level of alchemy grandmaster can do this." Upon hearing this, Yuan Feng agreed and said, "My friend Yuanqi is right. However, I don't know if the two of you have realized that with this person's ability, she would only need less than half a day to rush out of the Fallen Islands. However, she has been lingering around the periphery of the Fallen Islands, unwilling to rush out." Upon hearing this, Yuanqi Laozu spread out his divine will in all directions, but in an instant, he retracted it and said in surprise, "The poisonous fog here is so thick that even the old man's divine will does not dare to linger for long. However, my friend Yuan Feng is right. During this period of time, we have been lingering around the periphery of the Fallen Islands." The Lu family practitioner snorted coldly and said, "What's so strange about this? If this person is really an alchemist grandmaster, then with her seven-colored flame, she would be the safest in this poisonous fog. Once she leaves the Fallen Islands, without the surrounding poisonous fog, how could an early Dharma adept like her escape from the three of us?" Yuanqi Laozu did not like the way Laozu of the Lu family spoke. Although Yuanqi Laozu was only an early Dharma adept, Laozu of the Crystal Palace was of a higher status in the world of practitioners. Why would he care about a mid-Dharma adept from a mid-tier family? Thus he laughed coldly and said, "Brother Lu, you really know everything. Why have you been leading the two of us for a day and a night, eating the dust of someone else?" Laozu of the Lu family was already secretly anxious because he had not been able to catch up with the mysterious adept who had attacked and killed several late core forging disciples of the Lu family. When he heard Yuanqi Laozu's taunting words, he became even more furious. Yuan Feng, who was at the side, observed the situation. Seeing that the situation was not right, he hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Oh, why are you two like this? Even if we can't catch up with this person this time, don't forget that when we found this person, she was lurking outside the barrier of the secret zone. What does this mean? This means that this person has an accomplice, and her accomplice is a late core forging adept. Otherwise, how could she have entered the secret zone?" The Lu family cultivator calmed down and suddenly understood that although Yuanqi Laozu's cultivation was not as good as his, the Crystal Palace behind him was not something the Lu family could afford to provoke. Previously it was because of Peng Xiuan, but now, if the two families Fa Xiang Laozu fought again, it would really be a fight to the death. Once it reached that situation, facing the suppression of the Crystal Palace, even if the Lu family was in the central region, they would not have the slightest power to resist. The Lu family cultivator looked at Yuan Feng gratefully and said in a deep voice, "Yes, after the late core forging adepts of our three families evacuated from the secret zone, in addition to escorting these seed adepts who are likely to enter the law phase stage in the future, each of the three families also left a Fa Xiang Laozu behind to guard the secret zone until the last moment. Once another adept appears in the secret zone, even if we don't catch this cultivator who used the seven-colored flame, we can still find out their origin from a late core forging adept." Yuanqi Laozu snorted coldly and said, "He dared to kill the Crystal Palace's adept. When the time comes, the old man will take his memory and completely destroy the force behind him. I will let all the overseas cultivators understand the consequences of offending the Crystal Palace." Tianqin Laozu was hiding in the turbulent poisonous fog. After a while, she finally came to a relatively calm island on the periphery. Just as she found a hidden place to settle down, Tianqin Laozu opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood on the ground. "I don't know if Lu Tianling's disciple died in there. I did my best. If worst comes to worst, I'll fight with Lu Tianling again when I get back." Chapter 571. The two tremors of the Dragon Pagoda tree not only caused the sky of poison to close in advance, but also formed a huge poisonous fog storm. But at this time what Lu Ping did not know was that it was precisely this sudden poisonous fog storm that not only caused many late core forging realm cultivators who ventured into the fallen archipelago to lose their lives, but also caused the divine sense of the Dharma realm cultivators to not dare to casually spread out under the impact of the storm to investigate the surrounding movement. Under normal circumstances, the 3 Dharma realm cultivators could completely monitor the periphery of the entire secret plane. But at this time they seemed to be unable to do so. When Lu Ping came out of the secret plane, he happened to encounter the attack of a poisonous fog storm. It was the sudden arrival of this poisonous fog storm that allowed Lu Ping to avoid the divine sense of the 3 Dharma realm cultivators and quickly flew out of the island. However, at this time the consumption of the qi in Lu Ping's body had also accelerated a lot, almost twice as fast as when Lu Ping first entered the center of the fallen archipelago. Fortunately, the moment Lu Ping entered the secret plane, he seized the opportunity to make a breakthrough. In one fell swoop, his cultivation was promoted to the 6th stage of the core forging realm, so that Lu Ping's strength had greatly increased. Moreover, after the integration of the 12 poisonous beast bloodlines in the fallen archipelago, the purity and thickness of Lu Ping's bloodline had reached a height that cultivators of the same level could not reach. This allowed Lu Ping, who already had a thick qi, to build a stronger foundation. Lu Ping flew in the direction of the sky of poison with all his strength, and the desire in his heart for a suitable flying magic weapon became stronger. Just as Lu Ping passed by a small island, Lu Ping saw a late core forging realm cultivator turn into a bloody light in chase after Lu Ping. However, when the cultivator was 2 or 3 miles away from Lu Ping, the bloody light suddenly began to dissipate, as if the cultivator's qi had been exhausted. The late core forging realm cultivator who was enveloped by the light suddenly screamed, but it did not help. Lu Ping saw a cultivator with a pale and desperate face due to the exhaustion of qi. Then the cultivator's body was eroded by the poisonous fog, turned into a green smoke and integrated into the poisonous fog. At the same time a pool of blood sprinkled down. Lu Ping was secretly shocked. In the 3 to 4 days before the sky of poison closed up, the density of the poisonous fog in the fallen islands would slowly rise, giving the cultivators who entered the sky of poison enough time to retreat. However, yesterday, Lu Ping and the others had inadvertently triggered the shaking of the Dragon Pagoda tree, causing the sky of poison to activate in advance. In just one day, the density of the poisonous fog in the sky above the fallen islands had reached a level that could only be reached in the past 3 to 4 days. Due to the haste, many cultivators had insufficient cultivation bases. Or perhaps, the anti-poison pills they brought with them were incapable of resisting the onslaught of the poisonous fog. In the end, they could only die in the forbidden area. Not even their corpses could be preserved. When Lu Ping saw the cultivator behind him die, a storage belt fell from the sky. Stretching out his hand, Lu Ping lashed out with a long whip. As the whip lashed out, it kept elongating until the storage belt was hovering in mid-air. Lu Ping flicked his hand to retrieve the long whip. Obtaining a storage belt of a late-stage core forging realm cultivator so easily caused Lu Ping to exclaim that his luck had finally come. However, although Lu Ping was excited about obtaining a storage belt of a late-stage core forging realm cultivator, the vigilance in his heart grew. The light beneath his feet grew faster, leaving a faintly discernible dark blue trail of light in the midst of the poisonous fog. Seeing that Lu Ping was about to reach the periphery of the fallen islands, Lu Ping's dignified expression suddenly changed. He turned his head to look at the poisonous fog beside him, and a 3-foot-long cyan light suddenly shot out from his eyes. A loud roar came from the poisonous mist. A tall and burly cultivator suddenly leaped out from the mist and swung a pair of huge copper hammers at Lu Ping. Lu Ping looked at the cultivator, who only had a thin layer of protective aura. The aura contained a few faint crimson filaments, as if it would break at any time. At a glance, Lu Ping understood that this cultivator should have taken a poison-repellent pill. However, the medicinal power hidden in the protective aura obviously could not support him to walk out of the fallen islands. However, Lu Ping flew past him at this time, so the burly cultivator naturally turned his attention to Lu Ping. A water light under Lu Ping's feet jumped up and made a splash in midair. Like a torrent making a sharp turn in midair, Lu Ping's figure passed through the pincer attack of the 2 copper hammers. Dang! A loud noise shook Lu Ping's ears, But Lu Ping did not stop at all. He continued to escape in the direction of the myriad poison sky wall. However, the burly cultivator behind him had obviously regarded Lu Ping as the last life-saving straw. Naturally, he would not give up so easily. The moment the two copper hammers collided, one of the copper hammers that was flying in the direction of Lu Ping took advantage of the collision force and chased after Lu Ping under the control of the cultivator. Seeing that Lu Ping was about to be hit from the back by the copper hammers, the burly cultivator's face suddenly showed a trace of joy, as if he saw a glimmer of hope to escape. Puff! Lu Ping's body was smashed by the copper hammers. The burly cultivator's face changed. He saw the smashed body of Lu Ping turn into a mass of water and sprinkle down from the sky. The real Lu Ping took advantage of the water escape force to fly a few dozen feet forward. The burly cultivator let out an angry roar and chased from behind again. At this time, the burly cultivator had reached the moment of life and death. Lu Ping in front of him was his only hope of survival. This 8th-level cultivator stimulated all the potential of his body. Blood began to flow out of his mouth and nose, and the light under his feet soared. Under the cover of the dark poisonous fog, he traveled a few dozen feet forward. When Lu Ping became aware of the burly cultivator's intentions, he had already thought of a countermeasure, which was to stall for time. This was because the burly cultivator couldn't afford to waste time. As long as he could stall for a period of time, the antidote in the burly cultivator's protective aura would run out. At that time, he could only use his true essence to resist the erosion of the poisonous fog. It wouldn't take long for the fallen archipelago to become a ghost. Of course, there was another important reason. Lu Ping didn't want to expose his 6th-level core forging cultivation. Once Lu Ping was forced to fight with the burly cultivator, the stone armor on Lu Ping's body would no longer be able to conceal his aura. Regardless of whether Lu Ping was a match for this 8th-level core forging cultivator, the mere exposure of his 6th-level core forging cultivation gave the burly cultivator infinite confidence. However, at this time Lu Ping had nowhere to hide. Not only did the burly cultivator stimulate his own potential, but he even risked the danger of his divine sense being eroded by the poisonous fog. He firmly locked on to Lu Ping's figure and swung a copper hammer at Lu Ping. Lu Ping turned around, and the golden sword light split the dark poisonous fog. At the same time, the fierce aura on his body disappeared. The burly cultivator's expression changed. From Lu Ping's aura, he actually felt an aura that was not weaker than a cultivator who had just advanced to the Dharma manifestation stage. That aura actually contained a trace of bloodline pressure. This was a situation that the burly cultivator had only encountered when facing a top-level demonic beast. Could this person be a top-level demonic beast that had just advanced to the Dharma manifestation stage? The burly cultivator's heart gradually sank, and at the same time, a feeling of despair suddenly welled up in his heart. Since I am going to die, even if I am not a match for you, don't think that you will have an easy time. The surface of the copper hammer suddenly burst out with a layer of blood-red light. Lu Ping looked at the copper hammer flying towards him and was startled. Why does this person want to risk his life so soon? Lu Ping didn't have much time to think. The golden scale sword slashed at the long handle of the copper hammer. Suddenly, the copper hammer lost its aim and spun to the side of Lu Ping. So you are only a mid-core forging stage cultivator. How dare you enter the fallen archipelago? The ignorant are truly fearless. The burly cultivator saw that the cultivator in front of him, who seemed to be at the Dharma manifestation stage, suddenly became a mid-core forging stage cultivator. After the great sorrow and joy, the burly cultivator was agitated and spat out a mouthful of blood again. Although the cultivator regretted that he had stimulated his own potential in order to risk his life and endured the severe pain of his divine sense being corroded, he didn't have much time to think about it now that there was a chance to escape. The other copper hammer appeared in his hand and he directly attacked Lu Ping. I think you are relying on the poison-repellent treasure on you. If you can hand over the treasure, I will not only spare your life, but also take you out of the myriad poison firmament wall. What do you think? The burly cultivator tried to persuade Lu Ping, but the two copper hammers in his hands didn't show any mercy. They smashed towards Lu Ping with all their strength. He simply wanted to end the battle quickly. There was no room for negotiation. If Lu Ping hesitated because he was afraid of the burly cultivator's cultivation, He might be smashed into a pile of mud by the burly cultivator. Lu Ping didn't fight the burly cultivator head-on. Instead, he kept dodging up and down, trying to avoid the burly cultivator's frontal attacks as much as possible. Only when he was forced to do so would he use the golden scale sword to block the heavy copper hammers. In the blink of an eye, the burly cultivator launched more than 20 continuous attacks. Although Lu Ping was always at a disadvantage, he kept defending. After advancing to the 6th layer of core forging stage, Lu Ping actually had the strength to fight against an 8th layer core forging stage cultivator? How could this be? The burly cultivator never dreamed that a mid-stage core forging stage cultivator in front of him could fight with him for such a long time. The trace of joy in his heart gradually faded as time dragged on. Lu Ping watched as the burly cultivator's moves gradually became chaotic. Although there was still a trace of scarlet silk left in the aura shield, the burly cultivator had lost the last bit of hope. A pair of blood-red eyes stared at Lu Ping with a face full of madness. Lu Ping's heart skipped a beat and he cursed inwardly. He immediately turned into a stream of water and fled into the distance. Chapter 572. Lu Ping, who was flying backwards, formed a series of hand seals. Lu Ping, who was originally only using the meteoric vital energy shield of myriad poison to protect his body, suddenly blossomed with a 6th-grade lotus flower. A broken flag slowly rose up from the top of Lu Ping's head. At that moment, the stalwart cultivator, who was hot on his tail, had gone completely mad. A clump of white mist surged out and a massive great white shark poked its head out from the mist. It cast a resentful glance at Lu Ping. Then its nearly 2 zhang long body suddenly exploded into a mist of blood. Before the muffled sound of the great white shark's self-destruction could be heard, the erupting mist of blood had already swept towards Lu Ping. Lu Ping did his best to fly backwards. The 6-layered astral energy shield was instantly riddled with holes. The water control flag fluttered and a black curtain of light with a hint of blue light poured down. White lotus flowers floated above the curtain of light, constantly repairing Lu Ping's astral energy shield and resisting the invasion of the erupting mist of blood. Lu Ping's face was pale. The primary energy within his body was like a broken dam as it surged towards the astral energy shield. However, his expression remained calm. Lu Ping spread out his left palm and a purple flame appeared on his palm. Lu Ping pushed his palm forward and the eastern purple chi flame immediately transformed into a wave of fire, burning away a large amount of the mist of blood. However, this was not enough. Lu Ping's right palm immediately spun, and the violent dark prism poisonous fire transformed into a wall of fire in front of Lu Ping. Together with the eastern purple chi flame, the wall of fire resisted the blood mist that was spreading towards Lu Ping. Lu Ping's means were naturally not limited to this. A small gourd suddenly rose from behind Lu Ping. The gourd rotated slowly in the air as if it was brewing something. After a moment, the mouth of the gourd suddenly crackled and a ball of colorful lightning burst out from the gourd. Countless colorful lightning raged in the blood mist. Lu Ping suddenly felt the pressure on him lighten. The self-destruction of the great white shark, an 8th-level core forging realm beast cultivator, was not able to drag Lu Ping down with it, even though Lu Ping was prepared for it. Lu Ping looked at the center of the self-destruction and sighed with regret. The burly cultivator's self-destruction had also blown up the storage magic tool he carried. However, Lu Ping's eyes lit up and a long whip appeared in his hand. Lu Ping threw it into the depths of the poisonous mist and heard a few clanging sounds. The pair of copper hammers used by the burly cultivator were entangled by Lu Ping's long whip. Lu Ping caught the pair of copper hammers with both hands and his face was filled with joy. He felt a strong sense of rejection from the copper hammers. Lu Ping's primary energy mixed with his divine sense suddenly poured into the copper hammers. Lu Ping felt that the rejection from the copper hammers suddenly weakened. The pair of copper hammers was clearly the burly cultivator's life-bound magic treasure. Additionally, the burly cultivator had refined them with 6 Dao talismans, reaching the pinnacle of spirit-linking magic treasures. Although Lu Ping was not proficient in artifact crafting, he had an alchemy grandmaster as a good friend. Thus he was able to appraise magic treasures. The quality of the pair of copper hammers had been refined to a high level by the burly cultivator. Clearly, the burly cultivator had already made preparations for the copper hammers to advance to the spirit-nurturing grade. Unfortunately, he was unlucky and ended up falling within the Great Fallen Archipelago. After going through the frenzied pursuit of the dying cultivator, Lu Ping became even more cautious. Lu Ping did his best to retract the layer of light radiating from his body to reduce the temptation to others. At the same time, he did his best to make his way out of the myriad poison firmament wall. Fortunately, Lu Ping did not encounter another situation similar to the burly cultivators. Thus, he managed to reach the myriad poison firmament wall without any mishaps. By then, the myriad poison firmament wall had almost become invisible. Lu Ping dared not be negligent. He slammed his head into the myriad poison firmament wall and left the Great Fallen Archipelago. The moment Lu Ping appeared outside the myriad poison firmament wall, he was shocked. However, Lu Ping did his best to hide his aura. The corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. A wave of divine sense surged out from his body, suppressing everything around him. After that, Lu Ping flew towards the location of the illusionary spirit formation. Not long after Lu Ping left, the void flashed and 7 or 8 cultivators appeared from various directions. They were standing in the middle of the position Lu Ping had just emerged from. 5 of them were late-stage core forging cultivators while the remaining 3 were at the 5th or 6th layer of core forging. A short and burly cultivator with a shaggy beard spat out a mouthful of phlegm towards the sea and cursed fiercely. "Damn it, I actually bumped into a Dharma cultivator." A few feet away from the short and burly cultivator, a cultivator with a gentle face waved a folding fan and said with a smile, "Big tiger beard, you should be glad that he didn't attack you. Otherwise, how many of us can survive?" The short and burly cultivator with a long beard, Big tiger beard, snorted twice. He looked quite indignant, but he did not say anything. Instead, a cultivator with a missing ear beside him said with some regret, "That's not necessarily true." That cultivator was in a hurry and his face was pale. Obviously, he also suffered a lot in the Great Fallen Archipelago. Otherwise, with his Dharma phase cultivation, how could he let us go after discovering our ambush? The cultivator with a folding fan sneered, "You still want to fight with Dharma phase Laozu? Don't forget the news we received 6 hours ago." Another group of cultivators who were doing the same thing as us ambushed a heavily injured Dharma phase female cultivator. What happened to her in the end? Everyone's expressions changed when they heard the cultivator with the folding fan. Seeing that no one spoke, the cultivator with the folding fan sneered in his heart and said, "How can we speculate about the power of a Dharma phase cultivator? That person may really be an arrow at the end of its flight, but his trump card is enough to kill or injure more than half of us. We may not even be able to stop him." Lu Ping once again deceived a group of cultivators with bad intentions. He simply dived into the sea. The jade water moon pearl shone above his head and the blue inner yuan merged with the seawater around Lu Ping. Lu Ping's figure suddenly became faster and more agile in the sea than in the sky. In the blink of an eye, he was tens of miles away. In Fantasy Spirit City, Spiritual Master Xian Su and Spiritual Master Xian San were hurrying toward Jinling's temporary cave. "Uncle Masters, is Uncle Master Tianqin back?" Spiritual Master Xian Su and Spiritual Master Xian San raised their heads and looked in the direction of the voice. They saw Lu Ping looking at the two of them with a smile. However, due to the loss of inner yuan, his pale face revealed Lu Ping's current state. Spiritual Master Xian Su's face lit up and he said, "Nephew Lu, you're back at the right time." Spiritual Master Xian San nudged Spiritual Master Xian Su and turned to Lu Ping and said in a low voice, "Nephew Lu, let's go back to the cave and talk." Lu Ping saw the two serious expressions and thought for a moment. He quickly walked forward and said in a low voice, "Is there something wrong with Uncle Master Tianqin?" Spiritual Master Xian San said with some surprise, "Nephew Lu, even if your Uncle Master Xian Su and I enter the perished archipelago, why do you dare to enter it yourself?" Although Spiritual Master Xian Sen's words were full of reproach, there was a look of admiration in his eyes. Lu Ping nodded and smiled. Uncle Master is right. This disciple was purely driven by curiosity and indeed did not think it through. Spiritual Master Xian Su quickly waved his hand and said, all right, Junior brother Xian Xian. Didn't you already want to go to the perished archipelago to see what was going on? Although you're saying it now, you don't know how envious you are in your heart." Spiritual Master Xian Su then turned to Lu Ping and said, Nephew Lu, you also have to be careful in the future. Don't always act first and report later. By the time we receive your sound transmission magic sword, you would have already entered the perished archipelago. We wouldn't be able to stop you in time even if we wanted to. Lu Ping quickly agreed. Spiritual Master Xian Su saw that he had achieved his goal and quickly said, Junior sister Tianqin was seriously injured in the perished archipelago. She told you to go see her as soon as you return. When Lu Ping heard that Tianqin Laozu was injured, his expression became a bit more serious. He nodded in agreement and followed the two into the cave residence. Tianqin Laozu looked pale as she sat there cross-legged. Lu Ping was shocked to see her like this. Tianqin Laozu didn't wait for Lu Ping to speak and coldly snorted. You are indeed a good disciple taught by Lu Tianling. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You dare to enter the myriad poisoned sky wall with such a small cultivation? Do you really not know how the word death is written? Lu Ping didn't know why Tianqin Laozu's expression changed, but he still solemnly thanked Tianqin Laozu for everything she had done for him in the perished archipelago. Then Lu Ping narrated what he had seen and heard in the secret plane. Of course, Lu Ping didn't say anything about the Longhuai ancestor. He only told Tianqin Laozu, Spiritual Master Xian Su, and Spiritual Master Xian Sun that the secret plane could trigger an opportunity to advance to the late stage of core forging realm, as well as the possibility of producing myriad wonder dew, living soil, and other heavenly materials and earthly treasures. After listening to Lu Ping's narration, Tianqin Laozu's expression didn't change, but she didn't say anything. She seemed to be thinking about something. Spiritual Master Xian Su and Spiritual Master Xian Sun were surprised by the news that Lu Ping brought back, especially when they heard that Xianling sect, under the leadership of the Crystal Palace, had also participated in this trip to the secret plane. Their faces were even more worried. Xianling sect's matter is nothing to worry about. Whether a sect can develop and grow has never depended on external forces. Although Dao Yan participated in the Crystal Palace's operation, with Dao Yan's identity, how many benefits will the Crystal Palace give him? Spiritual Master Xian San pondered for a moment and said, What senior sister Tianqin said is true, but the Crystal Palace is rich and overbearing. If they really support Xianling sect, they don't need to support Xianling sect to become the #1 sect in the North Sea. They only need to let Xianling sect keep harassing our sect, making it impossible for us to develop normally, and their goal will be achieved. Now, in addition to the Crystal Palace's blatant intervention in the North Sea's affairs, there seemed to be forces in the Middle Earth and the South Sea. The Blue Sea sect and the Blue Waves sect merged and became the third largest sect in the North Sea. At this time, the situation in the North Sea can be said to be unpredictable. Ai Zhenling can be said to be treading on thin ice in the North Sea. Chapter 573. I just don't know who the late core forging adept from Xianling sect who followed Dao Yan into the fallen archipelago is. I also don't know if this person has already made use of the opportunity provided by the secret land to break through his cultivation. I also don't know how much Xianling sect has gained from following the Crystal Palace in the secret land. Compared to Xian San, Enlightened Master Xian Su was more concerned about Xianling sect's gains. Haha. Just as Enlightened Master Xian Su and Enlightened Master Xian San were worried about the situation in the North Sea because of the alliance between Xianling sect and the Crystal Palace, Lyra Laozu, who was sitting in the upper seat, suddenly laughed out loud. Enlightened Master Xian Su hesitated for a moment, then forced a smile and said, Junior sister, why are you laughing? Have you thought of a countermeasure? Lyra Laozu giggled and said, We don't need to worry about these things. She Lu Tianling is now a Dharma adept and a deacon of our sect. Naturally, she exercises the power of the sect leader. Of course, it's her turn to worry about these things. What does it have to do with us? Enlightened Master Xian Su was stunned by Lyra Laozu's words and did not know how to answer. Enlightened Master Xian San smiled bitterly and shook his head, not saying anything. Lu Ping sat expressionlessly at the lower seat, as if he did not hear what was said at all. Lyra Laozu looked at Lu Ping and said, Is there anything else? Lu Ping bowed to Lyra Laozu very solemnly and said, I wonder if Uncle Master has a wood-based, low-grade earth-level spirit item? Lyra Laozu raised her head and glanced at Lu Ping, then asked casually, Why do you want it? Lu Ping shook his head and said, I don't dare to reap without sowing. I want to trade. Tianqin Laozu smiled casually and said, It seems that you were lucky enough to survive the fallen archipelago and obtain some treasures. That's right, I heard that you have the reputation of the treasure boy in our sect. Relying on Lu Tianling's support, you learned a few spells and abilities. Among the third-generation disciples, you opened up a small Huangli island and even managed to invite the hypocrite Zhang Tianlin to oversee it. If that's the case, then it's naturally very easy to exchange for a low earth level spirit item. Lu Ping's expression remained unchanged. Lu Ping pretended not to hear the sarcasm in Lyra Laozu's words. When Tianqin Laozu saw that Lu Ping didn't respond to her provocation, she immediately felt bored and asked, What do you want to trade? If it's also a low earth level spirit item, then it's better not to open your mouth. This Laozu doesn't care about low earth level spirit items. Lu Ping had 2 portions of the Heaven Gang golden liquid in his hands. It was a low earth level metal attribute spirit item. It was suitable to exchange 1 portion for a wood attribute spirit item of the same grade. Unexpectedly, when Tianqin Laozu said this, Lu Ping didn't expect it. Lu Ping looked up and found that Tianqin Laozu was looking at Lu Ping with interest. His eyes flashed with ridicule. Obviously, he was deliberately making things difficult for him. At the side, Spiritual Master Xian Su and Spiritual Master Xian Sin also had smiles on their faces. Their expressions actually had a trace of anticipation. It was obvious that they also wanted to see if Lu Ping could take out an item that would interest Fa Xiang Laozu. Lu Ping thought about it. After entering the Fallen Great Archipelago, especially after meeting the Longhuai ancestor in the secret ground, he had plenty of treasures that could be exchanged for an earth-level spirit item. He believed that whether it was 1 or 2 drops of Wonder Dew, or half a bottle of amethyst royal jelly, Lu Ping believed that Tianqin Laozu would have no reason to refuse. Lu Ping's divine perception went back and forth between the storage ring and the golden house a few times. His divine perception suddenly locked onto an item, and his eyes instantly lit up. He thought to himself, how can I almost forget about this item? With a plan in mind, Lu Ping immediately chuckled and said, Martial Uncle, why don't you take a look at this item? Spiritual Master Xian Su and Spiritual Master Xian Sin looked over and saw Lu Ping taking out a piece of yellow ore that was the size of a skull and had a metallic luster. For a moment they couldn't recognize the origin of this item. When Tianqin Laozu saw Lu Ping taking out the ore, his eyes shot out a ray of light. There was a flash of joy on his face as he asked in a deep voice, I didn't expect you to actually have this item. Where did you get it? Lu Ping smiled and said, This disciple is also lucky. This disciple was collecting spirit herbs in the Fallen Great Archipelago's sea region by accident. Spiritual Master Xian Su was speechless and said, Martial Nephew Lu, you are actually able to enter the Fallen Great Archipelago's sea region? Only Fa Xiang Laozu can infiltrate that place for a long time. There wasn't much surprise on Tianqin Laozu's face because Lu Ping used the tiger's might to scare away Eastern Pole Laozu and help Tianqin Laozu get rid of Eastern Pole Laozu's entanglement. At that time, Lu Ping was at the bottom of the Fallen Great Archipelago. Without waiting for Lu Ping to reply, Spiritual Master Xian Sen suddenly let out an ah and said, I remember now. This 1000 sand copper is an essential item to refine a top-grade alchemy furnace. Although its rank isn't high, it is extremely rare. Its value isn't below that of an earth-grade spirit item. Using this item to exchange for a wood attribute low-grade earth-grade spirit item is more than enough. Spiritual Master Xian Sen's last sentence was actually directed at Tianqin Laozu. How could Tianqin Laozu not understand the meaning behind Spiritual Master Xian Sen's words? He glanced at Spiritual Master Xian Sen and said, Junior brother Xian Sun, I know that this brat has done you a great favor, but there is no need to speak up for him so blatantly. Spiritual Master Xian Sen's thoughts were seen through by Spiritual Master Xian Sun, but there wasn't much embarrassment on his face. Instead, he smiled and said, This brat has a lover who is senior sister Xian Chen's favorite disciple. She has always been managing Huangli Island for him. Right now, she is also at the 3rd layer of the core forging realm. I'm afraid that this brat is preparing for a rainy day to please a beauty. Spiritual Master Xian Sen's thoughts were seen through by Spiritual Master Xian San, and a rare blush appeared on his face. Tianqin Laozu let out an oh sound and indifferently looked at Lu Ping. She said, Our sect originally had 3 top-grade alchemy furnaces. Unfortunately, one of them had been used for a long time and suffered heavy damage during an attempt to upgrade it to a magic treasure. All these years we haven't been able to repair it. It is precisely because we lack a high-quality 1000 sandcopper. Your 1000 sandcopper came at the right time. Once this top-grade alchemy furnace is repaired, our sect's foundation will increase by another level. Lu Ping's heart was filled with joy. Tianqin Laozu had agreed to exchange for a wood attribute low-grade earth-grade spirit item with him. However, Tianqin Laozu's words caused Lu Ping to unconsciously frown. Seeing this, Tianqin Laozu's expression became even more playful. He said, "The value of this piece of 1000 sandcopper far exceeds that of a low-grade earth-grade spirit item. Since you insist on exchanging for it, Martial Uncle can't discourage this junior's enthusiasm for serving the sect. Here is a piece of heavy crow wood. It's even more valuable than a normal piece of heavy crow wood. Take it and give it to your little lover." Lu Ping handed the 1000 sandcopper over to Tianqin Laozu. Then he carefully placed the heavy crow wood into a jade box. After pasting a spirit sealing talisman on the outside, he stored it in his storage ring. Tianqin Laozu also roughly recounted his experiences on the Fallen Archipelago to perfected Xian San and perfected Xian Su. When they heard that Tianqin Laozu had actually obtained a heaven-grade spirit item, the Xiantian evil wood in the Fallen Archipelago, the two were overjoyed. Especially perfected Xian San, who even had a hint of excitement on his face. Perfected Xian San practiced a wood attribute technique. The Xiantian evil wood was the most suitable for him to condense a high-grade golden core. However, if he wanted to deal with a heaven-grade spirit item, he usually had to obtain the approval of the few Laozu in the sect. After all, perfected Xian Sun was still quite a distance away from the great completion of the 9th stage of the core forging realm. There were still many variables in the process. This piece of Xiantian evil wood could only be said to give him the greatest hope of obtaining it. After hearing that the easternmost Laozu had chased after Tianqin because of the Xiantian evil wood, but had been forced to retreat by Lu Ping, who pretended to be a Dharma adept, the two looked at Lu Ping with increasingly strange gazes. This made Lu Ping feel rather helpless. During the battle between the easternmost Laozu and Tianqin Laozu, the underwater volcano had exploded. During that time, the high-grade earth-grade spirit item, the earthly blood flame, was also obtained by Tianqin Laozu. Perfected Xian Su laughed and said, "The earthly blood flame? Junior sister is really lucky." In this way, the spirit item that Xian Hui needs to smelt to advance to the late core forging realm will be settled. While the few of them were talking about the earthly blood flame, Lu Ping's divine will entered the House of Gold. In a valley behind the little lonely mountain, a bright red flame was slowly burning. If Tianqin Laozu was here, he would definitely be able to tell at a glance that this bright red flame was the earthly blood flame that had erupted from underground along with the earthly blood flame. At this time, Lu Qiner was happily dancing around this earthly blood flame. This was because Lu Ping had previously promised Lu Qiner that he would use this earthly blood flame to smelt her shield of vigor. However, this earthly blood flame and the earthly blood flame had been brewing underground for many years before it was accidentally ignited during the battle between Tianqin Laozu and the easternmost Laozu. The essence of the flame contained within it was something that Lu Qiner, who had inherited from Yan Wujiu, could not completely refine. When Spiritual Master Xian Su and Spiritual Master Xian Sen heard Tianqin Laozu say that she and Lu Ping, who was pretending to be a Dharma adept, helped the Heavenly Moon sect and the Carefree sect confront the Yuan clan, and obtained a high-grade earthly level wind attribute spirit item. Although the two of them felt a little regretful, they still smiled and said, "Senior sister's trip to the Fallen Great Islands can be said to be fruitful. This whirlwind feather is really lucky for Zhang Xianbei." This time, among the third-generation disciples at the peak of the 6th level of the core forging realm, 5 of them have obtained suitable spirit items to advance to the late core forging realm. I believe that before long, our sect will have 5 more late core forging realm adepts. After coming out of the cave, senior sister Li Xuanru walked over and gave Lu Ping a jade slip saying, "This is what junior brother Xianchu asked me to give to you." After giving me this jade slip, he hurriedly left. Lu Ping looked through the contents of the jade slip, then raised his head and said, "I need to return to Soundwave Island as soon as possible." Chapter 574. Lu Ping didn't hide the faction he established in the fallen mystic realm from the sect. He even got Tianxiang Laozu's secret support, even though Lu Ping's faction was just one of the 72 small factions under the Northern Alliance. Li Xuanru heard Lu Ping's urgency and quickly asked, "Did something happen on the island? Do you need me to go with you? Should I inform Jingzhe Island's Uncle Master Tianxiang and the seniors of our sect?" Lu Ping was touched, but he shook his head and smiled. "Senior apprentice sister, it's not that serious. It's an old friend who came to visit. I've received his kindness in the past, so I can't be impolite. I should welcome him personally." It had been a few decades since Qi Lianing left Listening Waves Island. Qi Lianing stuck to the plan Lu Ping set before he left, keeping a low profile and doing his best to manage the island. After a few decades, Qi Lianing and the others had managed Listening Waves Island and the nearby islands to a thriving state. With the alchemy grandmaster Yu Zhongrui, the cultivators on Listening Waves Island had also established a relatively complete cultivation system. On this day, a streak of light arrived outside Soundwave Island. Several cultivators patrolling outside the island immediately stopped in the sky and looked at the streak of light that had slowed down and was slowly descending towards them. When a young cultivator in his 20s walked out from the light, the patrolling cultivator scanned him with his divine sense. His face turned solemn and he quickly bowed. "Greetings, Senior. May I know why Senior is here on Soundwave Island? I can report to my superiors." Lu Ping looked at the cultivators in front of him. They were all blood condensation cultivators. The leader was at mid-blood condensation while the other four were early blood condensation cultivators. Zhang Tu, a cultivator with a delicate face, suddenly appeared behind the leader. He pointed at Lu Ping and said excitedly, He's the Island Lord." "Island Lord?" Not only Zhang Tu but the other cultivators also looked at Lu Ping in surprise. "Island Lord? No way, I heard our Soundwave Island Lord has been traveling the world for decades. Scarlet Serpent Fairy has always been in charge of the island. Little Sima, are you sure this is the Island Lord?" Lu Ping looked at the young cultivator in front of him and smiled. "Little Sima, I didn't expect it to be you. Didn't I arrange for you to be an apprentice in the Li Clan Spirit Herb Shop? Why are you here on Soundwave Island?" The one who recognized Lu Ping was Lu Ping's young guide boy, Little Sima. At the time, Little Sima was only 6 or 7 years old, but his mind was very clear. He always wanted to learn skills from Lu Ping, but Lu Ping didn't like Little Sima's shrewdness at such a young age. Thus, he only casually passed on some knowledge of spirit herbs to him, and asked the Li clan to arrange a position for him as a clerk in a spirit herb shop. This could be considered as giving him a starting point. As Little Sima saw that Lu Ping actually recognized him, he trembled with excitement. He quickly bowed and said, "Several years ago when the Carefree faction was established, the Li clan joined the Carefree faction. The entire clan moved to Carefree Island where the Carefree faction was founded. This junior is only an apprentice and doesn't have the qualifications to follow the Li clan to Carefree Island. This junior knows that Soundwave Island is the influence that Senior established, so I decided to join Senior." As Lu Ping heard Little Sima's words, he was surprised. The Li clan actually left Three Family Island? Does that mean that the forces sent by the Carefree faction are now stationed on Three Family Island? Little Sima said with admiration, "That's right. Currently, the Carefree faction has established a Carefree pavilion on Three Family Island. There are 2 core Forging Realm cultivators and over 20 Blood Condensation Realm cultivators guarding the territory of the Li clan." Lu Ping nodded. He turned to the cultivator leading the group of 5 and said, "Go and tell Qi Lianing that we have returned." The cultivator leading the group bowed towards Lu Ping and said, "Senior, please wait a moment." As he spoke, he turned and flew towards Soundwave Island. Soundwave Island was originally the name of the 18 small islands in the periphery of the fallen mystic realm. However, after Lu Ping expelled the Wang clan's forces from Tsongling Island, Lu Ping moved his clan's base to Tsongling Island. Thus, Tsongling Island was renamed Soundwave Island. A moment later, dozens of rays of light suddenly rose from Soundwave Island and flew towards Lu Ping. A green light flashed in Lu Ping's eyes, and the corner of his mouth suddenly curved into a smile. These dozens of rays of light were led by Hong Ying, Yi Buqi, Wu Yan and the others. They were all the original members of Lu Ping's group. Currently, Hongying and Yibuki were both at Core Forging Realm Level 2. However, Yibuki had obviously caught up and was not far from breaking through to Core Forging Realm Level 3. Wu Yan was still at Core Forging Realm Level 1. With his aptitude, it was already Lu Ping's special method that allowed him to advance to Core Forging Realm. If he wanted to advance further, it was almost impossible for him to rely on his own hard work. Among Yibuki's 6 brothers, 2 had also advanced to Core Forging Realm, which made Lu Ping feel very gratified. From afar, everyone saw Lu Ping hovering in the sky with his hands clasped behind his back. Hongying and Wu Yan were overjoyed. They hurriedly stepped forward and kowtowed, saying, "Greetings, Master. We haven't seen each other for decades. Is Master well?" Lu Ping chuckled and waved his sleeves. Hongying and the others suddenly felt their bodies being lifted by an irresistible force. In their hearts, they were even more in awe of Lu Ping's unfathomable strength. Lu Ping walked forward, and Yibuki also hurriedly saluted. Lu Ping looked at Yibuki and said, "Your cultivation is about to break through to Core Forging Realm Level 3. Not bad. You cultivate a metal attribute cultivation method. If you reach the peak of Core Forging Realm, I will give you an opportunity to see if you can advance to Core Forging Realm Level 2. If you can advance to Core Forging Realm Level 2, I will recommend you to our sect as an outer disciple." Hongying and Yibuki's brothers revealed envious expressions. Only Wu Yan's expression was calm. He knew that he couldn't even advance to the Core Forging stage. Now, he was lucky enough to advance to the Core Forging stage. As for advancing to the Mid-Core Forging stage, Wu Yan had never thought about it. Since Lu Ping had such a guarantee, the opportunity Lu Ping was talking about naturally referred to the Heaven and Earth Spirit Treasure. Advancing to Core Forging Realm Level 2 and becoming Jinling's outer disciple meant that Lu Ping would remove the restriction placed on Yibuki's divine sense and restore his freedom. In the past, Lu Ping built Soundwave's Island with his bare hands, but he didn't have anyone he could trust. He could only use Hongying, Wu Yan, Yibuki, and the others to plant restrictions in their divine senses using a secret technique. He controlled their lives so that Lu Ping could command them without worry. Now, Lu Ping's cultivation was gradually increasing. With the help of Qi Lianing and Yin Xianchu, he was able to control Soundwave's Island more and more easily. Hongying and the others had also completely integrated into Lu Ping's system. Lu Ping was not afraid that after he removed the restriction on them, they would have second thoughts again. When he arrived at Soundwave's Island, Qi Lianing, Yin Xianchu, and Yu Zhongrui were already waiting outside the cave residence. When Lu Ping saw Yu Zhongrui, he laughed and said, "Brother Yu, the 10-year period has long passed, but Brother Yu still stayed. I can't thank you enough." Yu Zhongrui smiled and said, "You don't need to thank me. I can stay on the island completely because of Miss Qi Lianing. Now, not only me, but even the younger generation of my family has come to Soundwave's Island. My Yu clan is already a part of Soundwave's Island." Lu Ping looked at Qi Lianing with admiration, but he still said to Yu Zhongrui, "In any case, Brother Yu, as an alchemy grandmaster, joining a small force like Soundwave's Island is more or less a waste of your talent." After exchanging greetings, Qi Lianing sent everyone away to perform their duties, leaving only Yu Zhongrui, Yin Xianchu, Hongying, and the other high-level cultivators of Soundwave's Island. Only then did Lu Ping ask, "Where is he? How long has he been here?" Qi Lianing said, "He arrived at Soundwave's Island after the Phantom Auction, and has been staying on Soundwave's Island ever since. When we received the news from Hongying, you should have just entered the Fallen Archipelago. However, he has not left Soundwave's Island and has been waiting for you to return." Lu Ping nodded and took the lead to walk into the cave mansion. As soon as Lu Ping stepped into the cave mansion, a wave of spiritual qi hit him in the face. Lu Ping sensed it for a while and said in surprise, "What a rich spiritual qi. There must be more than 3 small spiritual veins in the cave mansion, right?" Qi Lianing giggled and said, "A total of 4, one of which especially led to the secret room where that person is." Wu Yan also chimed in at this time, "Our Listening Waves Island has been developing steadily over the years. Not only do we have 4 small spiritual veins on the island, but the other mini islands under our control have also cultivated at least 1 small spiritual vein each. Now, the mini islands under our jurisdiction have become famous treasure islands in the periphery of the Fallen Secret Land. Not bad. Lu Ping smiled with satisfaction. As they spoke, they arrived outside a secret room in the cave mansion. This was the secret room that Lu Ping used when he was on Soundwave's island. Lu Ping looked at the few people behind him, and Qi Lianing and the others all left. Lu Ping turned to the door of the secret room and said loudly, "Senior, are you inside? Junior Lu Ping is here." Oh, a hearty laugh came from the secret room. "Lu Xiaoyu is here? The old man has been waiting for you for a long time." Lu Ping reached out and pushed the stone door open. A heat wave that could turn ordinary people into ashes rushed out from the secret room. A layer of dark blue light immediately appeared on the surface of Lu Ping's body. The incandescent heat wave rushed in front of Lu Ping, and was immediately blocked by the blue light. Could not hurt Lu Ping at all. The incandescent heat wave rushed out from the stone door. Although it could not hurt Lu Ping, the heat wave raged and the entire passageway was instantly shrouded in high temperature. The blue light on the surface of Lu Ping's body surged and a cool feeling spread out. A layer of white fog immediately filled the cave mansion. The heat wave that rushed out from the secret room was immediately suppressed and shrank back into the secret room. "I haven't seen you for decades. Lu Xiaoyu's cultivation has improved greatly. Congratulations." An old man wearing a feather robe was sitting cross-legged opposite the stone door of the secret room. In front of him was a meter-long pill cauldron that was emitting white smoke. Chapter 575. Senior Yin, you've come from afar. I failed to welcome you and wasted so much of your time. I hope Senior won't blame me for my lack of manners. The old man in front of him was the alchemist of the Fire Phoenix clan, Yin Wujiu, who had entrusted Luan Yu to Lu Ping. At this time, Lu Ping could tell from Yin Wujiu's unfathomable aura that this demon alchemist had long since advanced to the Dharma stage. I must congratulate Senior for successfully advancing to the Dharma stage and becoming a Dharma Lao Zu. Yin Wujiu smiled at Lu Ping and said, "Let's wait for half a day and wait for the old man to finish refining this cauldron of elixirs." Lu Ping heard this and sat cross-legged to the side, at the same time focusing all his attention on Yin Wujiu Laozu refining elixirs. This cauldron of elixirs should be at the final stage of solidification, but Yin Wujiu said that he still needed half a day to finish. Lu Ping knew that this cauldron of elixirs should be Dharma stage elixirs, otherwise the final stage of alchemy would definitely not last for so long. Lu Ping thought for a moment and reached out to draw a line in front of him. A golden door appeared, and Luan Yu walked out from the door with some confusion. He raised his head just in time to see Yin Wujiu smiling at him. Luan Yu's expression immediately became excited. Lu Ping saw this from the side and reached out to pat him on the shoulder. At this time, Luan Yu noticed that the 1-meter-tall cauldron in front of Yin Wujiu was spitting out a thick white mist. At this time, Yin Wujiu and Laozu could not disturb him. Luan Yu finally calmed his emotions and sat down with Lu Ping in the secret room to observe Yin Wujiu Laozu refining elixirs. At this time, Lu Ping's alchemy skills were only a step away from becoming an alchemy grandmaster. Watching Yin Wujiu refine a Dharma adept pill was like a timely rain to Lu Ping. Although Luan Yu's alchemy skills were not as good as Lu Ping's, watching an alchemy grandmaster refine pills was something that could only be encountered by chance and not sought after. To Luan Yu, this was also a great benefit. Half a day later, Yin Wujiu stretched out his palm and patted the bright red pill furnace in front of him. A muffled sound suddenly came from the pill furnace, and its lid flew up. A few clear whistles came from the pill furnace, and 5 pills of different colors flew out from the pill furnace in a row, flying in different directions. Yin Wujiu Laozu had long set up a net of restrictive spells around the secret room before opening the pill furnace. However, in the instant that these pills were blocked by the restrictive spells, a flame suddenly ignited on the surface of each pill. The flame rushed towards the invisible restrictive spells, and actually burned the restrictive spells to the point that they continuously emitted crackling sounds. However, these restrictive spells had clearly been specially reinforced by Yin Wujiu Laozu. Although the power of the small flames that ignited on the surface of the pills was not any weaker than a spirit fire of heaven and earth, they did not have much power to carry on, and were unable to burn through the restrictive spells at all. After each pill exploded into flames, the different colors that had originally been on the surface of each pill suddenly disappeared, and all 5 pills returned to their original silvery white luster. Lu Ping knew that the burning flames were the last bit of poison that was contained within the Dharma stage pills. Dharma stage pills were different from other types of pills. Dharma stage pills were known as spotless, but it was extremely difficult to make every single pill completely spotless. Thus, some alchemists came up with this method. When a Dharma stage pill was about to escape from the furnace, they would purposely infuse a bit of the power of the spirit fire into the medicinal poison that had already been refined by the alchemist. Then, using the external force of the pill's attack on the restrictive spells, the power of the spirit fire would cause the medicinal poison to erupt out, and the pill itself would be cleansed. Of course, in this way, the power of the elixir would also increase greatly when it escaped from the furnace. If the barrier that the alchemist had set up could not stop the impact of the elixir, then the alchemist could only watch as the elixir of the Dharma stage escaped and slowly dissipated in the world. Yan Wujiu Laozu calmly took out a jade bottle from his storage ritual implement, formed a spell with both hands, and shouted clearly, "Keep!" The jade bottle suddenly emitted a suction force, and the 5 pills that were rushing out seemed to be suddenly drawn in. The pills that were rushing out with all their might slowly retreated back into the jade bottle. After keeping the 5 pills, Yan Wujiu Laozu plugged the mouth of the jade bottle, and used a few spells to seal the bottle before keeping the jade bottle. Immediately afterward, Yan Wujiu Laozu pointed at the pill furnace on the ground, and the top-grade pill furnace suddenly shrank to the size of a palm. Yan Wujiu Laozu then drew a line in front of him, and a pitch-black hole appeared, and the pill furnace immediately disappeared into the hole. At the same time that the pill furnace disappeared, a white fire seed the size of an egg was left behind. Lu Ping couldn't clearly see the grade of this fire seed, but Lu Ping knew that this fire seed's grade was definitely not lower than a heaven-tier spirit item. The fire seed flew up, and Yan Wujiu Laozu swallowed it in one gulp. Luan Yu hurriedly stepped forward to greet Yan Wujiu. Yan Wujiu Laozu looked at Luan Yu in front of him, and he was pleasantly surprised but also a little worried. He asked, "In just a few short decades, your cultivation has actually reached the 4th stage of the core forging realm. What kind of spirit item did you fuse with when you reached the mid-stage of the core forging realm?" Luan Yu smiled and said, "When this disciple broke through, I fused with a low-grade earth-tier spirit item that I obtained from Brother Lu. Although it is not enough, it is more than half." "Only a low-grade earth-tier spirit item?" Yan Wujiu's expression was a little disappointed, but he quickly smiled and said, "Although a low-grade earth-tier spirit item is a little unsatisfactory, it is barely enough. This time, I originally brought a mid-grade earth-tier spirit item for you to smelt. Obviously it is no longer of use now, but I also refined a few elixirs that can help cultivators smelt high-grade spirit items. Although they are far from being comparable to the famous spirit forging elixir that shook the world of cultivation, they are still not bad in the world of cultivation. With the help of these 3 elixirs, you can further slow down your cultivation speed and focus more on strengthening your foundation. Although it may take twice the effort for half the result, when you truly reach the peak of the 6th stage of the core forging realm, you will be able to fight to smelt 2 high-grade earth-tier spirit items. This way, when you reach the peak of the core forging realm, you will be able to smelt a mid-grade heaven-tier spirit item and form an 8th-grade golden elixir or above. Only then will you have a chance to glimpse the late Dharma stage in the future." Luan Yu saw that Yan Wujiu was a little disappointed because he had smelted a low-grade earth-tier spirit item in advance, but he did not blame him in the slightest. Instead, he was even more cautious in planning for his own cultivation. Luan Yu was even more moved in her heart, but she still smiled and said, "Granduncle, do you know what the low-grade earth-tier spirit item that I smelted was?" Yan Wujiu's expression froze and he blurted out, "What spirit item was it?" Luan Yu glanced at Lu Ping, who had fallen into deep thought while watching Yan Wujiu refine elixirs, and said, "It was the psychic wood that Brother Lu gave me." "Psychic wood?" Yan Wujiu Laozu was stunned at first, and then he was a little unconvinced. He asked again, "Is it really the psychic wood?" Although it is a low-grade earth-tier spirit item, it is very rare in the world of cultivation. Seeing Luan Yu nod solemnly, Yan Wujiu Laozu was instantly overjoyed. He said, "It really is the psychic wood. The psychic wood has a great effect on us demons, and it is even more beneficial to the Wood Luang clan. You have refined a large portion of the psychic wood, and its effect is even greater than that of a mid-grade earth-tier spirit item." Yan Wujiu turned around and glanced at Lu Ping. Coincidentally, Lu Ping had just woken up from his deep thought while watching Yin Wujiu refine elixirs, and happened to hear Yin Wujiu's words. Seeing that Yin Wujiu was looking at him with a grateful expression, Lu Ping smiled and said, "To a human cultivator, the psychic wood is only a low-grade earth-tier spirit item. However, to Brother Luan it is incomparably important. This junior can clearly see the crux of the matter, and the psychic wood is most suitable to be given to Brother Luan." Yin Wujiu waved his hand and said with a smile, "All these years, the old man has left Luan Yu in Lu Xiaoyou's care because he has been in closed-door cultivation to break through to the transcendent stage. Not to mention this favor, I didn't think that Lu Xiaoyu would actually find the psychic wood for him, allowing him to smoothly advance to the mid-core forging stage. This kind of cultivation speed is far beyond the old man's expectations. Originally, the old man had planned to give the mid-grade earth-tier wood attribute spirit item that he had brought with him to Little Friend as a way to repay the favor of finding the psychic wood for Luan Yu. But now, it seems that the old man is too shallow." Lu Ping promptly said with a smile, "Senior doesn't need to be like this. Luan Yu is this junior's best friend. Not to mention, whether it is in alchemy or looking after the spirit herb garden, Brother Luan has helped this junior greatly. This junior should gift the psychic wood to Brother Luan." Yin Wujiu solemnly said, "It is precisely because of this that the old man has to thank Little Friend even more. Since Little Friend knows that Luan Yu knows how to look after the spirit herb garden, I presume that you also understand the reason for the Wood Luan clan's extinction. Little Friend was able to resist this kind of temptation and even became good friends with him. This makes the old man admire you even more." Yin Wujiu's words caused Lu Ping to blush with shame. Just as he was about to reply modestly, he saw Yin Wujiu ponder for a moment. Then he suddenly stretched out his hand and drew a circle in front of him. A pitch-black hole suddenly appeared in front of Lu Ping. Immediately after, a scarlet-red flame, like a flowing red liquid, suddenly jumped out of the pitch-black hole. Seeing the scarlet-red flame appear, Lu Ping's eyes narrowed slightly. He then heard Yin Wujiu ask Laozi with a smile, "Lu Xiaoyu, do you recognize this flame?" Lu Ping had already recognized the flame the moment it appeared. Hearing Yin Wujiu's question, Lu Ping still pondered for a moment, then said, "If this junior is not mistaken, this flame should be a high-grade earth-level scarlet spirit flame. This kind of flame seems to flow like a flowing liquid, and its fire attribute is relatively mild. It is precisely a kind of flame suitable for alchemy." Yin Wujiu chuckled and said, "This flame was originally a flame that the old man often used before he entered the Dharma adept stage. Now the old man rarely uses it. Now how about this old man gift it to Little Friend?" Lu Ping was shocked and hurriedly waved his hand saying, "How can this be? This item is too precious. This junior cannot accept it." Yin Wujiu smiled saying, "This item can be considered the old man's reward for asking Little Friend to look after an old friend. Moreover, the old man still has a request." Hearing this, Lu Ping was taken aback. He said, "What other requests does Senior have? If this junior can help, then of course I will not refuse." Chapter 576. Lu Ping stared blankly for a moment before replying, "What other instructions does Senior have for me? If I can help you, I will not refuse." Yin Wujiu thought for a moment before saying, "I wonder if little Qiner is here? The old man would like to see her first." Lu Ping opened the golden door of the House of Gold and called out Lu Qiner, who was singing on top of the spirit demon peach tree. Lu Qiner was originally unhappy that Lu Ping had suddenly called her out from the House of Gold. However, when she raised her head and saw Yin Wujiu Laozu, she exclaimed in surprise, Grandpa Yen, why have you come? Are you here to see little Qiner?" Yin Wujiu looked at Lu Qiner, who had run up to him and was looking up at him with her big eyes. His face immediately revealed a loving expression as he rubbed Lu Qiner's head and said with a smile, "Grandpa naturally came to see little Qiner. I haven't seen her in such a short time. But little Qiner has already transformed into a beautiful little girl. Her cultivation is at the third layer of the core forging realm and she is about to advance to the mid-core forging realm. It just so happens that Grandpa found a good treasure for little Qiner this time. It will be suitable for little Qiner to advance to the mid-core forging realm." Lu Qiner was naive. When she heard Yin Wujiu's words, She immediately jumped up in joy and asked, "Grandpa, what gift is it?" Yan Wujiu smiled as he extended his palm towards Lu Qin'er. However, his palm was empty. Lu Qin'er looked at Yan Wujiu with a puzzled expression. However, she only saw him faintly smile as he suddenly flipped his palm up and down. In his hand, there was a flame that was constantly swaying in all directions. Although Lu Qin'er was naive, she had followed Lu Ping for many years. Under the influence of what she had seen and heard, she still had some knowledge. Looking at the swaying flame, Lu Qin'er thought for a moment and suddenly said with joy, "Is this a wind and fire dual attribute heaven and earth spiritual object?" Yan Wujiu laughed heartily and said, "Now that I've reached the Dharma stage, the first thing I'll do is take this fire of the wind from the Fire Phoenix clan's treasury. I'll give my little Qin'er a decent present." Lu Qin'er took the wind flame from Yan Wujiu's hands and carefully placed it on a small spirit gathering plate. There were 4 upper-grade spirit stones embedded on the sides of the plate, and Lu Qin'er put it into her own storage artifact. Lu Qin'er should be the descendant of a Wind Luan and a Fire Luan. She had inherited the bloodline of both Wind Luan and Fire Luan. Thus, the wind flame was a low-grade earth-step spirit treasure that was a fusion of the wind and fire attributes. It was perfect for Lu Qin'er to advance to the mid-core forging realm. Lu Ping watched as Lu Qin'er put away the spirit item, then said to Yan Wujiu, "Senior has gone through a lot of trouble for little Qin'er. This kind of dual attribute spirit item is extremely rare in the world of cultivation. For little Qin'er, this spirit item is much more important than simply giving her a mid-grade earth step fire attribute spirit item or a wind attribute spirit item of the same level." Yan Wujiu shook his head and said, "Since the ancient times, cultivators who cultivated 2 or more elements at the same time had the greatest difficulty in cultivation due to the distraction. Moreover, although this kind of cultivator's advantage in battle lies in the flexibility of their techniques and abilities, making it difficult for their opponents to deal with them, their disadvantage is often even more obvious. That is because cultivating 2 or even 3 elements at the same time dilutes the true essence and magic power within the body, making it difficult for a cultivator to last long in battle." Lu Ping smiled and said, "Little Qin'er was born with a dual attribute bloodline. This is something that can't be helped, and no one can change it. If we force her to choose only one path of cultivation, it will instead annihilate her nature. It's better to allow her nature to develop, and perhaps in the future, she might be able to walk a unique path." Yan Wujiu lightly sighed and said, "This is the only way. I hope that this child's future will be smooth sailing." Hearing Yan Wujiu's sigh, Lu Ping was silent for a long time. Then he asked, "What Senior said just now, is it related to little Qin'er?" Yan Wujiu pondered for a moment, then said, "That's right. This time the old man has come to see you, not only to take Luan Yu away, but also to bring little Qin'er back to the clan. I hope that she will be able to obtain the Fire Phoenix clan's approval." Lu Qin'er, who was originally chattering with Luan Yu, was immediately startled when she heard Yan Wujiu's words, then immediately said, "I'm not going." Lu Ping looked at the angry Lu Qin'er, then asked, "Senior, are you only going to bring little Qin'er back to the Fire Phoenix clan to acknowledge her ancestors? Does Senior know who little Qin'er's parents are? Are they members of the Fire Phoenix clan? Will little Qin'er be able to obtain the Fire Phoenix clan's approval if she returns to the clan? If little Qin'er returns to the Fire Phoenix clan, will she be able to come out again?" Yan Wujiu was a bit stunned by Lu Ping's series of questions. For a moment he didn't know how to answer. Seeing this, Lu Ping sighed and said, "Please don't blame me, Senior. Little Qin'er has been with me since childhood, and this junior has always viewed her as a younger sister. If there isn't a complete guarantee, this junior will definitely not allow little Qin'er to go." Yan Wujiu thought for a moment, then smiled bitterly. The old man does indeed want little Qin'er to obtain the clan's approval and become a member of the Fire Phoenix clan. But now it seems that the old man's thinking was too simple, too one-sided. However, if little Qin'er doesn't want to delay her cultivation in the future, it would be best for her to return to the Fire Spirit Island after she reaches the late core forging stage. Lu Ping was a bit puzzled. "Why is that?" Yan Wujiu explained to Lu Ping, "Do you think that the top-level Yao clan cultivates solely by relying on their inherited memories?" Seeing Lu Ping's somewhat surprised expression, Yan Wujiu continued, the inheritance of the top-level Yao clan is actually divided into two parts. One part naturally exists within the inherited memories, and this part includes the detailed cultivation process of the Yao clan from the opening of the inherited memories all the way to the late core forging stage. However, once the top-level Yao clan reaches the transcendent stage, the inheritance will be divided into two parts. One part still exists within the Yao clan's inherited memories, and the other is stored in the clan's secret inheritance ground. Only the pure bloodline of the Yao clan can open the secret inheritance ground and receive the Yao clan's inheritance. Only by combining the two parts of the inheritance will one be able to obtain the complete Yao clan's inheritance. Hearing this, Lu Ping's expression changed, and he couldn't help but ask, "Senior, is this the case for all the top-level Yao clan's inheritance ground, where the inheritance is divided into two parts after the transcendent stage? Most of them should be like this." Yan Wujiu also said rather helplessly, "The location of the Wood Phoenix clan's inheritance ground should be in Luan Yu's inherited memories. However, the Wood Phoenix clan's inheritance ground is located in an extremely dangerous place, and with Luan Yu's current cultivation, it's difficult for her to reach it, so she needs the old man to escort her to the secret inheritance ground. In order for little Qin to enter the Fire Phoenix clan's inheritance ground, she must obtain the Fire Phoenix clan's approval. This is also the reason why the old man wants to take little Qin away in advance. Even if little Qin identity as a Fire Phoenix clan member is not acknowledged at the beginning, with little Qin talent in cultivation as time passes, the clan members may accept little Qin. Lu Ping couldn't make a choice, and could only turn to look at Lu Qin saying, "This matter should depend on little Qin opinion. If little Qin is willing, she will follow Senior back to the Fire Phoenix clan. If not, when little Qin cultivation reaches the late core forging stage, I will personally bring little Qin to the Fire Phoenix clan." Yan Wujiu looked at Lu Ping's determined expression, and didn't know what to say for a moment. After a while he finally said, "That's fine, let's see what little Qin thinks." As soon as Yan Wujiu's voice fell, Lu Qin's stubborn voice sounded out, "I won't go back, I want to be with my brother." Yan Wujiu shook his head and smiled bitterly. Luan Yu's expression became somewhat downcast when she saw Lu Qin like this. She originally opened her mouth to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. However, it seemed that she had also made up her mind, and the somewhat lonely affection from before suddenly disappeared. In that case, when little Qin's cultivation reaches the late core forging stage, I will personally bring her to the Fire Phoenix clan's Fire Spirit Island. At that time, I will need Senior to take care of her. Outside of Hearing Waves Island, Lu Ping, Qi Lianing, Yin Xianchu and the others sent Yan Wujiu and Luan Yu off. As if suddenly remembering something, Yan Wujiu said, "Lu Xiaoyu, that red spirit flame is a type of earth-level spirit flame that has been brewing for a long time in the Fire Phoenix clan's Fire Spirit Mountain on the Fire Spirit Island. In the cultivation world, it is unique to the Fire Phoenix clan. Therefore, it is best that you don't show it in front of others, aside from alchemy, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble." In the end, Lu Ping accepted Yan Wujiu's gift. He was currently in the critical stage of breaking through to the Grandmaster Alchemist realm. The mid-grade Earth-class Eastern Purple Chi Flame could barely help him concoct Avatar realm medicinal pellets, so the high-grade Earth-class Crimson Spirit Flame was a timely help. However, Lu Ping also gave the Eastern Purple Chi Flame to Luan Yu. With Luan Yu's current alchemy skills, this mid-grade Earth-class Spirit Flame was just right for her. In fact, Luan Yu had borrowed Lu Ping's Eastern Purple Chi Flame several times before, so she was quite familiar with the flame. Originally, Lu Ping had planned to use this flame as a spirit item for Lu Qin to fuse with when she advanced to the mid-stage core forging stage. However, Lu Qin now had a more suitable wind flame, so Lu Ping decided to give the Eastern Purple Chi Flame to Luan Yu. Yan Wujiu turned to look at Qi Lianing beside Lu Ping, and suddenly transmitted his voice to Lu Ping, "Are you sure you don't need the old man to restore the appearance of your soulmate, whose appearance has been changed by the concealment secret technique?" Lu Ping shook his head and said, "Regarding her matter, I already have some clues. The things involved may be quite complicated, but I think it may not be the right time yet. If I hastily restore her appearance, it will cause even more trouble in vain." After sending Yan Wujiu away, Lu Ping stayed on Hearing Waves Island for 3 months to familiarize himself with the development of Hearing Waves Island over the years. Then, he began to send practitioners to various parts of the East Sea, and began to collect information on the various forces of the East Sea. 3 months later, Wei Xuanhuan and Su Xianping came to Jingzhi Island with the instructions of Celestial Phenomenon Laozu and Tianqin Laozu, asking him to return to Jingzhi Island as soon as possible. Lu Ping personally set up the transmission array between Jingzhi Island and Hearing Waves Island. Then, he entrusted many matters to Qi Lianying and asked Ding Xianchu to assist. He also introduced Xiao Sima to Yu Zhongrui as an alchemy apprentice. After that, Lu Ping returned to Jingzhi Island alone. Chapter 577. As soon as Lu Ping arrived at Jingzhi Island from the teleportation array, he called over a disciple of Jinling and asked him to lead him to the cave residences of the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th senior sisters. At this time, Jinling and the others had all rushed back from Fantasy Spirit City. When Lu Ping saw Li Xuanru, he asked Senior Sister, "Do you know why Uncle Master Tianqin and Uncle Master Tianxiang called me back?" Li Xuanru shook her head and said, "I don't know about that, but recently, that person seemed to have received an invitation from the Carefree sect, inviting her to attend the grand ceremony of the Carefree sect's treasured ship. It is said that there are 2 invitations, one is hers, and the other should be Senior Uncle Tianxiang's. If it's the Carefree sect, they're really amazing." After knowing her identity, not only did they find the Jingling Island in such a short time, but they also included Senior Uncle Tianxiang in their calculations. When Lu Ping heard that there were 2 invitations from Carefree sect, he was stunned. Back then, when Lu Ping and Tianqin Laozu pretended to be Dharma phase cultivators, they even fooled the Carefree sect cultivators present. Could it be that the other invitation was for him? Otherwise, why would Tianqin Laozu and Uncle Master Tianxiang call him back from Hearing Waves Island in such a hurry? On Jingzhi Island in Tianxiang Laozu's cave, Lu Ping saw Tianqin Laozu, who had just returned from Fantasy Spirit City. After 3 months, Tianqin Laozu, who was originally seriously injured, looked much better. Tianqin Laozu glanced at Lu Ping, who had just entered the cave, and continued to report to Tianxiang Laozu about everything that happened in Fantasy Spirit City in the past 6 months. In just over half a year's time, the aura around Celestial Phenomenon Laozu grew more and more violent. At every moment, there would be waves of light and heavy pressure radiating out in all directions. Celestial Phenomenon Laozu was finding it increasingly difficult to control the aura around his body. It seemed that the tribulation of the mid-Dharma stage was imminent. However, from the fact that Celestial Phenomenon Laozu was still unwilling to trigger the tribulation until now, it was clear that he did not have much confidence in passing the tribulation. "I didn't expect there to be such a wonderful place in the Fallen Archipelago. The Crystal Palace obviously came prepared this time, but I didn't expect Xianling sect to be involved. The crux of the matter isn't how much benefits Xianling sect will get from following the Crystal Palace. The crux of the matter is that the Crystal Palace's actions have elevated Xianling sect to the circle of large forces and well-known aristocratic families in the cultivation world. In this way, Xianling sect's status in the cultivation world will be greatly elevated." Celestial Phenomenon Laozu seemed a little worried. "I'm afraid it will be difficult for our sect to be promoted to a second-class force this time, right?" Tianqin Laozu's expression was a little solemn as she said, "Just as Uncle said, this time the overseas sects fought fiercely in Phantom City. But after all, our sect has 9 Dharma adepts, Laozu, and their growth in strength is obvious to all. Although the various sects are very reluctant, they can't openly trample on the rules set by all the sections. Therefore, our promotion to a second-class force is considered smooth. In the end, we are ranked 9th among the medium-sized sects, second to last among the second-class forces. But what makes the disciples feel uneasy is that Xianling sect, with the support of the Crystal Palace, has actually been promoted to a second-class force and even surpassed our sect, ranking 8th among the overseas medium-sized sections. Thinking of that old bastard Dao Yan's arrogant expression, I really want to go up and reason with him. In the North Sea, who doesn't know that our sect is now the real #1 sect in the North Sea?" Celestial Phenomenon Laozu smiled slightly and said, "It's just an empty title. Xianling sect has a great adept like Dao Sheng. So it's only natural that Xianling sect will be ranked ahead of our sect. With him standing in front of our sect, although it's glorious, it's also a shield. Tianqin Laozu smiled and said, Uncle is still the one who sees things clearly. Looking at your aura now, I'm afraid you're not far from breaking through to the late Dharma stage. At that time, our sect will have another great adept of the late Dharma stage. After 100 years, our sect can totally be promoted to a first-class force among the medium-sized sections. Even if that Dao Shang holds the title of number 1 in the North Sea until he dies, Xianling sect will never be able to suppress our sect. Celestial Phenomenon Laozu shook his head and said, Don't be careless. Don't forget that there's still the Vast Sea sect. Speaking of the Vast Sea sect, we have to talk about the Carefree sect first. This time, the gathering of all the sects in the overseas training world in Phantom City attracted the most attention. One is that the Carefree sect wants to apply to become the 9th major sect in the overseas region. At the same time, they also want to take over the share of the Spirit Stone Mine that was divided between the other 8 major forces and the Crystal Palace after the destruction of the Fei Ling sect. Although the sects can't deny the Carefree sect's qualification, the Crystal Palace and the other sects, on the grounds that the Carefree sect has not yet been recognized by the major sects in Central Plains and does not have a super long-distance teleportation portal that connects to the major sects in Central Plains, so the Carefree sect's qualification application has been delayed for 100 years. They will discuss the qualifications of the Carefree sect during the next overseas gathering. Oh, Celestial Phenomenon Laozu said with a smile, with the example of the Carefree Pavilion, it is difficult for the Vast Sea sect and the Vast Wave sect to regain the status of the Vast Sea sect among the 25 overseas forces. As Uncle Master expected, the merger of the two sects has not been recognized by the various sects in the overseas training world. Like the Carefree Pavilion, it was delayed until 100 years later to accept the application. The Carefree sect was affected by this. After the gathering of all the sects in Phantom City, they launched the treasure ship to the Central Plains. That's why the Carefree sect sent 2 invitations, inviting me to go to the Carefree sect with the 2 Laozu of our sect, Lu Tianping, to watch the Carefree sect's treasure ship sailing ceremony. After Lyra Laozu finished speaking, she giggled first. Then she told Celestial Phenomenon Laozu about how Lu Ping pretended to be Jinling in the Fallen Archipelago. Celestial Phenomenon Laozu also smiled. After thinking for a moment, he said, The destination of the Carefree sect this time is the Tianyue sect. Among these 2 sects, one has been operating in the East Sea for a long time, and has a hidden force that is unknown to the overseas training world. The other is a famous sect in the Central Plains, which is mainly made up of female cultivators. Being able to occupy a place in the Central Plains is already extraordinary. Even the Crystal Palace is very afraid of the alliance of these 2 sections. In this case, you can take Xianping to the Carefree sect and tell them clearly what happened. On the one hand, we can express our original intention of deceiving them that day, and on the other hand, we can convey the goodwill of Jinling to them in order to build a good relationship between the 2 sects in the future. Lyra Laozu pointed at the stone armor on Lu Ping's body and said, The stone armor on your body is a good treasure. Even though it is very close to me and Uncle Celestial Phenomenon, we can't sense your cultivation aura. No wonder that day, no matter whether it was the people of the Carefree sect, the Tianyue sect, or the cultivators of the Yuan family, they didn't realize that you were a cultivator in the core forging realm. But that's good. Although you haven't entered the Dharma realm, I'm afraid that the name of Lu Tianping Laozu has already been known by many sects in advance. Lu Ping smiled bitterly. The stone armor on his body was exquisite, simple, and even comfortable. Lu Ping usually put it on and forgot to put it away. This had become a habit when Lu Ping traveled. Hearing Lyra Laozu's words, the storage ring on Lu Ping's hand flashed and the stone armor was put into the storage space. As soon as Lu Ping's stone armor disappeared, Celestial Phenomenon Laozu and Lyra Laozu immediately noticed the abnormality in Lu Ping's body. Lyra Laozu blinked her eyes and smiled. What a cunning boy. When did you advance to the 6th layer of the core forging realm? You actually hid it from us for so long. Lu Ping smiled bitterly and said, This disciple risked his life to advance this time. Otherwise, how could I know that the secret area of the Fallen Archipelago has the magical effect of triggering the breakthrough of a late core forging realm cultivator? Lyra Laozu said, This information was actually obtained by you personally. Then why are you so sure that only late core forging realm cultivators can enter the secret area? Aren't you also at the middle core forging realm? Lu Ping's divine sense moved, and a divine sense that was far beyond that of an ordinary late core forging realm cultivator, and even comparable to that of a newly advanced core forging realm cultivator, spread out. Lu Ping explained, Disciple's divine sense has been different from ordinary people since childhood. Although I am only at the middle core forging realm, my divine sense is not weaker than that of a late core forging realm cultivator. It is precisely because of this that after entering the secret area, Disciple was barely able to suppress the violent spiritual qi on the true essence. This allowed Disciple to overcome the edge of losing control of true essence, and finally luckily advance to the 6th layer of the core forging realm. If there is no powerful divine sense to control the operation of true essence under the guidance of the violent spiritual qi, the only thing waiting for the cultivator is the explosion of the body. This is also the reason why the Crystal Palace, the Central Plains Lu family, and the Yuan family all brought late core forging realm cultivators, and most of them are at the peak of the core forging realm. Celestial phenomenon. Laozu's eyes flashed with a strange light. Lyra. Laozu asked in surprise, what a powerful divine sense cultivation. But why does your divine sense carry a pressure from the bloodline? This is a power that only the Dharma idol. Laozu has purified his bloodline and formed a supernatural Dharma idol. Among the monster race, only the purest bloodline, the descendants of the 7th patriarch, the heaven-splitting 7th patriarch, can have a pressure from the bloodline. Lu Ping shook his head and smiled bitterly. This disciple really doesn't know. Lu Ping couldn't explain these things, so he simply pretended that he didn't know anything and let the others guess on their own. Carefree Island was originally a relatively desolate medium-sized island among the archipelagos in the East Sea. However, 2 late Dharma adepts of the Carefree sect and several mid-Dharma adepts had used their great magical powers to gather the 12 medium-sized islands in the archipelagos around Carefree Island, forming a brand new large island. After that, they had drawn in several hidden medium-sized spirit veins from all over the archipelagos, finally gathering them into one large spirit vein. Carefree Island, which had undergone an earth-shaking transformation, had become the base of the Carefree sect, a new large sect in the East Sea's cultivation world. At the Carefree port outside of Carefree Island, Xiao Yuhuan Laozu looked at Lu Ping, who was following behind Lyra Laozu. She said with surprise, fellow Taoist Lu Tianping? He's actually Sister Xuanqin's martial nephew? And his cultivation is only at the 6th level of core forging. Sister Xuanqin, you really made a good move that day. Chapter 578. Lu Ping stepped forward and saluted. The situation was urgent that day, so I had to resort to this method. I hope Senior won't blame me for deceiving you. Xiao Yuhuan Laozu looked at Lu Ping and said, I originally said that martial nephew Lu was too young. Later, when I learned that Sister Xuanqin was a cultivator from North Sea Jinling, I was even more surprised. I thought that Jinling was very capable. Even if martial nephew Lu's cultivation was like a castle in the air and couldn't stand up to scrutiny, it was still very rare for him to be able to push his cultivation to such a high level at such a young age. I didn't expect there to be so many twists and turns. Martial nephew Lu is even more outstanding, and Jinling is a sect with great cohesiveness and potential. Tianqin Laozu smiled and said, Senior Sister Xiao is overpraising me. This time, in addition to watching the ceremony of the treasured ship and explaining what happened that day to Senior Sister Xiao, Junior Sister Tianxiang also came here to congratulate Xiaoyao sect for becoming the 9th major force in the overseas cultivation world. I also hope that the 2 sects can have more exchanges, especially since Xiaoyao sect's inheritance and foundation are above our sects. At that time, I hope that your sect will not be stingy in teaching us. Xiao Yuhuan also looked happy when she heard this. She said, Jinling has a long inheritance in North Sea. This time, when Phantom City rearranged the ranking of the overseas cultivation world, your sect could be said to shine brilliantly, rising from the 3rd to the 2nd in one fell swoop, ranking 9th among the 25 medium-sized sections. Laozu's strength is really impressive. If it wasn't for the fact that your sect doesn't have a grand cultivator, there would be a place for your sect among the top 5 forces in the first class. Hearing Xiao Yuhuan's praise, Tianqin Laozu was about to be modest, But Xiao Yuhuan continued to say, Xiaoyao sect was founded, but its predecessor was boudoir. I think Sister Xianqin is quite familiar with it. At this time, Xiaoyao sect can be said to have 1,000 things waiting to be done. Cooperating with Jinling, a powerful sect in the overseas cultivation world, must be an act of mutual benefit, especially to be able to cultivate a talent like martial nephew Lu. Your sect must have something extraordinary. I will report this matter to Senior Sister Yusin as soon as possible. I think Senior Sister Yusin will be very happy to hear this news. Jinling had to fight against Xianling sect, which was supported by the Crystal Palace in Beihai, while Xiaoyao sect directly targeted the Crystal Palace at the beginning of its establishment. After a verbal exchange between the two Laozu, they actually hit it off and immediately set up an alliance waiting for the consent of the two sects Laozu. Lu Ping was amazed by the lightning-fast consensus reached by the two parties, but he also realized that the situation of both parties at this time was in a period of rising. It seemed that they had unlimited glory, with one party being the strongest in Beihai, and the other causing the Crystal Palace to suffer losses in their hands several times, but the real situation of the two sects was extremely dangerous. Jinling could be suppressed by the sects in Beihai at any time because of the expansion of its own strength, while Xiaoyao sect stood on the opposite side of the Crystal Palace from the beginning. In such a situation, it was natural that the two sects could quickly stand together. The establishment of the ultra-long-distance teleportation formation between the overseas and the middle mainland required someone to carry the teleportation formation disk to clear the space channel along the way. However, the distance between the overseas cultivation world and the middle mainland was not the main reason. The key was the danger on the way to the middle mainland. Back then, the seventh patriarch opened up this world, but there were still many areas that had not been fully developed. For example, the distance between the overseas cultivation world and the middle mainland was extremely far, and there were many dangers along the way. If one wanted to send the teleportation formation disk to the middle mainland, it was almost impossible to succeed with the strength of one person. Therefore, the large sects in the overseas cultivation world gathered the strength of their sects to build huge and incomparably solid treasured ships. Controlled by the masters in the sects, they passed through the dangerous sea area between the overseas cultivation world and the middle mainland and escorted the ultra-long-distance teleportation formation disk to a large sect in the middle mainland that was allied with them. Finally, they built the ultra-long-distance teleportation formation disk to connect the middle mainland and the overseas cultivation world. The establishment of a treasured ship needed to gather the strength of the entire sect of a large sect, and it was also the embodiment of the whole sect. In the overseas cultivation world, if a large sect did not build a treasured ship and successfully sailed it back to the middle mainland, its identity as a large sect would not be recognized by the cultivation world. This was also the biggest reason why the Crystal Palace prevented the Xiaoyao sect from taking over the share of the spiritual stone mine of the failing sect. On the hillside in front of the Xiaoyao harbor, although the distance was extremely far, Lu Ping could clearly see the huge treasured ship without using the 3 pure true pupils. What shocked Lu Ping was not the length of the treasured ship and the width of the ship, but the fact that every part of the treasured ship was at least a top-grade celestial device. How many parts were there in the entire huge ship? What's more, on some key parts of the ship, there were some mysterious runes flashing on the surface of some of the important parts from time to time. They were obviously treasures, and these important parts had already been refined into celestial devices. Tianqin Laozu looked at the treasured ship that was docked in the harbor, and her expression could not be seen clearly. She only heard her ask, "Senior Xiao, which senior sister is in charge of the treasured ship heading to the middle mainland this time?" "It's senior sister Yu Cheng, and there are 4 junior sisters Yu Ling, Yu Shu, Yu Jing, and Yu Jia. In addition, there are 8 late core forging disciples, 15 mid-core forging disciples, 27 early core forging disciples, and more than 200 blood condensation disciples who do odd jobs." Tianqin Laozu's expression changed and she said, "A grand adept is leading the team, in addition to 1 mid-dharma adept and 3 early dharma adepts. There are a total of 5 Laozus. This is probably more than half of the known strength of your sect. Will it bring danger to your sect by transferring so many dharma adepts at once?" Xiao Yuhuan Laozu's lips curled into a smile, and she said, "You mean the Crystal Palace?" Although the Crystal Palace delayed our sect's right to replace the Feiling sect by 100 years, and they also have the intention of using the treasured ship to travel to the Middle Mainland to deplete our sect's strength, how can our sect be so easily exploited by others? It's fine if the Crystal Palace doesn't come, but if they come, unless they send out all their forces, they will definitely be badly injured. At this moment, a thick beam of light suddenly rose from the huge treasured ship. The light rose to a height of several hundred feet in one go, and suddenly exploded. A white light flashed, and within a radius of a few miles, the sunlight in the sky was almost covered. When Lu Ping looked over, the huge treasured ship had already started to move slowly on the surface of the sea. The cheers of the disciples of the Xiaoyao sect could be heard from the shores around Liberty Port. Many practitioners rose into the sky and followed the treasured ship that was moving faster and faster on the surface of the sea. Xiao Yuhuan Laozu looked at Tianqin Laozu, who was in a daze, and said with a smile, Sister Xianqin, do you also want to sit on this treasured ship and go to the Middle Mainland one day? Tianqin Laozu sighed and said, if I say I don't, Senior Sister Xiao won't believe me. It's just that the foundation of my Jinling sect can't be compared to that of your sect, and the North Sea is barren. Even if I, Jinling, keep going up, I'm afraid that our generation won't be able to see the scene of the treasured ship sailing west to the Middle Mainland. We can only pin our hopes on their generation. When Tianqin Laozu finished speaking, she looked at Lu Ping behind her. Xiao Yuhuan Laozu smiled and said, where there is a will, there is a will. This treasured ship is made up of 100,000 top-grade magic tools, over 1,000 ordinary magic treasures, and the important positions also need to be supported by psychic magic treasures and even spirit-nurturing magic treasures. Only then can it be assembled into such a colossus. A treasured ship not only embodies a sect's refinement techniques, formation techniques, puppetry techniques, talisman techniques, and alchemy techniques, but it is also a competition of the sect's financial resources and cultivation resources. Before my Xiaoyao sect was established, we operated in the cultivation world of the Eastern Sea as a boudoir, for over 1,000 years and accumulated countless financial resources. But if we really want to remake a treasured ship, it will be impossible to complete it without several hundred years of time. Even if it is completed, I'm afraid that more than half of the savings of my Xiaoyao sect over 1,000 years will be used up. When Tianqin Laozu heard Xiao Yuhuan Laozu's words, she hesitated for a moment and then asked, what do you mean, Senior Sister? Xiao Yuhuan said with a smile, Sister, I've told you before that this treasure ship of our sect was originally excavated from the ruins of a sect that had been destroyed in the cultivation world for a long time. At that time, this treasure ship was only half completed. After a few decades of repairing and perfecting by our sect, it can now set sail for the central region. Tianqin Laozu smiled bitterly and said, Senior Sister, you mean to say that we should start preparing for a rainy day, or to find some sects that have been annihilated in time and see if we can find some wreckage of treasured ships to reduce the burden of the sect? Xiao Yuhuan nodded and said, that's right. If Jinling really has the courage to attack the big sects in the future, then it's best to start preparing now. Tianqin Laozu said, Senior Sister, you're right. It's a pity that the North Sea is barren. Since the beginning of records there has only been one big sect, Failing sect. Senior Sister, are you referring to Failing sect? Xiao Yuhuan Laozu nodded and said solemnly, Junior Sister, don't you see clearly that the so-called overflowing sea gang is the pawn of the Crystal Palace that has sneaked into the North Sea? Now the Crystal Palace has even begun to personally interfere in the affairs of the North Sea. Why? Tianqin Laozu said in surprise, is it really for the ruins of Failing sect that have sunk to the bottom of the sea? Xiao Yuhuan Laozu chuckled and said, Sister, please forgive me for my inappropriate words. Apart from the ruins of Failing sect in the North Sea, is there anything else that the Crystal Palace is interested in? Tianqin Laozu became silent and seemed to be digesting this amazing news. Xiao Yuhuan Laozu's words were exaggerated, but it made sense. If there was anything in the North Sea that was worth the Crystal Palace spending so much money to manage, it seemed to be the relics of Failing sect. Xiao Yuhuan Laozu seemed to want to continue and said another piece of news that shocked Tianqin Laozu. Nowadays, the situation in the cultivation world is unclear. The central mainland is in turmoil, and now it has even affected many big sections. I'm afraid that the overseas cultivation world will not be peaceful. This time, when the heavenly wall of poison opened, many practitioners were killed. Although it is difficult to preserve the bodies of the fallen practitioners in the fallen archipelago, my Xiaoyao sect still found that some practitioners actually died because of the exhaustion of their divine thoughts. Exhaustion of divine thoughts? Tianqin Laozu asked in confusion. Then, as if she thought of something, her eyes widened and a trace of fear appeared on her face. She said, "Is it really exhaustion of divine thoughts?" Chapter 579. Seeing Tianqin Laozu's excitement, Lu Ping asked in confusion, "Martial uncle, what's going on?" Tianqin Laozu turned around and said, "I'll tell you in detail later." After that, Tianqin Laozu turned to Xiao Yuhuan and asked, "Senior sister Xiao, did you see that thing with your own eyes?" Xiao Yuhuan shook her head and said solemnly, "Although I didn't see it with my own eyes, it's most likely the demon clan. At that time it was not only my free and unfettered school who saw the corpse, even the fellow Taoists of the Heavenly Moon sect saw it with their own eyes. After that, I reported this matter to Senior Sister Yu Xian. Senior Sister Yu Xian once personally asked Yuan Luo of the Yuan clan about this matter in Fantasy Spirit City. Although that Yuan Luo did not see the corpse, after hearing Senior Sister Yu Xian's description of the deceased, he also thought that it was very likely that the demon race had appeared." Tianqin Laozu let out a long breath and said, "Yuan family's lightning magic is the most effective way to restrain the demon clan. Yuan family is the vanguard against the demon clan every time, so they know the demon clan best. Since Yuan Luo said it was the demon clan, then it must be the demon clan." Not only that, Xiao Yuhuan Laozu continued, "Crystal Palace also met Poison Azura this time." Poison Azura? I've never heard of Poison Azura appearing in the Fallen Archipelago before, and Poison Azura rarely appeared in the past. Tianqin Laozu took a breath and said with a bitter smile, "Senior sister, how many things happened in the Fallen Archipelago this time? Why did both Azura and the Demon Clan appear there? But I, Jinling, didn't receive any news in the Fantasy Spirit City. These matters have only been spread amongst the 8 great sects of the Endless Sea region and the Crystal Palace. Although our carefree sect has been pushed aside by the Crystal Palace, our strength is already sufficient. They would love for our sect to participate in this as well so that we can share their burden. As a result, we have also learnt of this matter. If the other mid-sized sects do not have their own connections, they are probably still in the dark." Tianqin Laozu sighed and said softly, "The Shura is bloodthirsty, and the demon race devours souls. Senior Sister Xiao, this time the myriad poison firmament wall suddenly closed, causing many cultivators to die inside. Is it also because of the demon race and Azura race?" Lu Ping was somewhat dumbfounded when he heard this. Lu Ping was very clear about the reason why the myriad poison firmament wall suddenly closed, but he did not expect that Lyra Laozu would actually link this matter with the demon race and Azura. Xiao Yuhuan was also a little stunned, but she still said, "I've never thought about this matter. But after hearing Junior Sister's reminder, the Fallen Archipelago is a highly toxic place. Could it really be a hiding place for Poison Azura? Why haven't we found any traces of Poison Azura in the Fallen Archipelago for dozens of times?" Lu Ping felt strange in his heart, but he did not dare to show it on his face. He could only listen to the 2 Laozu guessing the truth of the matter. After meeting Yu Xian Laozu, the great practitioner of the Xiaoyao sect, and bringing Tianxiang Laozu's intention to make friends with the Xiaoyao sect on behalf of Jinling, Lyra Laozu took Lu Ping back to the Fallen Secret Land. Along the way, Lyra Laozu looked serious, and Lu Ping followed her silently without saying anything. He was just thinking about the news about Poison Azura, and the demon race that Xiao Yuhuan Laozu had once told him. Azura aside, Lu Ping had met Water Azura and Ice Azura in the North Sea, so he had some understanding of the Azura clan. However, it was the first time that Lu Ping had heard of the demon race, and from the tone of the 2 Laozus, Xiao Yuhuan and Lyra, it seemed that the appearance of the demon race was a taboo, and the major sects seemed unwilling to publicize the appearance of the demon race in the world of cultivation. On Jingzha Island, Tianxiang Laozu finished listening to Lyra Laozu's experience in the Xiaoyao sect, and the cave suddenly fell silent. Only the more violent aura around Tianxiang Laozu revealed that Tianxiang Laozu's mood at the moment was extremely turbulent. After a long time, Tianxiang Laozu finally opened his eyes and said calmly, "Originally, the old man wanted to make some more preparations, but I did not expect the situation to deteriorate so quickly. Passing the mid-dharma stage tribulation is imminent." The Sky Zither elder was taken aback and said, "Uncle Master, it's better to think twice before you act. The tribulation of the mid-dharma stage is extremely dangerous. Uncle Master, it's best if you make sure you're fully prepared before you face the tribulation. Now that we have 9 Dharma adepts in the Zhenling sect, if we really go all out, even a large sect would be wary of us. I don't think the sects in the North Sea will dare to join forces to suppress our sect. They are not fools. Can't they see that Xianling sect has the support of the Crystal Palace? Doing so will only benefit Xianling sect. Without our sect to contain them, it would be like inviting a wolf into the house." Tianxiang Laozu shook his head and said, "How can there be any complete preparations? These few years, in order to delay the arrival of the tribulation, I have made more preparations. I have been suppressing my own aura, but now I can't delay it any longer. If the old man does not even dare to take this little risk, then he deserves to not be able to pass this tribulation." Tianxiang Laozu saw that Tianxiang Laozu had made up his mind, so he no longer tried to persuade him. However, Tianxiang Laozu continued to say, "Dao Sheng was so talented and arrogant back then. Could it be that he could not see the purpose of the Crystal Palace and was willing to be the spear of the Crystal Palace in the North Sea?" Tianxiang Laozu was puzzled and asked, "Why is that?" Tianxiang Laozu said faintly, "They are just using each other. Dao Sheng knows the principle of putting away the good bough when the birds are gone, but he is still willing to be ordered around by the Crystal Palace, just because the Crystal Palace supports Xianling sect." Tianxiang Laozu said with some disdain, "Isn't it because he is driven by benefits? He only sees the benefits in front of him and is short-sighted." Tianxiang Laozu said seriously, "If you only see it this way, then no wonder you can't be the sect head deacon of Xinling. You are smart enough, but you can't compare to Tianxiang. In the cultivation world, there is no such thing as a free lunch. The key is to see who has the better means. The Crystal Palace is using Xianling sect as a tool, and Xianling sect is also hoping that when the Crystal Palace is ready to cook the dog after the rabbit is dead, Xianling sect will be strong enough to make the master of the Crystal Palace hesitate to take action." Tianxiang Laozu was surprised and said, "Isn't this taking a risk? How can the Crystal Palace let Xianling sect become stronger? How can Dao Sheng put Xianling sect in such a dangerous situation?" Tianxiang Laozu shook his head and said, "This is exactly Dao Sheng's brilliance. If there is no external intervention, Xianling sect's decline is a foregone conclusion. The tribulation of the cultivation world is coming. Xianling sect and other weak small and medium-sized sects are generally facing the threat of extinction. Even if the sect is not destroyed, I am afraid that what awaits Xianling sect is thousands of years or even longer. Instead of that, Dao Sheng might as well take a risk when the tribulation begins and take the opportunity to get rid of the control of the Crystal Palace. If he passes the tribulation, Xianling sect will once again dominate the North Sea, and may even regain the power and influence that Feiling sect had in the past." Tianxiang Laozu listened to Tianxiang Laozu's explanation and remained silent. Lu Ping, on the other hand, sat cross-legged and listened to the conversation between the two Tianxiang Laozu. He had a deeper understanding of the deception and deceit of the cultivation world and the law of the jungle. At this moment, Tianxiang Laozu suddenly turned to Lu Ping and said, "In 7 days, you will follow the old man to receive the tribulation of the mid-dharma stage. If the old man is unfortunate enough to fall, you will be responsible for bringing the few belongings of the old man back to the sect. As for the other belongings, you can have them all." Lu Ping was taken aback and was about to decline when Tianxiang Laozu waved his hand to stop him from speaking. He continued, "I heard that you have done a lot for the sect over the years, but Tianling has been holding back from giving you any rewards. I know that Tianling has high expectations of you. She is doing this to accumulate all your contributions so that when you are in real trouble, she can use the entire sect to help you." Lu Ping had never heard of this before and had a shocked expression on his face. Tianxiang Laozu, however, acted as if he did not see it and continued to say, "Fortunately, your family has not let us down. Not only is your level of practice the best among your peers, Your family's business has also been quite successful. You rarely take the initiative to ask for anything from the sect. The old man is also returning the favor on behalf of the sect. When the old man was at your level of practice, his wealth could not be compared to yours. However, the old man has been in the cultivation world for hundreds of years after all. Other than a few treasures of the sect, the rest of the belongings are from the old man's collection over the past hundreds of years. Take it all as a reward for your contributions to the sect all these years. How much did a Dharma adept Lao Tzu have? What's more, he was a mid-Dharma adept of a sect. Even if he returned a few of the treasures that the sect had refined using all of its resources to the sect, the remaining items would be enough to make any cultivator in the cultivation world drool. Tianqin Laozu looked at Tianxiang Laozu in shock, but in her heart, she was thinking about how much Lu Ping had contributed to the sect for Tianxiang Laozu to give him all of his hundreds of years of collection. Lu Ping, on the other hand, was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He hurriedly waved his hands and said, "How can I accept this? How can I accept this?" Tianxiang Laozu once again interrupted Lu Ping and said with a smile, "You don't have to decline. If the old man successfully survives this tribulation, you will naturally not be able to obtain the old man's collection. No matter what, this time the old man still has a 50% chance of surviving the tribulation." Lu Ping asked in disbelief, "Only a 50% chance?" But then he thought of something and smiled sheepishly. Tianqin Laozu said to Lu Ping angrily, 50% chance? Do you know what the success rate of a mid-Dharma adept is? Less than 10%. A 50% chance is already extremely high. Tianxiang Laozu chuckled and said to Tianqin Laozu, "His level of practice has not reached this level yet, so it's normal that he doesn't know much about the Dharma stage." Tianqin Laozu rolled his eyes at Lu Ping and did not say another word. Lu Ping thought for a moment and said, "Why don't you let Uncle Master Tianqin go and protect Uncle Master when he is going through the tribulation? What if someone tries to do something bad to Uncle Master when he is going through the tribulation? How can I defend myself with my low level of practice?" Tianxiang Laozu and Tianqin Laozu looked at each other, and then Tianqin Laozu explained with a smile, "When a Dharma adept receives the tribulation, no other Dharma adept will dare to stay within the range of the tribulation. Otherwise, regardless of whether the second adept is willing or not, his tribulation will automatically descend. Hence, when a Dharma adept is going through the tribulation, other Dharma adepts will not dare to go near, and the threat of other core forging adepts will naturally not be taken into consideration." Chapter 580. 7 days later, on a desolate island in the fallen secret territory, Lu Ping followed behind Tianxiang Laozu and Laozu. Tianxiang Laozu turned to look at Lu Ping, then said to Tianxiang Laozu, "Martial uncle, disciple will go to the periphery and wait. I wish martial uncle success." Then Tianxiang Laozu said to Lu Ping, "Martial nephew Lu, I didn't want to say much, but I hope you can understand that the reason why Tianxiang gave you this opportunity is not just to give you his treasures, but also to hope that you can be the core of the future rise of our sect, and that you can take the treasures of Jinling back and forth between the North Sea and the Central Plains." Tianxiang Laozu paused, as if he felt that he didn't say it clearly enough, so he continued, "Observing the tribulation of a Dharma adept is a great opportunity for a core forging cultivator. I hope that martial nephew Lu can seize this opportunity and improve your cultivation." After Tianxiang Laozu said this, he turned and disappeared. Lu Ping looked at Tianxiang Laozu with some doubt, but Tianxiang Laozu smiled and said, "You don't have to take what your martial uncle said to heart. The rise of a sect has never been because of the strength of a single cultivator. However, if the old man is lucky enough to survive the tribulation, there is indeed an opportunity in it. But as for where this opportunity is, even the old man has no way of knowing. When the time comes, it will depend on your luck." As soon as Tianxiang Laozu's voice fell, in Lu Ping's divine sense, an invisible layer of astral qi around Tianxiang Laozu suddenly dissipated. Tianxiang Laozu, who was bound by the invisible force, suddenly became like a wild horse that was released from its reins. In an instant, it swept out in a radius of 30 miles. At the same time that Tianxiang Laozu released his aura, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth suddenly became violent with Tianxiang Laozu as the center. The sky within a radius of 10 miles was filled with countless strange phenomena. As the wind blew and the clouds churned, more and more dark clouds gathered above Tianxiang Laozu, gradually blotting out the sunlight. The sky was like the bottom of a pot, and the surrounding scenery gradually darkened until one couldn't even see their fingers if they stretched out their hands in front of them. This little bit of darkness naturally couldn't obstruct Lu Ping and the others. Tianxiang Laozu smiled at Lu Ping and said, "The old man is about to receive his own tribulation. You have to watch carefully. In the future, when your cultivation base reaches this level, what you see today might be of great benefit to you." Celestial Phenomenon Patriarch slammed his own chest and let out a deafening roar that resounded through the sky. When Lu Ping looked over, he saw a half-foot-long ape made of real yuan suddenly jumping out from Tianxiang Laozu's chest. The ape hovered in front of Tianxiang Laozu and suddenly let out another provocative roar towards the sky. Immediately after, the ape's body expanded like a balloon, directly growing to the size of 3 feet, transforming into a huge golden mouth with 2 fangs shining with a cold light. Both of his hands struck the ape's chest with an incomparably ferocious expression. Lu Ping knew that this giant ape was the Dharma form of Tianxiang Laozu after he advanced to the Dharma phase. From this, it could be seen that Tianxiang Laozu cultivated the first of the 5 true teachings of Zhenling, the mystical ape water manipulation art. Just as the giant ape made of real yuan roared towards the sky, revealing its aura to the world, Lu Ping suddenly felt a strong vitality from this giant ape. Yes, it was vitality. The Dharma form condensed by a Dharma phase practitioner in the core space was not like the golden elixir condensed by a core forging stage practitioner, which was the condensation of real yuan and the essence of blood, but a kind of life essence. Every time a core forging stage practitioner advanced to the next level, while strengthening the real yuan and the essence of blood, the practitioner's divine thoughts would be tempered into the golden elixir, making the golden elixir of the core forging stage practitioner like an egg endlessly endowed with life essence. When the real yuan, blood, divine thoughts, and spirituality from heaven and earth contained in this egg reached the limit, these things would finally be brewed into a mass of condensed life essence. At this time, it was the time for the core forging stage practitioner to condense the golden elixir and reach the peak of the core forging stage. At this time, when the life essence in the egg was condensed to a high enough density and purity that the golden elixir could no longer contain it, the life essence would flourish and form a Dharma form in the core space of the practitioner. This meant that the practitioner had successfully advanced to the Dharma phase. To a practitioner, Dharma form often meant a second life. However, although the Dharma form was condensed from the life essence, it did not mean that the Dharma form was endowed with life. It still needed to go through trials and tribulations before the abundant life essence could finally be awakened. And these trials and tribulations were the Dharma phase practitioner's tribulations. Celestial Laozu was now a mid-Dharma adept, and he had already passed the early Dharma phase tribulation. The life essence in the Dharma phase had already been partially awakened, and this boundless life essence was transformed into pure yang qi by the Dharma phase practitioner. What was the source of the pure yang qi in heaven and earth? And who gave it this pure yang qi? In the pitch-black sky above Celestial Laozu's Dharma giant ape, a clap of thunder resounded through the universe. Countless golden bolts of lightning seemed to fill the entire dark clouds, as if they were golden ropes that were tied to one's body. The power of lightning was the most yang energy in heaven and earth. A practitioner who had passed the tribulation of lightning would naturally recover this pure yang energy, and finally awaken the huge amount of life essence in the practitioner's Dharma phase. The golden giant ape was majestic, and the muscles all over its body swelled up. The golden fur that was formed from the blood essence in its body was even thicker. At this moment, a bolt of lightning that was also golden in color suddenly shot out from the dark clouds, descending towards the head of the giant ape. Immediately after, another bolt of lightning exploded, as if admitting that it had come too late. When the giant ape saw this bolt of lightning descending, its ferocious face that was formed from the blood essence actually revealed a hint of mockery. The giant ape's body was suddenly covered in a layer of blood red, and the originally golden giant ape suddenly became a golden red color. The giant ape clapped its palms together, then pulled outwards, and a golden light screen suddenly appeared on top of the giant ape's head. The lightning descended, but it only caused a ripple on the surface of the golden light screen, and then the lightning disappeared. The giant ape's disdainful demeanor seemed to have angered the dark clouds that seemed to be filled with countless electric snakes. Countless electric snakes gathered in the dark clouds, finally forming a thick bolt of lightning. As this bolt of lightning pierced through the void and fell towards the giant ape, the area around the bolt of lightning suddenly burst into flames. Lightning fire! The giant ape suddenly roared, and a fierce aura soared into the sky. It clenched its fists tightly, and its feet suddenly shot up into the sky. Its right fist suddenly smashed towards the descending tribulation fire, and a layer of golden glove that looked like flowing water had condensed on the giant ape's right fist at some point. Crack! A crisp sound rang out, as if it had suddenly pierced through the air, causing the surrounding air to continuously explode. The giant ape let out a roar and landed on the ground with a bang. The lightning fire in the sky had disappeared at some point. When Lu Ping looked over, the golden glove on the giant ape's right fist had already disappeared. Its entire right fist and golden right arm had become incomparably illusory, like a reflection in the water that could disappear at any time. The giant ape's left arm hit its chest, and with a muffled bang, a stream of golden red light suddenly appeared on the giant ape's left chest. Immediately after, this stream of light was like a blooming flower, with the giant ape's chest as the center, spreading throughout its entire body. The giant ape stretched out its right arm, and the originally illusory right arm was suddenly filled with a rich golden red light, suddenly becoming a lot more solid. Just as the golden red blood light exploded from the giant ape's chest, Lu Ping's eyes flashed, and he seemed to faintly see Celestial Laozu's body in the giant ape's chest. It only took a moment for the giant ape to restore its right arm that had been destroyed by the lightning. The dark clouds in the sky surged again, but this time there was no lightning. Instead, countless lightning snakes drilled out of the dark clouds. These lightning snakes wriggled down from the dark clouds, and then converged towards the giant ape from all directions. The giant ape's previous fierce expression immediately receded a lot, and suddenly raised its two huge palms, shooting 10 water arrows towards the area with the densest lightning snakes. Lu Ping's keen divine sense detected a trace of spirituality in the 10 water arrows. This was a phenomenon unique to spells and spells. These 10 incomparably ordinary magic arts actually had the power of at least a minor magic art. Boom, boom, boom. 10 consecutive explosions rang out, and the 10 water arrows struck the 10 lightning snakes. However, the moment the 10 lightning snakes were destroyed by the water arrows, they suddenly exploded into a ball of lightning, and at the same time the water arrows were also blown to pieces. Lu Ping's expression changed. He didn't think that these lightning snakes in the sky would have such power. What made Lu Ping even more terrified was that these lightning snakes would self-destruct after receiving a destructive attack. The power of one lightning snake self-destructing was only at the level of a minor magic art. However, at this moment, there were no less than thousands of lightning snakes snaking down from the sky. If all of these lightning snakes self-destructed at the same time, the power could be described as toppling mountains and overturning the seas. The giant ape seemed to be startled by this, and in the instant the 10 water arrows exploded, the giant ape seemed to have no regard for its life. It continuously swung its palms towards the sky, and each time it swung, 10 water arrows would fly towards the lightning snakes in all directions. It was as if countless firecrackers had been set off in the sky, and countless explosions rang out together before erupting, causing the seawater beneath their feet to rise to a height of 30 feet. Although the giant ape tried its best to detonate the lightning snakes in the sky, how could it destroy thousands of them in such a short time? Just as the giant ape was doing its best to destroy the lightning serpents closest to it, the surrounding lightning serpents had already formed a huge encirclement around the giant ape. It was as if a huge electric net had been woven, ready to capture the giant ape in one fell swoop. The giant ape struggled with all its might in an attempt to tear through the electric net and escape. Chapter 581. Countless electric snakes wove into a web of lightning around the giant ape, constantly tightening the encirclement. The center of the web of lightning continued to rumble. This was the giant ape of the celestial elephant clan, still resisting the attack of the electric snakes. Just as the lightning serpent was getting closer and closer, the golden hair on the surface of the celestial phenomenon patriarch's great ape Dharma form, which was formed by the Zhan Yuan, suddenly stood up like an arrow that had been pulled taut. The giant ape abruptly struggled, and countless strands of golden fur shot out in all directions. Each strand of fur struck a lightning snake, and the countless lightning snakes exploded into a ball of lightning almost at the same time. Countless lightning bolts intertwined with each other, forming a huge ball of lightning. Then it turned into a chain of lightning that wrapped around the giant ape's body. The giant ape looked at the lightning ropes descending on its body, and its body suddenly crouched to the ground. Then it suddenly leaped forward, and its two palms fiercely grabbed one of the lightning ropes and tore it apart. The giant ape let out a cry of pain, and with a crackling sound, the rope had already been torn into two by the giant ape. The giant ape's two palms had also been struck by the lightning and turned pitch black. The giant ape's entire body surged with spiritual yuan, and the golden spiritual yuan flowed into its palms like a liquid, and the pitch-black palms suddenly turned golden again. Just as the giant ape tore apart one of the lightning ropes, the remaining two quickly shrank, binding the giant ape. However, as the lightning ropes rapidly shrank, the giant ape's body also shrank by a third. The lightning ropes that were originally binding the giant ape suddenly loosened. The giant ape seized the opportunity to break another lightning rope. However, in the instant that the second lightning rope broke, the third lightning rope suddenly changed its form. The rope that it had formed automatically split apart, turning into a lightning whip that was 30 feet long. The lightning whip took advantage of the moment when the giant ape tore apart the second rope and whipped the giant ape's back. A massive whip mark appeared behind the great ape's back, and countless golden true essence fragments scattered in all directions. The great ape fiercely staggered forward, almost falling to the ground. The lightning whip was raised in the air once more. The long whip unfurled and lashed at the back of the giant ape once more. Just as the lightning whip was about to strike giant ape's back again, giant ape, who was unable to dodge in time, suddenly turned around and caught the whip in his hand. Countless explosions rang out from the giant ape's palms that were gripping the lightning whip. The golden luster on the giant ape's surface instantly dissipated under the bombardment of the lightning. Immediately afterwards, a golden red color erupted from the giant ape's chest and spread throughout its entire body. The thunder whip struggled with all its might in the giant ape's hand and shot out 3 bolts of lightning in a row. Every time the thunder whip released a bolt of lightning, the color of the thunder whip would fade a little. At the same time, 3 golden red rays of light burst out from the ape's chest, replenishing the golden yellow real essence that had been depleted by the lightning strikes. After the 3 bolts of lightning, the power of the thunder whip was greatly reduced. Giant ape took the opportunity to step on one end of the thunder whip, and then grabbed the other end with both hands and pulled hard. The thunder whip was suddenly pulled in two. Lu Ping could clearly see that every time Celestial Laozu's Dharma aspect giant ape dispersed the bombardment of lightning, there was a vague mysterious aura lingering around the giant ape. As the giant ape dispersed the lightning more times, this mysterious aura became stronger and stronger. Perhaps this was the pure yang energy that Celestial Laozu had once explained to him. The pure yang energy was contained within the lightning. The process of the lightning being dispersed was actually a process of the cultivator collecting the pure yang energy. Unfortunately, although the pure yang energy lingered around Celestial Phenomenon Patriarch's body, given his current condition, he didn't have the time to refine it. After the great ape Dharma idol survived the 3rd wave of lightning tribulation, the 4th, 5th, and 6th waves of lightning tribulation came right after. The great ape Dharma idol leapt up and down, its arms, right legs, and shoulders disintegrated by the lightning tribulation. 3 times, it was replenished by the golden red true energy that erupted from the great ape Dharma idol's chest. However, the true energy that erupted from the great ape Dharma idol gradually turned blood red from its previous golden red color. However, after the 6th wave of lightning, the real essence that burst out from the giant ape's chest was no longer golden red. Instead, it was bright red with a hint of gold. The golden giant ape had now turned into a golden red giant ape with golden fur. Lu Ping's expression also became more and more serious. The reason why Celestial Laozu's Dharma aspect giant ape was golden at the beginning was because the Dharma aspect giant ape was completely transformed from Celestial Laozu's real essence. After that, as the real essence was consumed, Celestial Laozu began to use the bloodline essence that had been condensed for hundreds of years. The bloodline essence was originally formed from real essence. Drop by drop, it would first gather within the gold core. Then the gold core would shatter and the Dharma aspect would be born. The bloodline essence would then become the foundation of the Dharma aspect. At present, Celestial Laozu's real essence was clearly on the brink of exhaustion. He could only stimulate the bloodline essence again and again. As a result, Celestial Laozu's real essence and magic power were replenished. However, it also weakened the foundation of the Dharma aspect. Even if Celestial Laozu was lucky enough to overcome the lightning tribulation in the future, he would need at least tens or even hundreds of years to recover. Additionally, even if he were to recondense the bloodline essence to replenish his foundation, it would not be as easy as before. His strength would inevitably be greatly weakened. The dark clouds in the sky kept gathering from all directions. However, the dark clouds above the giant ape's head became increasingly concentrated and countless lightning bolts flashed about within the dark clouds. At that moment, Celestial Laozu's Dharma aspect, the giant ape, also seemed to have sensed something unusual. When it raised its head, it saw that in the center of the dark clouds above the giant ape's head, countless lightning bolts had converged and condensed, gradually forming a ball of lightning that looked like liquid. Lu Ping looked at the ball of lightning above Laozu's Dharma aspect with a puzzled look. Suddenly, he heard Celestial Laozu sigh. Is this the liquid form of lightning bolts? Before this, the old man vowed that he had made sufficient preparations. However, in the face of the might of the heavens and earth, the strength of a human is insignificant. When Lu Ping turned his head to look, he saw that Celestial Laozu had already emerged from the Dharma aspect, and the giant ape Dharma aspect was already floating above Celestial Laozu's head. Celestial Laozu was looking at the ball of lightning in the center of the dark clouds above his head. His face was pale and his eyes were bloodshot. His clothes were also stained with blood, and more than half of his previously black hair had turned white. Celestial Laozu let out a long sigh. This time, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to hide. Lu Ping was standing several tens of feet away from Celestial Laozu. When he heard this, his heart tightened and he hurriedly asked, "Why does Senior Granduncle say this? 2/3 of the lightning tribulation has passed. If Senior Granduncle can hold on for a little longer, our sect will usher in the best opportunity to rise again because of Senior Granduncle." Celestial Laozu looked at the ball of lightning in the sky, which had gradually grown from the size of a head to a diameter of 3 feet. He laughed bitterly and said, "It's not as simple as you think. The power of the 9 bolts of lightning is gradually increasing, and when it comes to the last 3 bolts of lightning, its power can almost be described as destroying the heavens and the earth." The old man had originally estimated that the tribulation of the mid-Dharma stage would be big enough, but in the end, he still underestimated its power. To be able to hold on until now, the old man has already exhausted his inner yuan and his physical body has been damaged. He is truly at the end of his rope. Lu Ping lowered his head in thought for a moment, and said, "Does Senior Granduncle not have any elixirs that can quickly recover inner yuan and repair the physical body?" Celestial Laozu looked at Lu Ping and said, "Why not? Your Senior Granduncle Tianlu once spent more than 10 years collecting spirit herbs, and he used almost a year to produce 6 instantaneous yuan elixirs. For this, Tianlu Laozu even asked your teacher for a spirit demon fruit, but now there's only 1 left." Looking at the grape-sized purple elixir in his hand, Celestial Laozu handed it over to Lu Ping and said, "Even if the old man consumes this elixir, he will at most struggle to get through the 7th lightning tribulation. In the end, he will not be able to escape the fate of death. This elixir, however, is extremely precious. It can replenish the inner yuan of an early Dharma adept in an extremely short period of time. Even a mid-Dharma adept can recover 1/5 to 1/3 of his inner yuan in an instant. This is the work of Brother Tianlu after many years of hard work. You should keep it, lest it is wasted in the hands of the old man." The ball of lightning in the sky seemed to have turned into a drop of water that was almost as bright as the full moon. It hung at the bottom of the funnel-shaped dark clouds, looking as if it would fall at any time. Celestial Laozu looked at Lu Ping, who was deep in thought, and smiled. "The old man knows that you are a master of alchemy. I heard from Tianqin and Tianlu that you have many strange things on you, but the Dharma stage cannot be compared to the core forging stage. When you reach this stage in the future, you will understand the huge difference between the two. When he heard that Tianlu Laozu had once received a spirit demon fruit from his teacher, Lu Ping's first reaction was to think of the 3 spirit demon peaches he had given to his teacher during the Dharma assembly. Seeing that Celestial Laozu had brought a purple pill to Lu Ping's face suddenly broke into a smile. Grandmaster, cultivation is originally a struggle against the heavens and the earth. If you don't give up at the last moment, how can you be a cultivator? Grandmaster has walked the path of cultivation for hundreds of years. You obviously understand this principle more deeply than your disciple. Why do you not dare to fight at the last moment? Celestial Laozu laughed bitterly. Just as he was about to say something, his expression suddenly changed. Looking at the thing that appeared in Lu Ping's hand, even though he had cultivated for 900 years and had experienced countless vicissitudes of life and death, at this moment, he could not control his state of mind. He asked in shock, This is actually the spirit demon fruit? Lu Ping laughed. Grandmaster, you may not know this, but the spirit demon fruit was originally found by your disciple in a historical relic. It was a gift that I gave to Master to help him achieve the Dharma Adept stage. It's just that when I gave the spirit demon peach to Master, I naturally hid it. Chapter 582. The appearance of the spiritual demonic peaches had obviously moved Celestial Phenomenon Laozu greatly. However, Celestial Phenomenon Laozu had experienced hundreds of years of trials and tribulations after all. His Tao heart had long been tempered to an incomparably firm state. After seeing the 3 spiritual demonic peaches, Celestial Phenomenon Laozu quickly chuckled and said, Do you really want to give these 3 spiritual demonic peaches to the old man? You have to know that in the cultivation world, the spiritual demonic fruit has always been a treasure that can only be found by luck. Moreover, every kind of spiritual demonic fruit is a necessary item to refine pills that strengthen the body. If the old man uses it now, when you reach the level of the old man in the future, there may not be such a spiritual demonic fruit to appear again. Lu Ping looked at the big teardrop hanging at the bottom of the dark cloud. Seeing that Celestial Phenomenon Laozu didn't seem to care and was still asking for Lu Ping's opinion, Lu Ping couldn't help but say anxiously, Martial Granduncle, the lightning tribulation is right in front of you. You should deal with it first. As for the spiritual demonic peaches, although they are rare, they are after all worldly possessions. If Martial Granduncle becomes a great cultivator, won't there be any benefits for your disciple? Celestial Phenomenon Laozu looked deeply at Lu Ping, suddenly threw his head back and laughed loudly. All right, let the old man also fight for the sake of the old man's life for our sect. Celestial Phenomenon Laozu first put the instant Yuan pill into his abdomen. A huge aura suddenly surged out with Celestial Phenomenon Laozu's body as the center. Lu Ping, who was standing hundreds of feet away, was affected by this aura. Even though Lu Ping tried his best to resist, he still couldn't help but retreat several feet into the sea behind him. The sea surface was stomped by Lu Ping's retreating footsteps, creating several waves. Lu Ping was extremely shocked. It was only at this moment that Lu Ping had a more direct understanding of the true power of a Dharma phase cultivator. Just the aura that overflowed from the recovery of the vital essence was enough to make Lu Ping lose control of his own body in that instant. Lu Ping knew that this was the result of the instant essence pill, instantly restoring the true essence within the cultivator's body. Lu Ping had heard of the instant essence pellet when he was learning the art of alchemy from the Forsaken Sky Cauldron Grand Ancestor. In alchemy, the instant essence pellet was first created to harm others. If a cultivator below the core forging stage were to mistakenly consume this pill, the cultivator's body would be unable to withstand the sudden influx of true essence due to the blood vessels in their bodies being unable to withstand the sudden influx of true essence. In an instant, the cultivator who consumed the pill would explode due to the sudden increase in true essence. Not only the cultivators below the core forging stage but also some cultivators who had barely reached the Dharma phase through external secret techniques, even if they did not explode and die after consuming the pill by mistake, there were cases where the core space in the heart was destroyed by the huge amount of vital essence. Therefore, when the Flash Yuan Dan first appeared in the world of cultivation, it earned a very loud and evil name. It was called the Instant Explosion Dan. From the appearance of the Instant Yuan pill, It was very similar to other elixirs used to restore vital essence. Generally, alchemists who were below the master level, if their cultivation had not reached the middle stage of the core forging stage and they did not have one or two rare elixir appraisal techniques in the alchemy world, it was generally difficult to distinguish the instant yuan pill from the ordinary elixirs like the spirit recovery pill and the like. This was already the case for alchemists, let alone other cultivators. Alchemists relied on their huge divine will and other secret techniques that could only be mastered by grandmaster alchemists. Naturally, they could distinguish the elixirs from the ordinary elixirs. Lu Ping had once learned the elixir appraisal technique from Tianwu Laozu, when he asked for the purple crystal royal jelly from him. Thus, when Tianwu Laozu took out the instant yuan pill, Lu Ping also recognized this famous elixir. After that, when a Dharma adept was about to receive his own calamity and was preparing to break through to the middle Dharma stage, in a panic, he mistakenly consumed the instant yuan pill as an elixir used to restore vital essence. Just as the Dharma adept was about to close his eyes and await his death from the sudden explosion of the inner yuan in his veins, an unparalleled amount of inner yuan that was under the adept's control instantly filled the cultivator's veins. The self-destruction that the adept had imagined did not happen. Overjoyed, this Laozu did not bother to check what was going on and hurriedly focused all his energy on dealing with the lightning tribulation. The lightning tribulation, which was originally hopeless, had been overcome by this Laozu in one fell swoop and became a mid-Dharma adept. After that, the elder ancestor took another instant explosion elixir. Only then did he realize that for Dharma adepts, the instantaneous explosion of inner yuan from the instant explosion elixir was the best medicine for Dharma adepts to recover their inner yuan. Hence, the instant explosion elixir was also known as the instant yuan elixir and was only used by Dharma adepts. It was just that although the instant yuan pill had the effect of instantly restoring the vital essence of a Dharma adept, the vital essence that it exploded out was after all not formed by the adept's own body bit by bit. Furthermore, it was too violent. Every pill that was consumed was a form of damage to the adept's veins. Hence, it was fine to consume one or two of these elixirs. For a Dharma adept's remarkable level of practice, it would only take a few days for him to recover. However, for Celestial Phenomenon Laozu to consume 6 instant yuan pills in one go was undoubtedly an act of harming oneself. Even if Celestial Phenomenon Laozu survived the lightning tribulation of the mid-Dharma stage and became a great Dharma adept, the damage to the veins in his body would be too severe, and would not be able to support his level of practice any further. Just as Lu Ping was using his own vital essence to resist the terrifying aura emanating from Celestial Phenomenon Laozu's body, a small portion of the mysterious qi that surrounded Celestial Phenomenon Laozu took the opportunity to break free from his restraints. Following the path of Celestial Phenomenon Laozu's terrifying aura, it attacked Lu Ping's body. This mysterious qi was the pure yang qi that was formed from the lightning tribulation. When Lu Ping used all his strength to resist the impact of the aura, causing his vital essence to leak out, this pure yang qi followed Lu Ping's vital essence and invaded his veins. In an instant, Lu Ping's vital essence arrived, and a warm and gentle aura flowed through his veins towards his heart core. Everywhere the pure yang qi passed by, Lu Ping felt an indescribable sense of comfort engulfing his entire body. He felt as though he was floating in the air, and as the pure yang qi passed by, Lu Ping felt as though an indescribable type of true energy was born in his veins. This type of true energy contained an unfathomable might, allowing Lu Ping's cultivation base to instantly rise to a height where he could look down on all living beings in the cultivation world. The pure yang qi got closer and closer to Lu Ping's heart core. Lu Ping had a feeling that as long as he allowed this pure yang qi to remain in his heart core, he would immediately be able to welcome the opportunity to break through to the next level. Could this be the great opportunity that Celestial Phenomenon Laozu had repeatedly mentioned? The pure yang qi flowed through all the veins in his body and slowly approached his heart core from all directions. However, deep down, Lu Ping felt that this opportunity seemed to have arrived too easily. The pure yang qi flowed through his veins and into his heart core, finally bombarding Lu Ping's heart core. With a boom, Lu Ping's heart core suddenly shook, and Lu Ping suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. The Jin Dan floating in the middle of his heart space suddenly began to beat violently. The white jade lotus, which was located below the Jin Dan, suddenly shone brightly the moment the Jindan beat. The 12 gentian pearls emitted 5 colored rays of light, revolving around the Jindan even more vigorously. Dong dong dong. From the very beginning, the Jindan's beating frequency matched the beating of his heart. A loud heartbeat rang out from Lu Ping's body like a huge bell, directly pouring into Lu Ping's divine sense. For a moment, Lu Ping felt as if his heart was about to jump out of his chest. As the Jindan kept shaking in his heart core, the 6 strange dragons, which were originally lazy on the surface of the Jindan, suddenly shook. Then, with extreme anger, they raised their heads to the sky and let out a long cry that only Lu Ping could hear. Then, the 6 strange dragons quickly hovered on the surface of Lu Ping's Jindan. Waves of anxiety and fear were transmitted directly into Lu Ping's divine sense through the long cry, and into Lu Ping's ears. All of a sudden, Lu Ping felt as if he had just woken up from a long dream. When he woke up, he was immediately surrounded by a burning pain all over his body. Bean-sized beads of sweat had already seeped out of Lu Ping's forehead. His clothes had long been soaked in water. Bursts of tearing pain came from his divine sense. Enduring the pain, Lu Ping used all of his divine sense to check his body. In an instant, he was so frightened by the situation in his body that his face turned pale. Unknowingly, invisible flames had been ignited in Lu Ping's blood vessels. This kind of flame did not cause any harm to Lu Ping's blood vessels. However, it used the true essence contained in Lu Ping's blood vessels as fuel. Unknowingly, the true essence condensed in Lu Ping's blood vessels had been burned into nothingness. The invisible flames also burned along the blood vessels to the periphery of the heart core space. When it intended to penetrate into the heart core space, the Jindan, which felt a fatal threat, finally struggled to break free from the illusion of Lu Ping. The North Sea wave listening method that Lu Ping cultivated was an extremely mysterious water attribute cultivation method. The water attribute true essence cultivated by this cultivation method was far purer and richer than cultivators of the same level. This was a cultivation method that had an extremely strong restraining effect on any fire attribute cultivation method, or even fire attribute spiritual objects. Especially after Lu Ping fused with the Xianyuan heavy water, this function of Lu Ping's cultivation method appeared to be even more tyrannical. Even without Lyra Laozu's knowledge, Lu Ping had secretly compared it with the 7-colored flame that Lyra Laozu had sent out. Even though Lu Ping had spent a great deal of effort to finally annihilate this flame that did not have the support of Lyra Laozu's true essence, this was after all a spiritual fire that had barely reached the power of a mid-grade heaven stage spiritual fire. However, Lu Ping's true essence had an extremely obvious restraining effect on this inferior spiritual fire. However, at this moment, the true essence remaining in Lu Ping's blood vessels had been burned to nothing by this mysterious invisible fire. How could this not make Lu Ping feel horrified? Lu Ping had cultivated for nearly 100 years and had experienced life and death several times. However, this time he truly felt the call of death. However, what Lu Ping did not know when he was just charmed by this invisible fire was that it was not that Lu Ping's true essence did not have a restraining effect on this invisible fire, but that this restraining effect was much smaller than the 7-colored flame. Fortunately, Lu Ping's true essence was far different from ordinary people. Otherwise, before Lu Ping could wake up, the invisible fire would have long burned into the core space. In a state of shock, Lu Ping used all his strength to stimulate the true essence in his body. However, his blood vessels were empty. Where was there any true essence? Bursts of burning pain came from the core space, and the Jindan in the space throbbed even more violently. In a state of shock and anger, Lu Ping could not care less. The North Sea wave listening technique was instantly reversed, and a secret technique was immediately displayed by Lu Ping. The Jindan trembled violently, and the 6 strange dragons opened their mouths at the same time. 6 streams of origin blood mist were spat out, diffusing around the Jindan. Then they turned into waves of extremely pure blue-red true essence. They suddenly penetrated through the core space and forced the pure yang qi that was approaching the core space out of his heart in one fell swoop. Lu Ping took the opportunity to take a deep breath. Ignoring his pale face, the 6 strange dragons in the core space once again spat out 6 streams of origin blood mist. After they seeped out of the core space, they converged with the previous true essence and surrounded the invisible flame formed by the pure yang qi. After taking turns to attack the flame, In just a moment, the flame was finally annihilated by Lu Ping's purest yuan qi in the Jindan. However, before Lu Ping could feel happy, the invisible flame gathered from the other blood vessels had also approached the core space. Lu Ping looked at the remaining 11 flames gathering aggressively. Lu Ping did not have time to smile bitterly and be depressed. The 6 strange dragons spat out 6 streams of origin blood mist for the 3rd time. Lu Ping's pale face had already turned gray. The blood mist turned into true essence, but it only had time to form a true essence barrier around the core space with the previous true essence source. Although this barrier had temporarily withstood the attack of the 11 invisible flames, it was only a matter of time before it was broken. Looking at the 6 strange dragons on the surface of the Jindan, which had already become weak, Lu Ping felt that if he spat out the origin blood mist again, even if it did not damage Lu Ping's extremely solid foundation, it was very likely that Lu Ping's cultivation would drop from the 6th stage of the core forging stage to the 5th stage at the cost of killing one of the strange dragons. Just when Lu Ping was at a loss of what to do and was ready to stake everything on the fallen monster Jiao Dragon, countless runes suddenly flashed on the surface of the 9th grade white jade lotus floating below the golden core. Countless indistinct true essence threads shot out from the surface of the white jade lotus, complementing the 5-colored light emitted by the 12 origin Chan beads. At the same time, the true essence threads intertwined with the golden core to form a huge 3-dimensional array formation. Lu Ping was pleasantly surprised when he saw this. Lu Ping's Genshin Grade Array had already been refined with the 12 Genshin beads, and the Grade 9 White Jade Lotus had been refined into an array diagram. However, for some unknown reason, Lu Ping was unable to connect this set of Grade Array. When Lu Ping used it, the Genshin beads could still only be used by themselves, and the Grade 9 White Jade Lotus could only be used by Lu Ping as an excellent defensive magic treasure. However, at the moment when Lu Ping's life was at stake, the two suddenly connected smoothly. The Genshin Grade Array was completed. After the Genshin Grade Array was successfully connected, the magic treasure that Lu Ping had been searching for many years finally took shape. The 12 Genshin beads and the Grade 9 White Jade Lotus, which had been nurtured by Lu Ping for many years, suddenly released a trickle of pure true essence. This true essence was all condensed by Lu Ping himself over the past few decades. As the true essence gathered towards the gold core, it was also constantly condensing. In the end, it turned into tiny wisps of blood mist that were sucked into the stomachs of the 6 strange dragons. The originally dim gold core finally shone with a dazzling golden light once again. Outside the core space, the source barrier that was on the verge of collapse due to the remaining 11 invisible flames was on the verge of collapse. The moment the Great Array was formed, the projection of the Great Genshin Great Array suddenly appeared inside the barrier. Strong true essence seeped out of the core space and supported the barrier. With the support of the projection of the Great Array, Lu Ping finally completely blocked the 11 invisible flames outside the core space. Finally relieved of the crisis, Lu Ping's life was temporarily spared. If he couldn't completely refine or expel the 11 invisible flames, then Lu Ping's cultivation could only be trapped in the core space. In this way, there was no difference between Lu Ping's cultivation being completely destroyed. After receiving the true essence from the Great Array, Lu Ping once again made up his mind to take a risk. 6 wisps of blood mist once again seeped out of the gold core and moved towards the barrier formed by the Genshin Great Array outside the core space. While Lu Ping's heart trembled in fear, the 6 strange Jiao that had just formed on the fallen islands flickered. It was just a hair's breadth away from disappearing. Then the strange Jiao withered and hid in a corner of the golden core, motionless. It was as if the slightest touch would cause the illusory strange Jiao to vanish into thin air. Seeing that the 6th strange dragon hadn't disappeared, Lu Ping let out a long sigh of relief. His core forging stage 6th layer cultivation was finally preserved. However, with the support of this mouthful of primordial blood mist condensed from the essence of Shenyuan heavy water, the small natal primordial formation that was formed outside the core space finally had enough energy to separate one of the invisible flames from the other 11. Then, a petal on the white jade lotus in the core space suddenly flashed with a ray of light. The lotus projection in the small Genshin Great Array also flashed. At the same time, the 3 origin time beads formed a triangle, surrounding the isolated formless flame in the middle. The five-colored light emitted by the three origin time beads firmly enveloped the formless flame. By the time the light dissipated, the formless flame had already disappeared without a trace. Overjoyed, Lu Ping used the same method to refine the other invisible flames one by one. When the last flame was refined, Lu Ping could finally relax. After Lu Ping retracted the origin barrier around his heart core space, the previously assembled origin barrier didn't turn back into a blood mist and returned to his golden core. Instead, it turned into 13 equal portions of origin primordial essence that fused with the 12 origin Chan beads and the white jade lotus. Just when Lu Ping was a little puzzled, a small gourd suddenly sprang out from a secluded corner of the core space. The gourd rotated in the air above the 13 sources of true essence, and a wisp of invisible yet substantial aura emerged from each of the 13 sources of true essence. The aura then disappeared into the mouth of the gourd, and the gourd immediately fled into the core space. Chapter 583. The barrier did not return to the golden core. Instead, it split into 13 parts and was divided by the 12 gentian beads and the rank 9 white jade lotus. Lu Ping frowned. His divine sense circled back and forth in the core space. Everything inside was naturally clear to him. Soon, Lu Ping found something special hidden in the 13 parts of the primordial qi. After the 12 invisible flames were destroyed by Lu Ping's gentian formation, only 12 invisible streams of qi were left and integrated into the primordial qi. Lu Ping's intuition told him that this should be pure yang qi that had been refined, but he did not dare to absorb it. He could only let the gentian beads and the white jade lotus divide the qi into 13 parts and absorb them separately. However, to Lu Ping's surprise, the 7 treasures thunder calabash suddenly appeared. Although it did not intercept the primordial qi, it still extracted a trace of the qi from each part of the primordial qi. This caused Lu Ping's gentian formation to lose a trace of the qi. How could Lu Ping's magic treasures be willing to accept this? In Lu Ping's moment of crisis, it was the gentian formation that rescued Lu Ping. The 7 treasures thunder calabash had been hiding in the corner of the core space. It was really unreasonable for it to come out at this time. Lu Ping's natal mystic artifact was originally centered around the golden core. It revolved around the golden core in a rhythmic pattern, and when the golden core breathed in and out, it could also be tempered by the golden core. However, at this moment, the origin time bead and white jade lotus simultaneously broke free of the golden core's encirclement. A sparkling and translucent white pillar of light suddenly shot out from the center of the flower refined by white jade, instantly freezing the flying 7 treasure lightning calabash in midair. The lightning 7 treasures calabash abruptly spat out a ball of lightning from its mouth, smashing the white pillar of light into pieces. However, in that instant, the 12 origin Chan beads caught up to it and surrounded the lightning 7 treasures calabash. As the multicolored light flickered, it formed a crystalline multicolored space. The lightning 7 treasures calabash struggled left and right within it, but it was unable to charge out. The white jade lotus also floated in the void and flew towards the 12 gentian beads. Once the white jade lotus arrived, the gentian formation would be completed, and the 7 treasures thunder calabash would have no hope of breaking out. A deep purple lightning suddenly began to brew in the mouth of the calabash. Seeing that Lu Ping's magic treasures were about to fight over a strange aura, Lu Ping suddenly snorted. The golden core floating in the center of the core space suddenly jumped up. The gentian formation seemed to have received a summon and immediately released the seal on the 7 treasures thunder calabash. It quickly returned to the side of the golden core and began to help the golden core absorb the yuan qi of heaven and earth to restore Lu Ping's nearly drained yuan qi. The 7 treasures thunder calabash also slowly flew towards the golden core. However, unlike the close relationship between the gentian formation and Lu Ping's golden core, the 7 treasures thunder calabash hid far away and even began to revolve around the golden core outside of the golden scale sword. After the 7 treasures thunder calabash began to revolve around the golden core, the amount of yuan qi it absorbed was extremely small. However, there were many sparks of lightning flashing in the mouth of the calabash. Clearly, after the golden core had suppressed the turmoil in the core space, the 7 treasures thunder calabash began to speed up the digestion of the mysterious qi in order to prevent the magic treasures of the gentian formation from attacking it again. Lu Ping's divine sense had been watching everything that was happening in the core space. When he saw the Seven Treasures Thunder Calabash begin to absorb the pure yang qi that Lu Ping had refined with the life origin formation, Lu Ping's heart moved, but he did not stop it. Lu Ping's divine sense carefully examined the body of the Seven Treasures Thunder Calabash. However, to Lu Ping's surprise, the Seven Treasures Thunder Calabash did not absorb a part of the refined pure yang qi. There was even a broken rune on the surface of the Seven Treasures Thunder Calabash. This could not help but make Lu Ping very disappointed. Could it be that the harmless pure yang qi had no use at all? But why did the Seven Treasures Thunder Calabash and the Genshin formation fight so fiercely for it? Just as Lu Ping was hesitating whether to let the Genshin bead and the level 9 White Jade Lotus begin to absorb the trace of pure yang qi, the Seven Treasures Thunder Calabash suddenly shook, and from the mouth of the calabash, a purple aura suddenly spat out. The moment this purple aura was spat out, the golden core in the core space suddenly acted like a great white shark that smelled blood. The 6 strange flood dragons on the surface of the golden core swept away their previous decadent state. The 6 flood dragons each opened their mouths to release a suction force towards this purple aura. This purple aura was suddenly divided into 6 thinner filaments and was sucked into the mouth of the 6 flood dragons. After the golden core, which had just begun to recover, received this purple aura, suddenly a purer and more vigorous Zhenyuan than the Zhenyuan that Lu Ping had lost suddenly flowed into the golden core. The Zhenyuan that the golden core had lost was suddenly replenished by a third. The originally dim golden core suddenly shone with a golden light, and in the middle of the golden light, there was also a layer of misty purple qi. Lu Ping was overjoyed. With a thought, the 12 Genshin beads quickly and completely absorbed the refined pure yang qi. 12 wisps of purple aura that were slightly smaller than the previous aura, but of the same quality, came out of the Genshin bead and gathered towards the 6 strange flood dragons on the surface of the golden core. Previously, Lu Ping had continuously spat out his primordial essence and quickly recovered. A faint purplish golden cloud gradually appeared around his golden core, as part of the primordial essence flowed back into his bloodline. His already empty bloodline was instantly filled with primordial essence again. Not only that, Lu Ping's blue primordial essence became even purer. The blue primordial essence that was constantly circulating in his bloodline was now tinged with a faint purplish hue. Even Lu Ping's bright red blood had changed a little. Looking at the grade 9 White Jade Lotus floating below the golden core, Lu Ping hesitated for a moment. Finally, he clenched his teeth and let the White Jade Lotus absorb the pure yang qi. The grade 9 White Jade Lotus was of extremely high quality, and it was the most important magic treasure in Lu Ping's Genshin formation. When the pure yang qi was evenly divided, the grade 9 White Jade Lotus received the most. Therefore, after absorbing the pure yang qi, the grade 9 White Jade Lotus's heart gathered a dense purple mist. Then, a bluish-purple Zhenyuan that was even more vigorous than the 7 Treasure Thunder Calabash's Zhenyuan slowly seeped into the golden core from the outside. The 6 strange flood dragons happily swam on the surface of the golden core. Every time the 6 strange flood dragons circled around the golden core would grow in Lu Ping's divine sense. After the 6 strange flood dragons circled the golden core 6 times, Lu Ping's golden core had also grown by 6 times. It had been less than a year since Lu Ping broke through to the 6th stage of core forging in the Fallen Secret Land. During this time, Lu Ping didn't have the time to completely consolidate his cultivation. He could only take time out of his free time to cultivate in seclusion for 10 days to half a month before being delayed by various matters. As a result, Lu Ping's 6th layer core forging realm cultivation base had yet to be fully consolidated. This was also why Lu Ping's golden core was in danger of collapsing the 6th strange flood dragon and falling back to the 5th layer core forging realm after spitting out a few mouthfuls of primordial essence. However, after the grade 9 White Jade Lotus's purple Zhenyuan was absorbed by the golden core, Lu Ping's 6th stage core forging cultivation was completely consolidated. He no longer had to worry about the danger of his cultivation falling back to the 6th stage. Not only that, but Lu Ping's 6th stage core forging cultivation had also greatly increased. Lu Ping could even vaguely see the threshold of the peak of the 6th stage core forging. Lu Ping repeatedly circulated the North Sea Wave listening mantra. Although he discovered that the convergence of the Zhanyuan didn't cause Lu Ping's cultivation to collapse due to the rapid increase, Lu Ping still felt a little apprehensive in his heart. His cultivation had always been obtained through hard work. This time, after fusing with the refined pure yang qi, Lu Ping's 6th-stage core forging cultivation had greatly increased. It almost saved Lu Ping 10 years of hard work. Although this harvest was obtained after Lu Ping took a trip to the gates of hell, Lu Ping still couldn't accept it as a matter of course. Just as the 7 treasures Thunder Gourd and the Life Gentian formation gathered the essence of the pure yang qi into the golden core, Lu Ping felt that the magic treasure, the 7 treasures Thunder Gourd, and the golden core once again formed a mysterious connection. This connection used the refined pure yang qi as a medium, and the connection between the 3 became even closer. To be more precise, the golden core's control over the 2 magic treasures became more smooth. The previous competition between the 7 treasures Thunder Gourd and the Life Gentian formation for the pure yang qi would no longer happen. Lu Ping, who couldn't figure out his own condition, was anxious and worried, but there was nothing he could do. He could only temporarily give up on investigating his own condition and refocus his attention on the Tianxiang Grand Ancestor. At the moment when the bottom of the dark clouds hung down, the lightning ball finally reached saturation. It broke away from the shackles of the dark clouds and fell towards celestial phenomenon Laozu. Looking at the lightning ball that was constantly changing shape like a water ball, celestial phenomenon Laozu threw his head back and laughed. At this moment, the giant ape floating above his head seemed to have recovered its previous ferocity. It raised its head and roared at the lightning ball that was falling, then suddenly plunged towards celestial phenomenon Laozu below. At the same time, a spirit demon peach was selected by celestial phenomenon Laozu, then turned into a ball of yuan qi that flowed like water, leaving only a peach pit in Lu Ping's hand. When the giant ape jumped down from mid-air, its huge body constantly shrank. By the time the giant ape pounced in front of celestial phenomenon Laozu, it had already shrunk to the size of celestial phenomenon Laozu. Celestial phenomenon Laozu pointed at the giant ape and shouted in the air, "Transform!" The giant ape suddenly seemed to turn into a stream of water, covering celestial phenomenon Laozu's body. A moment later, celestial phenomenon Laozu himself turned into the size of the giant ape. Chapter 584. If there were any other Dharma adepts around, they would definitely exclaim, "Dharma power possession." This was a technique that was extremely famous among the Dharma adepts, but it was also extremely difficult to master. The Dharma adepts who were able to master this technique were all powerful cultivators of the same level as them. It was a pity that Lu Ping did not recognize this technique, so he was only a little surprised. Just as celestial Laozu transformed into a giant ape, the huge amount of yuan qi from the spirit demon peaches was instantly absorbed by the Dharma ape. Lu Ping's eyes flashed with a green light, and he saw dozens of cracks on the giant ape's body. These cracks were scattered all over celestial Laozu's Dharma power. This was the result of celestial Laozu's physical body being injured. After the yuan qi from the spirit demon peaches was absorbed by the Dharma ape, the dozens of cracks began to heal at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Lu Ping knew that this was only a temporary measure. Celestial Laozu's physical injuries had not yet healed, but were just barely glued together, so it would not be a burden to him for the time being. However, this was enough. The 7th lightning tribulation had been brewing for a long time, and it was like a ball of viscous liquid that fell on celestial Laozu's body. Celestial Laozu had no way to avoid it, and his entire Dharma power was submerged in the viscous lightning. The green light in Lu Ping's eyes was activated to the extreme, but he could only see a blurry figure struggling left and right in this ball of lightning, unable to break free. Clouds of golden smoke rose from the thunder ball. This was the true yuan mist that the celestial myriad ancestor had attached to the surface of his body. It had been worn down by the lightning and turned into clouds of Zhan yuan mist, which then came out from the thunder ball. The roars of the Dharma idol great ape could be heard from within the thunder ball. Lu Ping was anxious and wanted to use the Sanqing true pupils to take a closer look. However, a dazzling lightning suddenly exploded from within the thunder ball. Lu Ping's eyes were stung by the lightning. Lu Ping's eyes turned black and tears blurred his eyes. It took a long time for him to slowly recover. Lu Ping had a lingering fear in his heart. He no longer dared to use the true pupils of the three pure ones to observe the situation inside the thunderball. At this moment, a crisp sound rang out from within the lightning ball, as though something had been pierced through. Lu Ping's heart tightened as he heard the muffled groan of celestial phenomenon Lao Zu from within the lightning ball. The pained howls of the Dharma idol giant ape could no longer be heard. Lu Ping's countenance changed. This was the manifestation of celestial phenomenon Lao Zu's Dharma idol innate technique, being broken apart by the lightning. At this moment, Lu Ping finally understood what his teacher, Lu Tianling, meant when she said that the strengthening of one's physical body was extremely important for a Dharma manifestation stage cultivator to survive a tribulation. At this moment, Lu Ping's physical body was equivalent to a mid-tier magic item. Once he filled his entire body with true yuan, Lu Ping's physical body would not be any weaker than a normal defensive magic item. Celestial phenomenon Lao Zu's physical body had been nourished by spiritual energy for hundreds of years. Even if he didn't take any pills to strengthen his physical body would still be stronger than Lu Ping's. Furthermore, how could celestial phenomenon Lao Zu not have taken such pills before? At least, Lu Ping knew that the golden nut he handed over back then had been refined into a golden tough pill by Fornax Lao Zu and sent to celestial phenomenon Lao Zu. Just as Lu Ping could only watch celestial phenomenon Lao Zu's situation getting worse and worse, he couldn't help in the slightest. Lu Ping's brows furrowed again. His divine will swept across the space in his heart core. This time it was still the Thunder Seven Treasures gourd that was causing trouble. Sensing the restlessness of the Thunder Seven Treasures gourd, Lu Ping actually felt a kind of desire from it. It was a desire for the countless flashes of lightning outside. What did it desire? Could it be that it wanted to swallow the lightning? What kind of joke was this? This was the tribulation of a mid-Dharma adept. How could a magic item that had just condensed 3 treasures be able to withstand it? Even if it was the number 1 divine weapon in the world of practitioners, it was still just an embryo that had yet to take shape. If it were to be released, before it could even come into contact with the lightning tribulation, it would be destroyed by the residual power of the lightning tribulation. But then, Lu Ping remembered that the 7 Treasures Thunder Calabash had helped him escape from Yuan Feixiang's lightning tracking technique. It was the 7 Treasures Thunder Calabash that devoured the weakened lightning tracking technique. Moreover, the Thunder 7 Treasures gourd had the word thunder in it. It was originally famous for its lightning powers in the world of practitioners. Perhaps the Thunder 7 Treasures gourd could really have a certain impact on the lightning tribulation of a practitioner. But would this impact be good or bad? Lu Ping did not dare to take this risk. The biggest taboo in the world of practitioners was to prevent others from achieving the Tao. Don't look at how Lu Ping was valued by celestial phenomenon Lao Zu. As the inheritor of his legacy after his death, Lu Ping had also given the spirit demon peach to celestial phenomenon Lao Zu to help him heal his physical injuries. But if Lu Ping really threatened celestial phenomenon Lao Zu's tribulation, whether it was good or bad, celestial phenomenon Lao Zu would immediately kill Lu Ping to ensure that his tribulation went smoothly. After that, Jinling would never blame celestial phenomenon Lao Zu for Lu Ping's death. Even his teacher Lu Tianling could only swallow his anger. Just when Lu Ping had made up his mind to suppress the unstable Thunder 7 Treasures gourd in his core space, the surface of the lightning ball that surrounded celestial phenomenon Lao Zu suddenly exploded with lightning. It went straight for Lu Ping's chest. Lu Ping was so scared that his whole body trembled. He turned around and wanted to escape. However, this lightning seemed to have locked onto Lu Ping's heart and went straight for Lu Ping's back. Although Lu Ping tried his best to escape, how could his escape technique compare to the lightning flash? With a crisp crackle, the lightning struck Lei Guang's body, shattering Lu Ping's 6 layers of protective astral energy. Lu Ping didn't have time to cast the water control flag, when a small golden gourd the size of a palm suddenly appeared in Lu Ping's back. The lightning fell on Lu Ping's back. Before it hit, the mouth of the Thunder 7 Treasures gourd suddenly produced an invisible whirlpool. The lightning was inexplicably swallowed by the Thunder 7 Treasures gourd. Lu Ping was still in shock. He grabbed the Thunder 7 Treasures gourd in his hand, but he was immediately electrocuted by the lightning sparks on the surface of the Thunder 7 Treasures gourd. Lu Ping's palm flashed with purple true essence. This true essence was attached to his hand, isolating the power of the lightning. Only then did Lu Ping feel relieved and use his spiritual sense to observe the situation of the Thunder Seven Treasures gourd. At this time, the Thunder Seven Treasures gourd was like a child that didn't know how to be full. Seeing the food it liked, it just kept stuffing it into its mouth. It didn't care how much food its small appetite could hold. Every moment, the Thunder Seven Treasures gourd would spit out a burst of sparks, as if it was burping due to indigestion. Every time this happened, the lightning on the surface of the Thunder Seven Treasures gourd would flash. Lu Ping had no choice but to increase the control of his true essence. After repeating this process 9 times, the Thunder Seven Treasures gourd finally seemed to have digested the lightning tribulation and calmed down. The original purple surface of the gourd seemed to be dyed with a faint layer of red. Lu Ping's spiritual sense entered the gourd and found that outside of the 3 treasured restrictions, a rune that had been formed due to the devouring of Yuan's lightning tribulation had changed again. And this time the change was more obvious. From this rune a new rune slowly extended. Although the 2 runes were not the same, for Lu Ping, who had studied the mysterious purple jade slip of Fei Ling sect, it was very easy for him to see that these runes belonged to the 2 basic runes that formed a complete restriction. The Thunder Seven Treasures gourd trembled slightly in Lu Ping's hand. Lu Ping seemed to feel a kind of anticipation and excitement from the Thunder Seven Treasures gourd. Lu Ping looked at Tianxiang Laozu, who was still struggling in the Thunder Ball. After a moment, Lu Ping finally made a decision. His hands formed a series of hand signs, and a strong amount of true yuan gushed out from Lu Ping's hands, forming a long true yuan rope in the air. One end of this true yuan rope was firmly tied to the Thunder Seven Treasures gourd, and the other end was tightly held in Lu Ping's hand. Thinking that he was ready, Lu Ping once again slowly returned in the direction of the Thunder Ball. Lu Ping gently moved the Thunder Seven Treasures gourd in the direction of Tianxiang Laozu, and the true yuan rope in his hand tightened. Just when the Thunder Seven Treasures gourd was only 3 feet away from the Thunder Ball, a huge suction force suddenly came from the Thunder Seven Treasures gourd. However, the Thunder Ball remained motionless. Instead, the Thunder Seven Treasures gourd was pulled towards the Thunder Ball because of its own suction force. Lu Ping quickly pulled back the true yuan rope in his hand, and the Thunder Seven Treasures gourd stopped. Lu Ping felt a huge force suddenly pass through the true yuan rope, and Lu Ping's body was pulled forward. Lu Ping stretched out his hand and pushed forward, and a powerful current appeared out of thin air, pushing Lu Ping in the opposite direction of the Thunder gourd. Lu Ping finally stopped the Thunder Seven Treasures gourd 3 feet away from the Thunder Ball. At that moment, a bolt of lightning that was about the same size as the previous bolt of lightning separated from the ball of lightning and flew towards the mouth of the lightning calabash. After the Thunder Seven Treasures gourd swallowed the Thunder Seven Treasures gourd, and although it still made the Thunder Seven Treasures gourd burp, the speed at which it swallowed was undoubtedly faster than before. Lu Ping saw that this method was effective, so he pulled the Thunder Seven Treasures gourd from the outside, and it began to revolve around the Thunder Ball that was wrapped around Tianxiang Laozu. From time to time, 1 or 2 thunder lights would be separated from the Thunder Ball and swallowed by the Thunder Seven Treasures gourd. As the Thunder Seven Treasures gourd swallowed more and more thunder lights, the swallowing process became faster and faster. In Lu Ping's divine sense, every time a thunder light was swallowed by the Thunder Seven Treasures gourd, a rune would appear on the surface of the Thunder Seven Treasures gourd. As the Thunder Seven Treasures gourd swallowed more and more thunder lights, the runes on the surface of the Thunder Seven Treasures gourd would gradually form into a complete spirit summoning seal. After the Thunder Seven Treasures gourd separated 36 thunder lights from the Thunder Ball, the 36 runes on the Thunder Seven Treasures gourd's surface immediately connected to form a complete spirit summoning seal. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.